It's a record-breaking weekend for Group B in the Mythic Dungeon International here as we start day 2. I'm your host, Rook, and we are kicking things off with Tettles, Nagura, Zyronic, and Dratnos again here on the desk. Hey, everybody! But today is a huge day for us. Yesterday, we saw some big, unexpected moments. We saw a world record, we saw lots of damage, crazy pulls, all kinds of stuff. And today is the day that determines which of these teams is going to stay and which are going to go home. So let's go ahead and talk about what we saw yesterday. Because, I mean, as mentioned, there's a lot to dive into, right, Zyra?
Yeah, we had a really interesting day one. Lots of cool runs from the teams, and of course started off the day with Mandatory having 2 fantastic runs, picking up where they left off at the end of the last MDI season, where of course they dethroned Echo. And, really kind of just played how we expected them to play. 2 super clean runs, great execution, showing off why the quote-unquote metacomp kind of is so good. This rogue enhanced shaman DK, whatever flavor of DK you choose, seems to be kind of the standard default pick in a lot of keys. But it wasn't just the Mandatory show yesterday. Other teams showing off great strats. Ducks Can Fly, showing us they can fly in the City of Threads, going for a massive pull, 30 million DPS on the DK. Cool tech also coming out from Holy Moly as well, the number 2 seed on the weekend, pulling trash together for the Dragon Bombing Run in Grim Batol, making it a little more efficient, being able to kill off more trash with those bombs, making the dungeon that much more efficient. And then, of course, capping off their series with a world record fastest MDI key in the 7 years of MDI we've had. This is the fastest key we've ever had, clocking in at sub 8 minutes. Bosses taking 25 to 30 seconds each, just absolutely blasting this key. And then, of course, capped off the day with a very close series, unfortunately advanced, moving down to the lower bracket today. So we've got an interesting day set up here with, of course, 4 eliminations set up out of our 6 matches today. But, of course, 2 of those teams in our first 2 matchups will be punching their ticket to the Global Finals. So it's going to be an action-packed day.
It absolutely is, and I mean, like you were talking about, we saw some great performances from people we expected, like Mandatory, right? You know, coming in, defending their champ, status as MDI, winners here. But then we saw some of these other teams like Holy Moly and Ducks Can Fly just really showing all the work that they've put in, and I mean, in Holy Moly's case, literally making us exclaim Holy Moly without even thinking of the name, right? I mean, it was amazing to see. So, as we look at all of our teams from Group B weekend, I think we have had a lot of newcomers prove their mettle, but will they be able to stick to it today? I mean, Tettles, were there any teams that surprised you out of our lineup for Group B?
I think the teams that were probably the most surprising to me were both Ducks Can Fly and Cursed. So they faced each other in round 1, And I think they surprised me for opposite reasons. For Cursed, I kind of expected a little bit more out of them. I don't know how the rest of the panel feels, but in terms of name value, they have players that have finished top 3 in MDI Global Finals before. And so I kind of expected them to really kind of show up, even though they're not a team that has played together a lot. I kind of expected them to be able to beat Ducks Can Fly. And for Ducks Can Fly, I thought that their strategies and their consistency was what helped alleviate and propel them to be able to win that matchup versus Cursed. And so I think that Ducks Can Fly kind of overperformed, and I think that Cursed kind of underperformed my personal expectations out of the day yesterday.
I mean, for sure. I think a lot of us, we might have remembered even Ducks Can Fly from last MDI, right? But seeing the progress that they've made between then and now, I totally agree with you, Tunnels. It was awesome to see. It was kind of shocking, especially when Cursed has so many big players in it that we really thought were going to just deliver. But, everybody has their off days, and some of the teams we saw yesterday that maybe just didn't quite land it have another shot today. So let's go ahead and take a look at all of the matchups that we've got going on as we head into our bracket on day 2. Dratnos, looking at the matches ahead today, how are you feeling about all of these?
Yeah, so we have 6 matches today. We have these 2 in the upper bracket, both of which are very important because there will be 3 teams escaping our group making it to the global finals, and 2 of them will be decided today, the winners of these 2 upper bracket matches. And then the remaining 6 teams are going to be fighting for just 1 more slot out of this group. So very high stakes matches at the start of our day. Of course, Mandatory versus Ducks Can Fly, very important one. But Holy Moly versus No Title, I'm very interested to see if Holy Moly are able to maintain the level of excellence that we saw out of them yesterday. Of course, a team that we haven't seen playing together as many MDIs as we've seen Mandatory at this point. Then we'll move down to the lower bracket, and we're going to play 4 elimination series in a row. So a brutal bloodbath of an afternoon here. Again, it's going to be interesting to see if Cursed are able to recover from yesterday, if they're able to put up a consistent run. May not need it as much against Le Brocanteur as they probably will if they can survive that series, and then face the loser of one of the upper bracket games. That's more likely to be where they're going to have a really hard time and where they're going to need to do a lot better than they did yesterday. And then some seriousness versus advance. I think potentially the closest game that we know of so far of the ones that, of course, there are 2 series that are TBD that we're going to also see today. But of the ones that aren't TBD, that one I think is going to be extremely close as well. Very closely seeded teams.
Right, I completely agree. With some seriousness in advance, both of them had solid performances yesterday. But I think they're also the most, evenly matched. Although, Ducks Can Fly really put it down yesterday. And although Mandatory is, I think, not a team that you really want to go up against per se, unless you're really looking for that challenge, I think Ducks Can Fly can stand up to it. I think they've really actually gotten to the point where seeing them soar, even with that pressure, that hammer bearing down on them for Mandatory, I think is something that's going to be really interesting. So, yeah, lots of action in our upper and lower brackets, and many teams, new and old, that I think are really coming together to give us a great day and a lot of competition ahead. So as we consider what lies ahead, we do have dungeons, obviously. It's a speedrunning competition, everybody, in Mythic Plus, and the dungeons that we have, as a result, provide some additional challenges, seasonal affixes, and various key levels to our Group B teams. So Nagura, would you like to take us through the dungeons that we'll be seeing today?
Of course, we did see most of these dungeons already yesterday, which means that, of course, coming into today, a lot of the teams already know how good their own strategy is in comparison to what they've seen from other teams yesterday. But there's 2 dungeons we haven't seen at all, one of them being Arakara, City of Echoes, and the other dungeon being the Dawnbreaker. Now, because of the way the rules are, if it's the first dungeon of a series, you're not actually allowed to ban it, which means that we're guaranteed to see the Dawnbreaker and Arakara later today as well. Very interesting fact actually about Arakara City of Echoes is that Mandatory was the only team of all of the teams that said Arakara is the most difficult dungeon this weekend, while all of the other teams either said Grim Battle, which we've seen why yesterday because we did have a lot of issues there, and some teams said Stone Vault. So interesting. And Arakara is also part of that first dungeon pool, which is the match that Mandatory is going to be playing.
I mean, it's good to see some of those dungeons we didn't get to see yesterday. I wonder why Mandatory was leaning towards Arakara. But, I mean, we've seen that all these dungeons have unique challenges, and even some of our teams might have, a specific weakness in one dungeon with their practice or routes. So we'll have to see if Mandatory is able to overcome that. But I've got faith, and first up, we will have Mandatory versus Ducks Can Fly that'll be happening here, which is going to be a big match. I mean, chat, it's your time. Get your predictions in. Now, we have our predictions. We'll be seeing them pop up below shortly, but I mean, this is kind of a tough one in that Ducks Can Fly had a great performance yesterday, but do you think that, I don't know, Tettles, do you think they can stand up to what Mandatory brings to the table?
I would find that a bit of a difficult challenge, especially since Mandatory are the returning MDI champions. I don't think that Ducks Can Fly can realistically be able to take this one down. I'm going to say that Mandatory did look a bit vulnerable yesterday. I think that Stove on that Enhancement Shaman died in both of their dungeons a couple of times, which the Enhancement Shaman is probably the most vulnerable piece of this entire composition. And so, like, you need to be able to find a way to keep him alive throughout the entire dungeon. But, like, even with that being the case, I do think that Mandatory should be able to at least 2-0 this matchup. I am kind of also curious as to whether or not Mandatory is going to ban out that Arakara.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think it's a good question. Now, down below, you saw all of us. It looks like most of us are leaning towards Mandatory. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense, right?
Ooh, they didn't ban it.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, Zyra, why do you think maybe they didn't go for eliminating that one?
I think that the higher level key definitely favors Mandatory. They should have way more practice on the higher level key. The Grim Batol ban makes sense. We were talking about this dungeon a lot yesterday as being one of the most difficult keys in the package we have for Group B this weekend, so they don't want to... Mandatory probably don't want to play that. It's the most volatile of the keys, so we've got 2 11 keys to start off the series, and if we do go to a Game 3, that I believe City of Threads will be the deciding factor. I think Mandatory is a pretty big favorite to take the first 2 maps here, though.
I mean, they're strong, right? Mandatory, they've even given Echo a run for their money or overcome them in the past, which really does set them up in a strong place here, but that steady progress that we've noted with Ducks Can Fly has absolutely paid off for them. So, I mean, both of these teams going head-to-head here in Stone Vault, a dungeon that has slight variations in routing that we've seen. We've seen some impressive pulls. We've seen some pulls that have gone very wrong in Stone Vault, but we'll have to see how this pans out for Mandatory and Ducks Can Fly. Nagura, let's get into it.
All right, so we did see Mandatory already yesterday in Stonewall, which means we do know how fast they are. Ducks Can Fly, on the other hand, we didn't see them, and they're actually playing the Disc Priest here in this dungeon instead of the Resto Druid like we see from Mandatory here. Both teams gathering up a huge pull here at the very start. Ducks Can Fly using that Bloodlust, while Mandatory is holding on to theirs for some of the spoiler pulls we've talked about yesterday. So still teams not really agreeing on if they want to run the double lust strat in this dungeon, or if they're sticking to this one last strat. So very interesting to see that still teams are not really sure what they should be doing here.
Yeah, and then of course we also see the Unholy DK versus the Frost DK, right? And I think this is just 2 completely different strategies, where we of course have the strategy that Mistcount showed off back in Week A, where they save the Bloodlust specifically for Skarmorak, where they pull every single bit of trash on top of the boss in order to try and one-phase the boss, beat that first shield. Mandatory tried to pull that off yesterday, but the boss was still at 20% when they hit that first shield, and that's where those deaths happened on the Enhanced Shaman for Stove for them. So we'll see if that was just what this dungeon's going to look like on the 11, or maybe they just had a little bit of an efficiency yesterday, and they will be able to pull off that one phase. We'll have to see. That's going to happen in about 4 or 5 minutes here. They're going to be holding on to that Bloodlust cooldown until then, but you can see Mandatory, even without popping the Lust, are still keeping it close, actually taking the lead here on Edna by only 1%, but I mean, no Lust, no problem for them.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like they really lost any time for not committing that big cooldown. So very nicely done. One of the big things here at the very start of the dungeon is to make sure you're focusing the 2 stone, like the golems that are spawning the boss, right? So if your team just AoEs everything down and just does similar damage to everything, you're going to be slower because, of course, you want the boss to spawn faster. So any team that can really single target and focus down and priority target damage onto those 2 ads, they will be the ones that are moving forward quicker. And it looks like Mandatory did pull the boss slightly earlier compared to Ducks Can Fly, even though they did not have that Bloodlust, which is incredibly impressive. But still, very close between the 2 teams. Ducks Can Fly not far behind. And again, a little bit of a difference in comp as well whenever it comes to those single target fights, as we do have also the Proud Warrior on Ducks Can Fly side and the Vengeance Demon Hunter on Mandatory side as well.
As expected here, Ducks Can Fly able to catch up and surpass Mandatory at the very end, sending the Power Infusion with the Enhanced Shaman cooldowns to make sure the boss goes down. Ducks Can Fly are very locked into this 2-minute cadence of cooldowns with the Power Infusion. They've actually desynced some of their cooldowns, so they'll be able to send a Ascendance PI on some pulls and the Breath of Sendergosa plus Rogue Deathmark on other pulls. This is going to be that Breath of Sendergosa for Ducks Can Fly here. Mandatory don't quite have the Unholy DK cooldowns back active yet. It's just going to be really the Rogue damage carrying them through this pull. Ducks Can Fly should be able to kill this pull off way faster than Mandatory, and you can see that Breath of Sendergosa really doing work for them here.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage coming in. We'll see if there's any kind of difference in strategy later on too, as we did see some teams skip the double forge loaders right after this area, and some teams are just doing like a really big pull where they pull the forge loaders into the rest of the trash, leaving only one pack left alive that they're then going to be pulling onto the boss. We do see Mandatory actually getting the affix there at the very end of the pull, which seemed like a bad thing, but Mode being able to stay back and getting that full duration for the group, still very nice for them.
The Fear Sigil setup for this pull actually really, really big. And the pull didn't die nearly as fast for Ducks Can Fly as I assumed it would. It was really unfortunate for them, and Mandatory with the Unholy DK cooldowns, with that versatility buff gotten from the dwarves over on the edge of the room, this pull is going to get destroyed by the Unholy DK cooldowns. Almost instantly gets popped as Maestine pops for 11 million DPS, and Mandatory, even with the Bloodlust not being used, have now just catapulted into the lead. Now, there is a difference in strategy, like you mentioned, double Forge Loader being pulled by Ducks Can Fly here, so a little bit of a bigger pull, but Mandatory not phased at all, just pulling this trash into the boss, walking forward into the dungeon with purpose. Ducks Can Fly already on the back foot here. Now, they will get a second Bloodlust in that last boss section of the dungeon, but if Mandatory are able to just one-phase Skarmorak, I feel like they'll just run away with this one.
I think so as well. I mean, it's still very close, but I really like the Forge Loader skip here. It really looks like pulling those two Forge Loaders into the pool really takes you so much longer compared to what the strat is for Mandatory, where they just pull a little bit of trash, like smaller HP mobs here and there. They don't have to pull any like other despoilers or any other higher HP mobs outside of this. So I really, really like Mandatory's route here. They've been cooking a lot in this one, and I think that whatever they came up with, the trash they're pulling, the enemy forces that they pick up, is very efficient in my opinion. And we can see it's paying off as they're already so close on this boss here, while Ducks Can Fly, they're low on their lead as well, but they have to catch up on the damage on Brock. Of course, with those full melee comps, you're going to have a little bit of one-sided damage whenever the bosses jump away, and they have to even it out whenever they come back.
Now, something to keep an eye on here from Mandatory is whether or not they're going to get that Ascendant Xalatas Bargain cast to aid them with their one phase on Skarmorak as well. They had the orbs spawn for them about 30 seconds ago on the boss here, and if I'm not mistaken, it's sort of like a 45-second to minute 15 window that those orbs can spawn in while you're in combat. So Mandatory are in a good spot here to maybe get those orbs to spawn while they're setting up their big pull here. You can see the gap is starting to widen here as they've killed the boss off about 20 seconds before Ducks Can Fly. Ducks Can Fly do have a little bit of extra trash percentage, but it looks like actually a little bit of unfortunate timing here for Mandatory here, as they actually killed the boss off either too fast or too slow, as that Forge Loader was actually blocking off the cart that'll take them back to the start of the dungeon.
Yeah, that might actually be a window for Ducks Can Fly to get back into this game here for them. Again, they also have the 4% enemy forces that they're ahead, which may or may not mean that Mandatory is going to take some more time on some of the trash pulls here, as they did skip that initial despoiler here with Skylarked, pulling it away and then jumping back using that Shadow Melt to de-aggro them. Looks like they did execute that really nicely, and now they're gathering up this big pool. This is where they use their Bloodlust, they use all of their cooldowns. This is crucial for Mandatory to see if they can execute this, as they're also going to be pulling Skarmorak on top of this in just a moment.
Here we go. Here's the boss on top of the trash. HP bars are low, but going to be quickly topped off by the AG Ascendance combo here from Stove. Look at him doing 1.6 million HPS to top the group, but that's not what we're interested. How high can Maestine pop here? There are the orbs. There's a Cosmic Ascension, an extra 20% haste on top of the Bloodlust cooldowns. Can they beat the shield? 16 million DPS, but we are not done yet. From the Unholy DK, Skarmorak is melting. Skarmorak is melting, but when that energy bar reaches 0, he will go into that shield phase, and here we go. need to finish off these shards with that shield fade, can top off the players here. They're not going to beat the Shell Nigger at 25%. It's actually not even close, and this is what cost them 2 deaths last time around.
Yeah, so the spoilers are dead though, which means that they are going to get that AoE discharge in from the boss, but they won't be getting any further AoE from the despoilers. So beating this fortified shell, actually no one has managed to do this so far on that plus 11 key here. So I do think maybe Mandatory didn't even plan on doing it, but that's why they focused a little bit of damage into the despoilers, I think, making sure that they are dead when that fortified shell actually starts casting the AoE on everyone. Still very, very clean execution here by Mandatory. Yeah. Unfortunate affix spawn though, as obviously they're not going to be able to utilize some of the duration of this buff here for quite a while, as they're going to have to go back and to gather up the next pull is going to take some time. Dax can fly on the other hand. While all of this was happening from Mandatory, they had to do a trash pull by itself, and then they pulled another trash pack onto Skarmorak. So they had to pull one extra trash pack, which obviously going to cost them quite a lot of time, and that's why we see such a big difference now in favor of Mandatory.
Yeah, and something I like a lot about the comp running the Unholy DK here is the desync of the cooldowns, right? Normally you would have 0 cooldowns for this pull after that boss plus trash pull, but Unholy DK cooldowns being 90 seconds lets you desync things. The Unholy DK can, do a little bit of cooldown damage this pull, and then once the 2 minutes are back up for the next pull, everyone else can do a little bit of damage. Hopeful did have the Kingsbane here, no Death Mark. The 1 minute cooldown was helping out with the damage. But, next pull we've got the Ascendants, we've got the Death Mark, the Rogue and the Enhance are going to deal with most of that. Now, Ducks can fly. I mean, again, it was a clean run from them, but they're just so far behind due to the routing, due to the efficiency of that massive pull on top of Skarmorak, saving Mandatory easily upwards of a minute over the course of the dungeon compared to Ducks Can Fly strat. And if Mandatory can finish off this last room, this trash into the boss with the cooldowns, they'll be taking an early advantage here. Let's see how this goes, though. On the 11, these Rock Smashers can start to stack up that damage debuff over time, and if each of them are able to get a second cast of their slam off, it could potentially overlap with some boss AoE and take out some of the players, so they need to make sure they focus down these Rock Smashers here.
Yeah, definitely. They also don't have that Bloodlust available. Ducks Can Fly, the only advantage they have for their side at this point is that they will have their last ready for the trash pull onto the boss. But let's go down for Ducks Can Fly. That's going to be a disaster. They have to get that Belores up to make sure that they can recover this pull here. But yeah, having an unfortunate tank death, it looks like we even see a release here from Goat, which means that we might actually see a full wipe, a full reset for them. Unfortunate for Ducks Can Fly, but at this point they were too far behind anyway, as Mandatory is already down to 44% on Void Speaker Eirik, and they are in such a good run. They're beating their best time they had previously. Yesterday, they played this dungeon, and they had a 12-minute 15 clear, and they're definitely going to be beating that time, but they're looking very, very strong today.
Setting the pace for the weekend here in the very first run, Mandatory topping their best yesterday. Looks like it's going to be over a minute faster. Just have to cleave through the last 10% of the boss here. You can see the Enhanced Shaman really doing work on this pull, cleaving down those Rock Smashers at the start of the pull, but that is going to be Mandatory taking a commanding Map 1 victory over Ducks Can Fly.
Victory does indeed go to Mandatory. They had the superior route and the clean run, and really had an improved tackling here of Stone Vault for them. So great to see with Mandatory, and Ducks Can Fly, they hung in there. Honestly, I think that they had a really solid run up until those wipes. So, I mean, Nagura, minus that wipe from Ducks, you brought up several times throughout that routing played a big role here in Mandatory's victory. So what do you think made the biggest difference for them?
I really think it's just the Mandatory route. Like, they do, I think 2 or 3 less pulls in the dungeon, which obviously is pretty insane in like an MDI competition, an 11-minute dungeon. And I think Ducks Can Fly did execute their route well, but whatever Mandatory was doing, like, that's insane. Like, that pull onto Skarmorak is really crazy. And even that last pull that we saw onto Eirik, with all of that trash without Bloodlust, I mean, that's just, that is very difficult to execute. Even though it looks easy for them, it's going to be very hard for another team to replicate this. I think Ducks Can Fly knew what Mandatory is doing, and they just didn't have a better route. Like, they practice, of course, but, just because you see another team doing it doesn't mean that you can just replicate it and do it the same way.
Yeah, you have to actually be able to do it and pull it off, right? Not just have an idea of what they did, but still mandatory. Great run here. I mean, Tettles, from your analyst perspective, what were you observing throughout the match?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like Nagura mentioned, the route is the key difference. There's also the difference between 2 lost versus 1 lost in this dungeon. The biggest thing that I thought for Ducks Can Fly that could help them in Stonevault just in general is moving from that Frost Death Knight to the Unholy Death Knight. If somehow they're able to 2 lust this dungeon while also pulling all of that trash into that Skarmorak boss, we saw this yesterday. I think it might have been from Advance or some Seriousness. One team was 2 lusting this dungeon, then pulling all that trash into Skarmorak. I actually think that that might be the best version of the route that you can possibly do in this dungeon. It doesn't end up adding any additional pulls because, like Nagura mentioned, the additional pulls, especially if you're going to do the exact same number of pulls as mandatory, you're probably going to end up losing because, dude, they are just like popping off. Like how much damage that they're gaining from this Unholy Death Knight on pulls, even like this. The Unholy DK just hits like a critical mass whenever they have like a main target to be able to hit, and they just absolutely annihilate this Forge Loader. They take all of the trash on top of each and every single boss, and it's just really difficult for Ducks Can Fly to kind of catch back up. Now, Ducks Can Fly, I thought, had a couple of things go in their favor. I thought that they had a good pat to the minecart back where Mandatory ended up missing the cycle and ended up having to wait a while. There was a couple of things that went in their favor, but ultimately, whenever you have to pull the Skarmorak wing against the route that Mandatory did, whenever Mandatory just unloaded, dropped their lust, and did all of the trash on the boss that you're going to see right here, it's going to be difficult to come back from that. The only thing that I can see is actually very scary here, and the reason that they're lusting this is I think that they might be worried on how to keep Stove alive on this pull. So Stove is getting like 6 orbs here, and he ended up dying on this pull twice yesterday. Now the AG healing is going to be an insane amount. Like if you see on the healing meter right here, Stove is healing for 1.2 million HPS. He can get Iron Bark, you drop the AMZ on top of him, but it's still not like super easy to keep him alive. And I mean, that looked textbook for Mandatory. They had 0 deaths. They recovered a lot from what I was talking about from yesterday, where they just need to be able to make sure that they're keeping their entire team alive and don't open themselves up to the possibility of losing.
Mm-hmm. As we've seen time and time again with this Peril Affix change, that time just piles up and can make a huge difference, even when, you know, you're evenly matched, let alone when there's a little bit weighing towards your opponent. And Mandatory here taking that first win puts some pressure on Ducks Can Fly here as we come into Arikara. They need to take this one if they want to have a chance at the series here in the upper bracket, but of course they are not out of it if they get put down in lower as well. But Mandatory said that Arikara was one that they thought would be difficult. It's ironic. Why do you think that this is one that they sort of highlighted as being tough for them as a team?
Well, Arikara is a dungeon where there's a lot of damage just constantly throughout the key. There's a lot of stops that have to be dealt with. Specifically, I'm thinking of the first section of the dungeon. If they have just co-opted the strat that we saw from Perplexed, that first section of the dungeon becomes extremely difficult and technical. Of course, Dratnos covered that in our weekly video on the Warcraft channel over on YouTube if you want to check it out. But the basic gist of it is that instead of just going 1-to-1 to each of the commanders, they split off at the very start of the key. 3 players, a tank plus 2 DPS go to the left spider, and then, of course, the healer plus the rogue go to the right spider and just duo that down, and then they can converge in the middle and kill off the 3rd lieutenant. That's a very difficult strat, and not as easy as just saying, okay, they did it, we'll do it, and you just one-shot it in practice. It's probably going to take a lot of time to set that up. So that alone is pretty difficult and technical, but in the middle section of the dungeon, if you go for those mass pulls, there's a lot of venom volleys you have to get kicks on. It's just a very difficult dungeon in general. There's no breaks on this key, so not to mention it's on the highest key level we have. So it's just overall a pretty tough key.
Week, right?
Yeah, it was a 10 last week, it's an 11 this week. So there's a lot of things that can kill you in this key. It's not easy by any means.
Can you do that many boss strat in 11? It was really close on a 10.
Yeah.
I think you can, especially if you use the tailoring stun on it, but even then that's something that you have to set up as well, so I don't know, we'll see. I hope they go for it. I want to see it being done on the 11.
Yeah, me too. I mean, honestly, even like we were talking about there previously with Stonevault, right? These key level differences absolutely change the field. Is it possible to burn Skarmorak pre-shield? Is it possible to do the strat that we saw from Perplex last week here on those 3 mini-bosses? You know, Mandatory, if anybody's out to prove it, Mandatory definitely is, and even here on this higher key level, we may see this strat attempted from either of our teams. Ducks Can Fly, a strong performance coming in, but they have to keep case with Mandatory, they've got to be clean. So can they pull it off here? Mandatory versus Ducks Can Fly, Arakara, Nagura. Let's see what they're able to do.
All right, let's take a look if they're going to be splitting up here and send their healer and their rogue to the other side. And we also want to see if Ducks Can Fly maybe can do the same thing, because if they would be able to, then that'd be insane. Or Ducks Can Fly maybe could also just hope that Mandatory is attempting it and doesn't execute it. It looks like Ducks Can Fly only sends Zero. Oh, never mind. Luca is there too. All right, so Ducks Can Fly does do the split strategy while Mandatory is not.
Mandatory is not doing it. Maybe? I doubt they didn't practice it, but it may be a sort of scenario where they think, okay, maybe we don't need to do it to beat Ducks Can Fly, but Ducks Can Fly, if they're able to get this down, it'll put them so far ahead in the dungeon that maybe they can take this to a quick game 3 here. Eric's still alive at 10% for Mirage and Luca here, but it looks like they're going to be able to get it down. And now the benefit of this, the benefits of this are massive, right? Both of them can stealth back to the group here once they get out of combat. They don't have to pull any extra trash. And now everyone gets to converge in the middle with all of this trash. They'll be able to cleave down that third lieutenant, but they don't have to focus any of this trash. They can just keep it alive going into the first boss and give themselves all of that funnel damage from the rogue that we were talking about yesterday. Have to keep an eye on Goatface here, though, as he drops incredibly low. This trash does do a ton of damage. They do have Poison Cleansing Totem from the Enhanced Shaman to help with some of those poison debuffs, but you're really only going to get 2 of those after the totem reset, so you need to use those sparingly to make sure Luca doesn't have to do too much healing here. But here we go. Third lieutenant already dead now for Ducks Can Fly. The boss is going to be spawning here. Mandatory, though, have to go off and kill that third lieutenant still, so huge advantage here for Ducks Can Fly. If they can hold on to this, they're going to be very far ahead in the key.
Yeah, looking very good for Ducks Can Fly. They executed this so nicely too. And you would think that Mandatory would be able to finish off the 2 mini bosses a little bit quicker in comparison to what Ducks Can Fly can do with 3, but they didn't, right? So even though they had the full team on that first and the second mini boss, they still just killed it off at the same time as Ducks Can Fly did the third one. And now Ducks Can Fly already on Evanox. You can see Goldface actually dropping incredibly low at the start of this boss fight. They need to make sure that they recover here, as they do have some trash on top of this boss as well. Mandatory just now about to finish up that third mini boss. They are maybe going to be slightly ahead on trash percentage because they possibly pulled more on that first pull on the first side, on Mandatory side, while Ducks Can Fly, of course, without the healer there and without the rogue there, they probably did pull a little bit smaller onto one of the mini bosses.
Now, part of the problem with this strategy, if you could call it a problem, is that you have to use the Bloodlust on the very first pull to make that work. Mandatories still haven't used their Bloodlust, so they can opt to pop that at some point. It's going to be right now, right at the start of the pull on Avanox here. So all of this trash with the funnel on top of the boss, Avanox is going to melt for them, but Mandatory really needs it to melt because Ducks Can Fly already have this boss at 10%. How much of the difference can they make up with the Lust here as the boss's HP bar just gets absolutely shredded here? I saw the difference. It was 93% to 12% here. In that 12% for Ducks Can Fly, Mandatory have brought the boss sub 30%, making up a large majority of the difference here, making this a lot closer than I would have assumed. So, Ducks Can Fly not out of the woods just yet. However, there is going to be a big difference in the second Lust timing. Mandatory likely will not get a second use of that button, whereas Ducks Can Fly will get a second press of the Bloodlust, likely on the last boss here. So, Mandatory keeping it close, but we'll have to keep that second Bloodlust button in mind.
I honestly think the more important thing to mention here is that Mandatory did 15% more enemy forces. I think Mandatory is going to be able to skip a lot of the blood guards here, which is the #1 thing that slows you down the most in this area because of the damage reduction aura that they apply to all of the mobs. So Mandatory being able to walk past some of these blood guards here potentially, or skip... Okay, it looks like they are definitely still pulling some of the blood guards. It looks like they are gathering up 2 here. But either way, there's definitely some trash they can skip later on, which is going to save them a lot of time. So not doing the split pull, I think this was Mandatory's strategy all along. I think this might just... I think they think that this is just a faster route, being able to do more trash in that starting area where the trash isn't as difficult as it is later on, by just sticking together and just taking a little bit longer for the mini-bosses instead.
Yeah, Mandatory very much have pulled ahead in dungeon progression here. Double Bloodguard pull being pulled together for them here. First one dead, second one soon to follow. Once that goes down, the damage reduction aura on the trash will go away, and they can finish off the rest of this trash much more quickly. Ducks Can Fly did have the cooldowns ready for this pull, so they're coming back just a little bit here. The Affix spawning on top of that will give them a little bit of extra burst damage to aid those 2-minute cooldowns once they get everything up and dispelled. But Goatface has gone down, and this is an issue for the melee cleave comp, because once the aggro is gone, the melee have to scatter, and they don't get to do any damage while Goatface gets that aggro back. But it's going to be a death onto the Frosty K, who was in the Breath of Syndragosa. That's a huge loss from them, in addition to the extra 30 seconds of death timers that are going to be added for them. Mandatory, they're significantly in the lead now.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Ducks Can Fly here. It was a very, very close game up until now. Looking at the percent of the enemy forces, Mandatory still slightly ahead, so it's not that big of a difference, but having to use a rest here to get the DK back up, having the 30 seconds death timers, and Mandatory already pulled the boss, making sure that everyone gets snapped downwards. So nicely done this area. They were so quick from the first boss to the second boss area, and being able to get so much enemy forces on the way as well. This was a very, very clean route until this point from Mandatory. Ducks Can Fly now did manage to catch up on the enemy forces, but of course pulling the boss quite a bit later.
Quite a bit later indeed. 50% of a difference on the boss damage here between Mandatory and Ducks Can Fly, in addition to the 30 seconds of death timers. That is not enough for just a Bloodlust to make up the difference. Ducks Can Fly needs deaths to occur for Mandatory. Of course, the most likely to die, the person most in danger for both of the teams, is going to be that Enhanced Shaman. They are the squishiest of the DPS players in the group, so they're going to get the most attention from the resto druids. And Ducks Can Fly is doing a good job of catching back up a little bit on the boss here, but I mean, they need to go for some massive pull in the last section of the dungeon here to potentially come back in this map.
Yeah, they definitely have to figure out something, or of course we could have Mandatory make a mistake here or there, which we've definitely seen at the end of Arakara. We've seen teams swipe to the last boss, we've seen teams mess up a skip on the Overseers, we've seen teams literally wipe to trash as well. So this last area, definitely not easy. We'll see what Mandatory is going to be doing with that first map here. We see a lot of teams just pull it away and then Shadow Melt. Looks like that's also what Mandatory is doing. Actually, no. They are using their stun here. Yes, they are using tailoring stun into the melt. Okay, very cool by Mandatory. Now we see how much they gather here, and if they're going to immediately pull it into the boss, or if they're going to do a trash pull before.
Interesting. Well, we've used the tailoring stun, so this hauler is going to be a bit of an issue. If it does stack up its damage over time too much, these massive slams might be something that takes them out. But look at the cooldowns that Mandatory has available. Everything being popped here. Breath of Syndragosa, Sint, its Death Mark, everything being popped to nuke down this Nerubian hauler before that massive slam stacks up too much. Second cast going off here, but I believe this is going to be the last one as it gets absolutely destroyed. And once this goes down, they're just going to chain this into the boss, I believe. Yeah, look at the positioning from Skylark here. Boss already pulled. They're going to continue to use those 2-minute cooldowns to burst down the boss here. And Ducks Can Fly. You had the strategy, but it just didn't work out in the middle section of the dungeon. Mandatory already has the trash they need with these two Overseers. The boss is already pulled, and I think they're just too far ahead now, Nagura.
And this is such a fast run. To compare this to last weekend, the fastest run we've seen from Perplexed last weekend was 10 minutes and 20. And Mandatory, they're only 8:40 into the dungeon, and they're already on that last boss, about to finish off that last couple of percent that they need for the 100% enemy forces. This is such a clean run by Mandatory. And I think that's actually what makes a really good team, right? We see both Ducks Can Fly and Mandatory. They saw what Group A did last weekend, and Ducks Can Fly kind of replicated that best strategy that we have seen. But Mandatory, they looked at the strategy and they were like, they probably tried it, and they're like, you know what? We don't think this is faster. We have a faster idea for this. And then they changed the strategy and made it even quicker and made it fit for their comp and their idea, right? So this is really what makes that top tier team being able to look at another team's route and be like, you know what? We can do this quicker.
And credit to Ducks Can Fly where you can give it to them, right? They kept this difference that we saw on the second boss here, the 50% HP advantage for Mandatory, they kept it close, right? We're still within that 50% margin, so they played the last section of the dungeon as well as Mandatory did. But really, that middle section of the dungeon where the tank died, and then of course that cost you your Frost DK cooldowns, that was the icing, right? That was the thing that cost them this run. But I don't think there was anything Ducks Can Fly could have done this run to win this with the way Mandatory played it. 0 deaths, only just now crossing the 10-minute barrier here. The 2-minute cooldowns are back active, and they are going to finish off the last 10% of the final boss here very, very quickly. And that is going to be Mandatory, taking a decisive 2-0 victory, putting themselves in the finals tomorrow, and also giving themselves that first qualifying spot for the weekend for the Global Finals.
Mandatory taking our victory here 2-0, and yes, proving that our predictions were right, our faith was not misplaced, and that they are a strong contender still, even in this MDI. Congratulations to them on this, and Ducks Can Fly, a very good performance still all around. I mean, standing up to a team that's as much of a powerhouse as Mandatory is no small feat. So even though they'll be going down to the lower brackets, I'm sure we are still going to see a lot out of them. Now, we talked a little bit about the division of strats as you were both commentating, so kind of following this perplexed route that we sort of saw last weekend versus Mandatory kind of pacing out how they did with the slower start and then the trash accommodations. So, I mean, it's ironic looking at that. How do you think these strats played out for either team?
I think it's an interesting idea. I mean, this was an incredibly fast run for Mandatory, right? I think if you were to put this Mandatory run up against the Perplexed run from last weekend, I think the Mandatory run is slightly faster. I think the only real thing you can do to make this go any faster if you go for the Perplexed route is try to find a way to do it without Bloodlusting at the start. Because it looked like the Bloodlust from Mandatory was just insane value. They destroyed the first boss. Not really sure what you can do to improve on that.
Tittles, from your perspective with the replays, what were you observing about this incredibly quick run for Mandatory?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of confused as to what Mandatory was doing with their route. So it's like immediately right off the bat, we have Ducks Can Fly here doing that split mini-boss pull. And intuitively, I feel like splitting the mini-bosses should be faster. Now, you are committing something as large as your Bloodlust to this. That's something that you have to kind of factor in. In addition to that, you get a little bit less count doing this route than you would otherwise. I think that was one of the big variables whenever we saw and swapped to that Mandatory POV. You saw that they came out of this area with 50% enemy forces, whereas Ducks Can Fly ended up coming out of this area at about 35-ish%. Now, Ducks Can Fly ended up 2 pulling the second boss trash area, where Mandatory was 1 pulling that trash area. I kind of think that still the split mini-bosses is a little bit faster. I mean, but you know, there was the Shroud at the very beginning, right before this clip started playing that you see on screen here. But this is the only trash pull that Mandatory actually even needed in this area, which I think that they just look at the second area of trash and they view this as the least efficient stuff that you can possibly be gathering in the entire dungeon, to the point where they would rather just pull all of the trash at the very beginning. That's the only reason that I could even think that taking a strategy such as playing all of those mini-bosses individually is what they deem to be a slightly better strategy. I mean, overall, though, Mandatory put up a 10-14 of this dungeon. I think that's the fastest so far that we've actually seen. And you can't really think too much about it. I will say that if Ducks Can Fly, say they didn't have these deaths on this pull, so they have their tank go down and they have their DK go down on that Wrath of Sindragosa, say they don't have those deaths, and Mandatory actually has 1 death go in their favor, I think that Ducks Can Fly could have won this map if those things happened. By the way, dude, Luke was in trouble here. I actually thought he was dead. Whenever I was watching it happen, I thought he was gonna die. But I will say that even though Mandatory basically had a perfect run, if Ducks Can Fly doesn't have those deaths and Mandatory has 1 death go their way, I think that Ducks Can Fly was going to be winning this map. It was to the point where Ducks Can Fly was going to get their second lust on this boss, and Mandatory was 1 lusting the entire dungeon. And so it means that Mandatory has no cushion in their route, like, at all.
And Ducks Can Fly, like you're saying, they were so on pace there, and that start was so strong for them. I mean, compared to some of the other runs that we've seen this weekend, that was a very solid run still from them. Mandatory just absolutely was blasting. And with that, Mandatory secured their place, as we mentioned, here in the upper bracket as well as in the Global Finals. But we have another game coming up here, Holy Moly versus NOTITLE, to secure the next spot that's going to be joining them. And these two, I think, it's going to be an interesting one. Holy Moly was absolutely, I think, a surprise for me yesterday, coming in not knowing much about them. I mean, Nagura, with this matchup with Holy Moly and No Title, with what we saw yesterday, how are you thinking it's going to go?
So I personally think Holy Moly is they just looked so strong yesterday, like you mentioned. I think they are probably they are the favorites to win the series, and I think they're even going to win at 2-0 because No Title. So even though they are the third seed coming in here, I do think that they looked very close to Advance yesterday. Like they looked very, very similar to what Advance was doing, which I think is not going to be good enough against Holy Moly.
I mean, I would kind of have to agree with you. I saw a lot of nods on the desk. I think a lot of us are kind of feeling the same, but you know, No Title, I think they still, like you said, they came in strong off of those time trials. So whether or not they're going to be able to get back into that place of strength and go up against Holy Moly, this wild card, we'll have to see. We're going to be taking a quick break here as we get ready for the next series. So everybody, you know, get your thoughts in, rally them. We'll have predictions kicking off after the break. So think about who you think is going to take it, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back from the break. We are still here in the upper brackets today on our big elimination Saturday, but the teams up here might not be facing elimination right off the bat, but they are vying for one of those spots that will be securing them a place in the Global Finals. And up next, we have Holy Moly versus No Title. So chat, get your predictions in. Hope you thought about them over the break. And we're going to chat a little bit about these two here. Now, I mean, Holy Moly yesterday gave us the fastest run we've seen in the MDI. So, casual, no big deal. Just, just dropping it. Dratnos, I was wondering, for those viewers who might have missed yesterday, do you want to give a little recap about this amazing run we saw?
Yeah, so, I mean, basically they went really, really fast. So the key level is a little bit lower than the dungeons we've seen in some previous MDIs, but it's not as much as it looks, right? We see +9 level, and you think, oh, that's a lot lower than these 20s, which was the previous fastest run that we had, actually in a series involving Mandatory, putting up that timer in 8:54. This is a +9 Necrotic Wake, but the key scaling has changed. So this is basically a +19-ish under the old system, so pretty much the same sort of key level, of course. All the scaling does change a little bit every season, and player power fluctuates a little bit. So if you want to be really annoying about it, you can make whatever argument you want. But I think it's this definitely counts as a very exciting fastest run. Zyra, you got anything to add?
I want to be annoying about it because not only did they crunch down the key level by 10%, but they also reduced the overall scaling of keys by 10% at the same time. So it's actually closer to an 11 key difference. So that would mean that our +9 is pretty much equal of the +20 of Ruby Life Pools, minus all that other, shenanigans you said about, in-season scaling and whatnot.
One thing you see with this as well is the bosses just melted, right? Nalthor, we just saw, I mean, if you were watching this whole clip, that boss lost an absurd amount of health in a very short amount of time, and that was one part of the puzzle here for how Holy Moly did that, was those 3 spears that are scattered throughout Necrotic Wake. They've undergone a lot of changes, actually, even in this season, but since Shadowlands, and you can basically use one of them per boss. I mean, I guess you could use multiple if you wanted to wait for one to fall off. They don't stack. And they don't do a huge amount of damage themselves, but they put a massive damage taken increase on the boss. And so stacking everything you can with them and getting full use out of them. You can also line up a shot and it can go through a bunch of mobs and affect all of them with that debuff. Using those 3 spears throughout the dungeon to the fullest extent possible is a big part of the puzzle as well.
And the timing on it yesterday, even as we were watching, everybody kept going, what, they're holding on to it. Like, when are they going to use it? When are they going to actually launch this? And it was this perfect precision from them. Exactly when they did it, exactly when they took advantage of that damage app, they just burned and burned. And even compared to the other runs of Necrotic Wake we saw, it was an exceptional one. This whole weekend really showed that everybody had to do it, right? Now, we have I think it was a 2-0 prediction. Okay.
Double siege
All
ban.
right.
Yeah, No Title are not going to ban that Necrotic Wake as well, so that's exciting. I mean, because obviously that Necrotic Wake looked so good out of Holy Moly, but No Title don't think it's a vital ban. They'd rather ban the Siege, and Holy Moly agree. So we will be seeing Necrotic Wake if we get to that Game 3.
And not to mention that we also have Arakara and Grim Battle in here, which seem to be one of the most difficult dungeons that the team set this weekend, right? So not banning Arakara and Grim Battle, not banning the Necrotic Wake, even though they saw how quick they are. Very interesting. Both teams banning that Siege.
Yeah, well, I mean, our predictions, if we have them pop up, might indicate a little bit about why they didn't worry about the Wake. I don't know for sure, but I think most of us thought this will probably go in Holy Moly's favor, so they may not even make it to the Wake. Do you think that's what they're banking on? But I mean, No Title, they have a shot at this. They didn't play super well yesterday, but I mean, Zyra, I think they have a lot of potential, and they came in, I think, with a lot they bring to the table.
Yeah, there's always a chance, right? That's the beauty of the head-to-head matchup in the MDI. It's so difficult, it's so volatile to do these keys perfectly every single time. The teams make it look easy because they practice it so many times. But still, one mistake can lead to a full team wipe, and that can be something that, No Title can capitalize on. Or they could just have a straight-up faster strategy in Dawnbreaker, which we haven't actually seen at all this entire weekend on our particular affix set here. So this is our first Dawnbreaker. Let's see what the teams have brought to the table here as we get right into it here. One of the things I was going to cover potentially here is the Disc Priest versus Resto Druid matchup, but no, we just have 2 Resto Druids and actually, I think, full mirror comps for one of the first times this weekend.
Yeah, and we also see that double prod warrior, right? So very interesting to see that they agree on that comp fully on both the teams here. And yeah, we haven't seen Dawnbreaker just yet, so we'll see how both of these teams are going to be approaching this dungeon. Holy Moly already dealing with that first pull a little bit faster compared to NOTITLE. Neither of the teams, of course, using their Bloodlust because that the first pull does not need that. Not too much you can pull on top of there as they're now moving into this ship area. And we do have a time to compare to from last weekend. Last weekend, though, they did play it on a 10. So it was 1 key level lower. And the fastest time we've seen last weekend was from Perplexed. And it was a 10 minute and 27 clear. So we'll see if they can come somewhat close to that, considering, of course, that it's 1 key level higher this time around.
Yeah, a little bit of difference in cooldown usage on the first trash pack. We saw the Ascendance plus the Death Mark used from Holy Moly on the first pack. That's why it died so quickly for them. They saved the Breath of Syndragosa for the second trash pack, whereas NOTITLE went for a solo Breath on the first pack and then used the other 2 cooldowns in the second pack. So really sort of a net even across the board in terms of cooldowns used on the first 2 packs, but it is going to be 2 cooldowns coming up earlier for Holy Moly, which might come up mid-next trash pack, so they should be able to finish that off more quickly. Or if they opt to just use those at the start of the boss, they'll get a little bit more early burst damage on the start of the boss, though. I like the idea of using more cooldowns earlier, though. Gets them on cooldown, so they come up more quickly later on. I'm not too sure if it's going to be faster overall, because there is a lot of downtime in this key, right? Whenever you finish off the first boss, there's probably a solid 20 to 30 second period where you're waiting for trash to spawn. Of course, the teams will make use of that time by generating resources on the webs that are around the area downstairs, but we'll have to see if that cooldown usage actually does come into play later on here. You can see the Ascendance just now coming off cooldown for Soda here. Definitely not going to be sending it with the mobs this low. They'll be sending that at the start of the boss, but it looks like potentially all the cooldowns will be up in phase 1 of the boss, so it might not make that much of a difference after all. One thing that is similar between both of the teams is neither of them have opted to use their Bloodlust at the start of the key here. In all of our Dawnbreaker runs last weekend in Group A, we saw the Bloodlust almost universally being saved for that middle section of the dungeon when they pull that last set of trash into the second boss. We saw plenty of deaths being afforded to the teams there as well. Lots of mistakes can happen there. Tons of damage coming out from all of the caster mobs. So we'll see if these teams have taken that into account and planned accordingly.
Yeah, we will see. We did see a little bit of an unfortunate affix spawn for NOTITLE on their side, as they did get the emissary spawn at the very end of one of the both trash groups that they were fighting, which meant that they had to stay there for longer and actually just solo finish off that void emissary before they could move on. The positive part of that was that they got the full duration of the buff on that next boat, on the next trash area, but I do think that actually cost them quite a bit of seconds compared to Holy Moly getting the void emissary while they were fighting the trash. So being able to reach that area a little bit quicker really paid off for Holy Moly there. Whoa. Both of them, of course. Oh, Tief.
What is Tief doing? What is Tief doing?
I think he was just dodging.
That was weird. Just wasn't with the team at all there. I was gonna say Holy Moly's timing there as well on their void emissary was really nice. They had it spawn during the intermission on the boss, so it was putting a damage reduction on the boss while they weren't even attacking the boss. So they got to come right back after the intermission, finish off the emissary, and have the buff for this entire phase here. Unfortunately, whatever happened with Tief there was very weird. He was like maybe flying down already, maybe he thought the boss died. Interesting thing that happened to them there, but NOTITLE have pulled ahead here, and their boss is going to go down just a little bit faster than Holy Moly because of it.
Yeah, definitely looking really good for NOTITLE, catching up quite a bit of time on this boss here, as they're going to be moving on to that trash area in just a moment. Of course, the boss casting one more AoE here, but doesn't really matter as they're going to be moving on, and the boss is going to die immediately afterwards, of course, as we'll see how much trash they're going to be gathering up here. We do see they're all waiting in here as the speed totem is down.
Okay. Just getting set up for this pull here, waiting for the trash to spawn. And there we go, mini boss being pulled. How many extra trash packs are we going to pull? We've got 2 of the blueberries in here. Cheat death instantly on Soko here, unfortunately. 1 more blueberry, an extra trash pack being pulled in, and then a 3rd trash pack being pulled in as well. Lots of Dark Caster casts have to go off here. This is the cooldowns here. Whippy dropping incredibly low, but able to top himself off here. The Heart of the Wild is active here to help heal through all of this damage, and it looks like we have reached stability here with everyone full, hot on everyone. We are going to have a spawn of the Affix here in the middle of this trash pack. Everyone's going to have to swap to it, or that damage reduction is going to start stacking up on all of the mobs in the group. Really unfortunate timing here, and the health bars drop ever lower as they have to finish off that Void Emissary.
Yeah, they're actually dropping incredibly low. Sky also out of cooldowns at this point, defensives, but it looks like they are able to finish off most of this trash here. Holy Moly doing the same thing on their side, also being able to deal with this trash pack pretty nicely. Looking at the enemy forces, Holy Moly did pull slightly less trash on this area, but still not something that necessarily means that they're going to be losing time if they just do a little bit of a bigger pull later on, as they are already moving on. Soko does go down for no title. Looks like they are committing the battle rest to get him back up, not having that cheat death available anymore.
Unfortunate death, plus 15 seconds to the timer for no title here. Holy Moly onto the second add as well here. The second lieutenant down below 50% for both of the teams, so no title even with the death are keeping it close here. That battle res might come in handy here though, as we've seen. This is not the trash pack that we had players feed deaths to last weekend around. It is the next area of the dungeon around the fountain with tons of casters. Holy Moly now finishing off the trash pack as they start to fly towards this circle of death in the middle of the dungeon that claimed so many lives last week, and let's see how they choose to pull this trash. We've got 2 packs of mobs on top of the 3rd and final mini-boss here, taking it easy here while the cooldowns are down, but in about 20 seconds here, when those cooldowns come back up, I expect to see them pull as much as they possibly can and utilize that Bloodlust to its fullest extent.
No title again, getting one of the Void Emissaries there at the very, very end of their trash pool, having to finish it off by itself while all of their other trash was dead. Still means they're going to get that full buff duration here for this pool as they gather up the mini-boss here and some other trash. Looking really good for Holy Moly though, as they're already done with their pool, and they're decently ahead now with enemy forces, as they somehow managed to get through this trash area a little bit quicker in comparison to no title, even though they were a little bit slower on the boss initially. They did make up quite a bit of time. Void Emissary again now for Holy Moly, also spawning at the end of their pull here. Not too much of a time lost though, as they're now engaging the boss. And Bloodlust is running. Let's see how they're doing.
Ooh, 3 packs of mobs on top of the boss. The Bloodlust is running, and let's watch Wall just go to the moon here with the Breath of Syndragosa. How high can you peak here? 20 million DPS looks to be the mark to beat as the trash goes down and the generator of the AoE damage is gone. But in that window, the boss, Anubikaj, drops below 40%, and the burst damage is done. Lots of damage from the Shadowy Decay coming out here.
Sky?
But Sky goes down for no title on the other side. The Terrifying Slam taking him out on top of the other damage. They have a little bit of reprieve here with the Shadowy Decay going out, but without the battle res from before, this is going to be a full team wipe from no title. There's no way you could do 60% of the boss's HP. They're going to try to finish off the Nightfall Tactician to make sure their trash count is dealt with and they don't have to pull that mob solo, but once that goes down, it is going to be a wipe from them. It's going to be 5 further deaths on the board. They're going to try their hardest, but it's not going to be enough. And holy moly, what a lead they've accrued for themselves here as they get to the final trash mob of the dungeon here. Their count is off though, if I'm not mistaken. This mob does not give 9% trash count, so we're going to have to go back and get more trash later on.
Thankfully, that probably won't matter unless they have major deaths or a wipe here, the last boss, because of course that full wipe on that boss for no title while committing all of their offensive cooldowns and Bloodlust as well definitely means that they're pretty far behind on top of the 130 minutes time penalty from those deaths, of course, on top of all of that. Holy Moly now about to spawn Rashanan and being able to engage that last boss. And yeah, as you said, missing those enemy forces still.
Yeah, we'll go back after we finish off Rashanan and deal with a couple of enemy forces. I think the 6 deaths on the board are going to seal it here. That's an extra minute and a half. Now, Holy Moly is not out of the woods just yet. We've seen Rashanan claim lives before. It isn't, it's not a raid boss for no reason, right? This is actually a pretty difficult boss, especially when you get into the higher keys. A lot of healing has to be done for every single one of these reigns on the group. You can see Igloo doing his best to top those HP bars off. Looks like they'll be okay here. Soda gonna also get a bunch of burst damage from the waves as well, which can be quite dangerous after that acid rain does go out on the group, but nothing that Igloo can't heal through as well. This first phase here is kind of a timed event, right? The boss will phase once you've dealt with 2 of the sets of bomb canisters, but of course all of the damage you do here does matter, right? The boss will phase at around roughly 64-65%. If you can get it lower, you'd like to. Also, I like that we've added the decimals for this boss too this weekend. That's a new UI update. Thank you. It's very nice.
Thank you very much, production. Really like that. As Rashanan, as you said, is dropping lower and lower for them. NOTITLE, on the other hand, did now manage to re-engage Anubi Cash, and they're going to be able to finish this boss off solo, as they did finish off all of the trash that they were supposed to pull on top of this previously before that wipe. But of course, again, one whole boss behind. As they're doing the trash while the boss is flying to the end area. I love this. This is such a nice adaptation by Holy Moly, being able to use this time efficiently where Rashanan is flying to the last boss area.
Now, the only thing they're worried about is making sure they get to the last platform so they can interrupt the final cast, but they were able to deal with that extra trash so quickly that it just didn't matter. The boss isn't even close to finishing the RP yet, and they'll get there with at least 10 seconds to spare before the cast even starts, so yeah, I don't know if that's actually the planned route for them, or if that was just like an on-the-fly play, but either way, very impressive for them to pull that off. And look at the cooldowns we have available here for Holy Moly here as Rashanan drops to the platform here. Ascendance popped, Breath of Cinder goes to active, Death Mark on the boss. Remember, the boss dies at 60% exactly, so it's not going to take very long for them to get through that last percentage point of the boss's HP here. Holy Moly is looking to find that global finals spot for themselves here as they take a decisive victory here over NOTITLE in the first map of the series.
A big, powerful showing from them, and I mean, even though they came in here with that 12-11, here we go, victory for Holy Moly, taking that first one. You know, that's slower than what we saw with that 10-27 complex, but some really good straps here. That idea of doing the trash while the boss flies to the final arena. I mean, Nagura, Holy Moly's strategy on this one, how do you think it kind of looked compared to last weekend, or even if they just went through today?
I like it a lot. I mean, getting that trash in efficiently there, because, I mean, you can't do anything else anyway. This is a really, really cool strat. Nice adaptation here by Holy Moly. The best run we've seen last weekend, again, was by Perplexed, and it was a 10-minute 27 clear, but it was 1 key level lower, which, of course, is a pretty big difference as well. So, yeah, I really like it. This is a very good route. And that pull they did as well, where they committed the Bloodlust onto Anubi Cash as well. Very nicely executed.
Yeah, well done from Holy Moly. Now, Dratnos, as you were observing the match, what did you see from your analyst perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely the big thing to talk about is going to be the Rashanan strat, but before we get there, we could talk about the story of the start of the dungeon, which was largely, I would say, there's not an awful lot of optionality in the start of the dungeon, right? Like, you don't have a lot of choices for what you can do here, so this is a very tuning, precision, optimization focused section of the dungeon, right? You have a pull that is pretty straightforward, right? You pull all the enemies you're allowed to pull there because it's 1.5 packs and that's what you fight, right? And you do that across the first few pulls of this dungeon, and it's really just an issue of thinking about cooldown timings, which we did actually see some cooldowns being held and used differently between the two teams as we move through the start of the dungeon. That's the sort of thing that can definitely save a lot of time. And then we had this incident here of this collapsing Night Bait, and then Speaker Shadowcrown just refused to move until she started casting Burning Shadows, and then she was still just chilling in the middle of the room doing her Obsidian Beam here inside these puddles. Really unfortunate time loss actually for Holy Moly, this happening, and you could see their warrior, the reason the boss wouldn't move is their warrior wasn't there, so she didn't have anybody to chase. Her threat target just wasn't there, but he did eventually land, and then they were able to recover that. That probably cost them something like 15 seconds or so, though, on that boss. this particular match was, of course, decided by this death sequence here, but I think the big thing, the cool thing to talk about is going to be the Rashanan trash pull mid-boss fight strat that Holy Moly deployed, which you're on the clock here, right? You do want to get this pull finished off before Rashanan lands and starts the cast, and finishes that cast, but you have a buff here that lets you mount in combat, so even worst case, you could send somebody to go and kick a few seconds before everybody else in your group is ready, and that would still work out too if you ever were. If you wanted this to work like 1 key level higher and the damage wasn't quite there for it, you could still make that work. Especially with something like you could leave an Earth Elemental behind to tank the pack and have your warrior go and kick or something like that. Like this could scale up even a little bit higher than that, but as it gets more than maybe 1 or 2 more key levels up, it starts getting really sketchy, right? Because you need to finish that pull before Rashanan lands and starts just blasting you from far away.
It was awesome to see that there with the dungeon. I mean, well played, well planned, even with some of the little mistakes that lost Holy Moly some time. They're coming in very strong here off of that first win. Now, next up is going to be Arakara, which we saw a little bit earlier. And, I mean, as we talked about, this dungeon has some divisive strats. There are some ways the teams have been trying to optimize it. So as we come in, I mean, Zyronic, no title. They've got to take this one or they're going down to the lower brackets. So what do you think they need to do as they jump into Arakara?
I think they need to harness the energy of the chat. Every time I look over at the Warcraft chat, I see a ton of let's go, no title, oh cheers from the chat. Chat, send them your energy. They're going to need it in this Arakara. We already saw this is a pretty difficult key. Saw some deaths on a tank from Ducks Can Fly in the previous matchup here. Thing is, again, this is a volatile key. Mandatory made it look easy. Ducks Can Fly also made it look relatively easy too, but an 11 Arakara, I think we could easily see wipes from either of the two teams here, and when wipes happen, anyone can come out on top.
I mean, yeah, as we saw literally that last go, right? You have the full wipe, and that's really difficult to come back from, but the good thing is that both of the teams, there are some areas here that I think could get either of them, or that they could excel through, right? Especially if they're channeling chat's power. I mean, come on, give it up for the teams, but especially no title. I mean, Arakara, we've seen a few different routes, right? So it seems like seeing Mandatory's sort of routing that they did today, that you may not need to do that split at the start with the mini-bosses, but we've seen it used to great effect last week. We've seen some of the Blood Guards cause big problems for folks in the later portion of the dungeon, and the bosses themselves lead to some deaths. So Holy Moly and no title, both of them here, whoever you're cheering for, are going to have to really bring their all as they go into Game 2 of Arakara. Whoever wins will be solidifying their place in the Global Finals, and our loser will be moving down to the lower brackets. But between these two newcomers, I think there's great potential for either of them. So as we get into this, spidery or crab, perhaps, if you turn that on, infested dungeon, Holy Moly and no title, Nagura, it's all you.
Yeah, we'll see what strategy Holy Moly and no title come up with here. This is so interesting. I do want to see if both the teams decide to do the split strategy like we've seen last week, or if either of the teams decide, you know what, we also don't think that's faster, or maybe too risky. Looks like no title on the right of the screen, doing that split strategy we've seen last weekend, while Holy Moly, on the other hand, does not think, either they don't think it's better, or they think it's too risky. Either way, very interesting, again, to see a difference between the two teams here. No title committing that Bloodlust to be able to execute that split pool where they have the Rogue and the Raster Droid on one side, while Holy Moly being able to hold on to the Bloodlust because they are all here as a group, so they don't need to commit it here and can save it for a bigger pool later on.
So go tanking those poison bolts from Attic here at the very end, but it's going to be a clean execution coming out from no title as they finish off that second lieutenant and start to head to their team here. Now, we've seen the difference in these routes in our previous matchup. We know what to expect in terms of boss DPS. Holy Moly should be able to catch up a ton on the first boss of the dungeon if their execution is perfect, but no title are executing incredibly well here. On to the third mini-boss here. That first one for both of their quadrants, both of their sides, went incredibly fast, even faster. I'd like to say than we saw from Ducks Can Fly, so let's see if they can go just a little faster than Ducks Can Fly and can secure an advantage. I still think the difference in routing is incredibly close. If we look at the comparisons from the best run from Perplex last weekend, plus versus the run we just saw from Mandatory this weekend, Perplex's fastest run last weekend was a 10:20. Mandatory's run was a 10:14. It was the same level of key. They were both 11s, but they were different Dalatath bargains Havocs. I think they had the emissary spawn last weekend, so that actually probably costs a little more time, so it's incredibly close. Back to the action here, that we did see a death on the Enhanced Shaman from no title. Didn't have to use the Battle Res, was able to use the Ankh here, and fortunately didn't lose the Ascendant, so that's big for them that they still have that active. I'm sure they'll be popping it here very, very shortly on the boss once the 2 minutes come back up across the board. In the meantime, Holy Moly have gone and finished off the 3rd Lieutenant here and are gathering up a bunch of extra trash to pull up on top of Avanox here. The difference is not as big as it was last time around here. At this point in the dungeon, Ducks Can Fly had the boss at about 30% by the time Mandatory had pulled the boss. They only have the boss at 40% now. Holy Moly are holding on to the Bloodlust here, though. They think that there's something better they can use it on later on in the key.
Wow, very interesting. So, yeah, holding on to the last, also not doing as big of a trash pull here, it looks like. I think so, at least, in comparison to what we've seen Mandatory do. Mandatory was able to get up to 45%. Actually, I think they were even at 50% after this, as they were 15% ahead of No Ducks Can Fly. So, Holy Moly definitely pulling a little bit less trash here, even though they didn't do the split strategy. So I do think it's actually boding really well for no title. So they're only 7% behind enemy forces, and they're gonna have to pull a little bit more in this area before the second boss. But they're also pretty far ahead, finishing off the boss 20, maybe like 30 seconds faster, as Holy Moly is about to finish it off now.
Same idea of pulls from no title here, as we do have to double pull this first section of the dungeon, not taking it easy whatsoever, though. There are no damage cooldowns available for any of the players here. It's just the Kingsbane from the Rogue going into this hulking Bloodguard here. Tons of web mage casts they have to make sure they deal with here. If one of those poison volleys goes off, it could be a disaster for no title. Holy Moly, though, has finished off Avanox, though, and are going for a pull of their own. The Bloodlust is ready. They don't really have any damage cooldowns, though, so what is going to be the plan for this double Bloodguard? Triple Bloodguard, rather. It is the Bloodlust. This is what they saved it for. They get an affix spawn on top of it, so they're going to have a huge crit buff and max HP buff, helping them out with the damage here. This is cooldownless damage coming out of the Frost DK. Just the Bloodlust in the Pillar of Frost doing damage here, and they're able to burn through that first Bloodguard. 2 of them still active, though. Putting that damage reduction aura on the rest of the group, it's going to take them a lot of time to finish this off, even with the Bloodlust.
Yeah, this is interesting. So I do think just looking at it, I think I do prefer the lust on the previous boss with the trash, just because these Bloodguards, of course, applying that damage reduction aura, which, I mean, if it allows you to do the pull, of course, you will have to commit the Bloodlust if you can't do it otherwise. But having the damage reduction really, really costs you. Like, using a damage amp into a damage reduction usually is not something you want to do. But look at how much enemy forces they managed to gather up from this pull. They're up to 70%, while no title. They're on their second trash pull in this area, and they're still 64%. Teeth on Holy Moly's side already ready to pull the boss and snap everyone to the boss area. So Holy Moly dealing with this trash area so fast on their side.
Yeah, waiting to finish off those alarm guards so that they don't accidentally spawn an extra hulking Bloodguard. Any trash that you have left alive will also get snapped down into the boss arena here if you do leave it alive. So they were just waiting for them to finish off those mobs so they don't sort of evade bug out and let their alarm cast go off. Smart play from the team, from Holy Moly here, and we're on to a Noobsect. The thing that I like about that Bloodlust, though, is that it allowed them to save their 2-minute cooldowns for the boss here. They didn't have to pop them on trash, so a Noobsect is going to get absolutely shredded from Holy Moly here. No title. They only have the Breath of Syndragosa on the boss here. Deathmark being saved from Soko so far. There it is. There's the pop, but the Ascendance was committed to the trash, so the boss is going to take quite a bit longer for them, as the Enhance is not going to be contributing nearly as much as it is for Holy Moly. And you can look at the difference in boss damage here. 40% gap opened up for Holy Moly, but no title has made up the trash difference that they were missing on the first boss.
Yeah, they did. They're even slightly ahead, which means that they can skip something later on that Holy Moly maybe has to pull. Maybe one of the overseers that we see some teams play or other teams skip. But yeah, Holy Moly looking still very strong as they're about to finish off this boss. And then we'll see what happens in that last trash area and boss area. I mean, earlier we didn't see the teams make any mistakes here, but last weekend when the key level was actually one level lower. Actually, no, it was the same key level, right? We've seen a lot of teams have loads of mistakes on those overseer pulls and then to the last boss pulls as well. And Holy Moly not having that bloodlust, of course, as they were saving it, using it on that big Bloodguard pull. So we'll see what they do here. Overseer is being pulled by Thief Pass, not shadow melting it, not skipping it. That means they're going to be playing 3 overseers potentially. That might be a very difficult pull for them.
This is so nice. This Affix spawn giving them the crit buff as they head into the massive pull here. Like you said, the tailoring stun was used, likely going to be used on this hauler to cancel one of those massive slams later on, preventing the AoE stun so that the squad can do maximum DPS with this buff here. We'll probably see that stun come out on the next slam. Let's see it when it gets used. It is a 10-second single target stun. There it is, interrupting the massive slam cast. They don't have to worry about getting stunned. Carriers being pulled now on top of the trash. And this is, I believe, all of the cooldowns being used from Holy Moly to finish off this trash pack. Yes, clean execution from them. No second massive slam cast goes off. They do not have to worry about that. Meanwhile, on the other side, NOTITLE now on the other half of your screen, now gathering up that pull of their own. Tailor stun being used off the bat, off the rip, to make sure they don't get the very first massive slam in the very beginning of their cooldowns here. Can they finish off the hauler before it gets one of those stuns off? No, they cannot, and that's going to put a hamper on their damage. I think they'll be able to finish off for the second cast, but I think just overall, net positives for Holy Moly here. They deal with the trash just that much more efficiently here.
NOTITLE actually getting a cast from an overseer. Soko also proc cheat death earlier and does not have it anymore as he dies to the massive slam going through. Battle Rest has to be committed for NOTITLE getting their rogue back up. Now they're out of Battle Rest. Do manage to finish off the Hulk here, but yeah, definitely struggling a little bit on their pull. While Holy Moly, Sky does go down for NOTITLE as well. No more Battle Rest. They're gonna have to either kite this out or have a full wipe. Disaster for NOTITLE there at the very end of the dungeon.
Just going for broke at the end of the key there, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough from NOTITLE, and now Holy Moly with 100% of their trash count gone. They only have to deal with the final 50% of the Harvester here to take the series and give themselves a berth into the Global Finals. It is not over yet. I don't want to speak too soon. We have seen teams wipe to just this boss in Group A, but Holy Moly has been a team that's been on point all weekend, showing off new interesting strategies of their own in the Grim Battle, giving us the fastest ever in MDI run ever in history in that Necrotic Wake yesterday, and now they're being paid off in this run here. Can they finish off the final 30% of the boss with the 2-minute cooldowns coming up? This boss is not going to be long for this world, Nagura.
Definitely not, as we do have some cooldowns, as he said, coming up. The boss is just melting. One more debuff coming out. Looks like they are just letting it run, just spelling some of them on Igloo, making sure that they have that perfect formation around the boss in a circle to make sure none of these blobs are hitting each other. And there we go, last cast. They are just committing. 10:09 clear by Holy Moly. What an incredible fast run by them.
One-upping mandatory. That's crazy.
Yeah, right? I mean, holy moly, we've said it, we will continue to say it. They are a name and a statement in and of themselves, and they are absolutely blazing a trail here through Group B as they claim victory here and secure their spot in the upper bracket as well as the Global Finals. I mean, Holy Moly here had a really fast run. I mean, that 10:09, maybe we can talk a little bit about how that measures up, but obviously, Nagura was a little conflicted about the placement of Holy Moly's Lust, but Zyronic, what did you think sort of about the Lust timing in this one and how they did their route?
It's an interesting idea. I talked about it a little bit during the run, but the Lust timing was interesting. When you think about the Lust on Avinox specifically, I actually worry that if they lusted Avinox with their 2-minute cooldown timings, they might have actually killed the boss like before the Lust would have ended. So I like the idea of using the Lust on the massive trash pull. I'm not a big fan of the triple Bloodguard pull, though. I think that is a little bit too spicy. But, it worked for them. They didn't have to use really any of their major 2-minute cooldowns on that trash pull. They had all of the 2 minutes back up for a noob sect as well afterwards, so that boss went pretty quickly for them as well. I think overall the cadence of the route was great from Holy Moly.
I mean, and their time goes to show it, right? 10:09, which we have confirmed is the fastest Arakara. So, I mean, incredible there. Now, Dratnos, from your perspective on the analyst's desk, what do you think about this matchup that we just saw?
Yeah, so off the bat, I was excited to see NOTITLE going for the perplexed, 2-player team to go and fight this mini-boss while the rest of your group is doing the other one. Of course, this does require you to send the Bloodlust here, which, if the dungeon can be done in, 10 minutes and 10 seconds, you're only getting one Bloodlust in this dungeon, but I don't think NOTITLE's plan was for this to be their only lust, right? I think they're planning for an 11-minute Arakara, featuring a full lust at the end of the dungeon to help kill the last boss, so in that universe, I think getting a great first lust with a pull like that makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, NOTITLE are saying, you know what, we're only getting one lust this dungeon. We're going to use it to make this triple hulking Bloodguard pull possible, which, this is a pretty crazy pull, and it's kind of an awkward pull to send a lot of cooldowns on, because the mobs have a 50% damage reduction from these Bloodguards, so it's a very awkward situation to be dealing with that many of them, but they were able to get through this. The lust, it looks pretty good here. One added benefit of lust as well is it lets them heal better too, right? Igloo's Hots ticking faster, able to keep everybody topped between those back-to-back-to-back slams that they were getting from those three, so that may have been part of the consideration as well, was the defensive value of lust, not something we often talk about, but is definitely something worth mentioning. And then this big pull at the end of the dungeon as well, another somewhat sketchy one, another one where you're looking at it and you're looking like, okay, we're going to try and get through this, and we're actually going to commit a bunch of these cooldowns to this pull, even though we're about to pull the last boss of the dungeon, because that makes this pull possible. And you can see sort of the danger of this area, a lot that can go wrong, as we saw happening to NOTITLE at the end, although they may have been going a little bit more aggressively to try and equalize, knowing how far behind they were. That may not have been their full plan there. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, incredibly fast run, right, from Holy Moly. What an incredible performance. A 2-0 from them as well. That's going to be 2 zeros for both Mandatory and Holy Moly in all the series we've seen for them so far. Of course, that can't continue. Tomorrow we're going to see them battle each other, and a 2-0 for both teams is not possible in that series. The good news for both of them, though, is that they've already qualified through to the Global Finals as a result of making it that far. So huge congratulations to both of them. I think incredibly well-deserved by both teams. As we just saw out of Holy Moly, we've seen 4 runs from Holy Moly so far this weekend, and I don't know if there's any problems I can point to in all 4 of them. I guess the Dawnbreaker had a little snafu on the first boss, but even that wasn't that bad. This team looks like they're playing at an amazingly high level so far this weekend.
Honestly, I'm so excited about that matchup. Mandatory and Holy Moly is going to be an incredible one, and Holy Moly just came in here and just, I think, blew so many of us away. So getting to see Mandatory have that competition is hugely exciting. Now, as we look at the rest of the bracket, Nagura, we obviously are going to be heading down to the elimination brackets next. We're going to have Le Bro Canteur and Cursed facing one another. But, what are you thinking about this matchup? Cursed has the potential to go really far, right?
For sure. So I do think that Cursed, technically they're the favorites to win this one, right? But they struggled so much yesterday. They had so many big wipes, and with the new Challenger's Peril 15 seconds death penalty, there is a possibility that they lose a map or even a series if they're going to continue to have such huge mistakes and have those full wipes coming in. Now, it's also possible that they managed to shake it off from yesterday. Maybe it was nerfs, them competing together for the first time with this group composition as well with those players, right? So maybe they managed to shake it off, and they're going to play, or they're going to show us what they really can do today.
We can only hope, because there is so much potential. They just have to be able to live up to it here as they get into it. And Les Bros, they've got the vibe. They got the best vibes, but can they bring the best plays? Both of them, I think, have the chance to really push forward. So we'll see what happens here in the lower bracket as we face some of our first eliminations of the day. But first, we're going to take a quick break, so everybody get ready for what's about to come, because we have some big action once we return.
No matter who you are or where you're from, we all share a common need for human connection.
When you have this online world, it's more than a game. It's a community. It's where your friends are.
Mats Sten, known to many as Ibelin, faced immense adversity in his life. Yet he never allowed it to crush his indomitable spirit or his compassionate heart.
Interacting with Mats online showed me somebody who cared, somebody who always had time for others.
He was a key contact and often the first person that you spoke to when you logged on, because he was always very welcoming and interested in what other people were doing and, you know, how they were feeling and so forth.
Mats was born with this severe muscle disease. He got his diagnosis when he was 4 years old. We as parents were told that he would have a very limited life. Gradually he would lose all of his strength in his muscles, and in the end the heart is also a muscle.
Despite his limitations, he found freedom and adventure in Azeroth. Through the game, he lived a rich life and made a significant impact on countless people.
Mats could almost only move his fingers, and he sat in Norway and he helped people all over Europe.
Mats chose to present himself as Ibelin, an eager and charismatic detective. World of Warcraft has a unique power when it comes to connecting people. We are forming online communities like this. You're meeting in a way where what you look like, your age, your gender, your nationality isn't the first thing people see. What matters are the connections we are making.
Mats was very central in connecting everybody, you know, so he was very good at holding the guild together and communicating with all of us. We had somebody whose house burned down, and they were saying that they got care packages from the guild, that the guild was the only people that they could talk to about it.
A guy from Denmark was on the spectrum. He hadn't been to school for 3 years. He had locked himself inside, and Mats helped him back to school again. So like over 50 stories like this. He made a huge impression around the world and changed the lives of so many people.
I know these connections have helped me through tough times. Without it, my life would have looked so very much different.
Now, after learning and reading the story about Mats, we understand that there is much more to this gaming community, because it is not games. These are real social interrelations that you have with other people. 10 days after his passing, we had his burial, and to that funeral, people came from all over Europe.
Mats's journey is a testament to the human spirit, showing us that no matter the obstacles life presents, we have the strength to overcome them. In honor of Mats and the positive impact he made on so many players' lives in World of Warcraft, we are happy to introduce the Revan Pack in support of Cure Duchenne, a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving and extending the lives of those affected by Duchenne muscular dystrophy. By purchasing this pack benefiting Cure Duchenne, you will receive Revan, an adorable little fox themed after Ibelin's detective persona, along with a special backpack. This enchanting duo brings a touch of warmth, letting players carry the essence of Mats's adventurous spirit on all their journeys.
We want to renew and confirm our commitment to making sure whoever wants to play our game can. And that's doing research, talking to communities with accessibility needs and wants, and making sure that we're committed to allowing anyone who wants to play World of Warcraft to have that opportunity.
Support Cure Duchenne today with the Revan Pack, inspired by the remarkable life of Ibelin. The Revan Pack will benefit Cure Duchenne, the global nonprofit leader in research, patient care, and innovation for improving and extending the lives of those with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Available now until January 7th in the Battle.net shop and WoW in-game store. Thanks for sitting tight, everybody, over the break. And if you haven't yet, be sure to pick up that adorable little fox companion and donate to a really good cause as well, or check out that documentary. It's amazing how this game touches so many of our lives, and even though we're here for a competitive aspect, don't forget that the bonds we make in the game also are just a huge part of why we love World of Warcraft. So, thank you so much, everybody, for being with us today and being here, and Petals, Dratnos, Ironic, thanks for being on the desk. We've got some more competition ahead, and we have our first eliminations as well that we're going to be facing. So we talked about it a little before break, right? We've got Lebros versus Cursed, but Zyronic, Cursed, they struggled yesterday when we thought they'd be strong.
Yeah, we've been talking about them all weekend after we saw that first matchup. Cursed is a team that has a lot of big names on it, and they really did not play well yesterday, to put it lightly. I mean, they had a lot of mistakes, a lot of wipes, and this is a team that we expected to win their matchup coming into the day yesterday. Just random spot deaths on trash pulls that we haven't seen from other players, and then of course on the next trash pack, just getting destroyed actually twice by the same trash pull here. Not able to deal with that massive amount of healing absorbs on the squad. Just too much damage coming out from the lava bender on top of those healing absorbs. So it was just kind of a comedy of errors from them yesterday, and hopefully they have cleaned that up for today, because if they want to qualify to Global Finals, they're going to have to make a Polish Mountain-esque run in the lower bracket, going all the way from the very first round today. Not many teams have pulled that off, so it's going to be an uphill battle, but it starts with this matchup.
It does, and chat, you know, we have our thoughts, right? Libros, they also struggled a little bit, so I think both of these teams, they're coming in wanting to prove themselves, right? So, check out who you're going to back, let us know in the chat, put your predictions in. We have our predictions down below, and I mean, in this one, honestly, I think it does just kind of play into, right, who is able to kind of pull together and start enacting some of these strats. And I think a lot of us here, let's see, we have some faith that Cursed is going to pull it off. I mean, Tettle's looking at all of this. Nagur's the only one who thought maybe we'd have a little bit of back and forth, but why did you think it would be a 2-0?
Competed in MDIs in the past and had relatively strong success in both TGPs and MDIs. Now, for some of them, it's been a hot minute, maybe even like a full expansion. But I think it's one of the situations that they started off a bit shaky. They didn't have that synergy, you know, like Zyronic pointed out in that replay package. They had some deaths at very pivotal moments in the dungeons, but I think that, like, you know, with this dungeon, they have a little bit more practice. I think they should be able to kind of pull it all together, and I hope that they can kind of go on like a revenge tour, right? They're not starting off in the easiest dungeon, with Necrotic Wake being a very volatile dungeon, but I think that for Cursed, once they start getting wins underneath their belt, they can really start to kind of string those together and kind of make the lower bracket run that at least I'm expecting of them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Dratnos, we're going into the Necrotic Wake here at the start. Do you think that this is an opportunity for them to not be cursed themselves, but to start cursing their opponents?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is a group of players, many of whom played back in Shadowlands, so, of course, not that long ago, that expansion, so... No, that's different team titles.
Shadowlands was 40 years ago, Dratnos.
They'll be moving to Grim Atoll for our game 2, which was, of course, one of the maps that they lost yesterday. So that is, you know, a little bit worrying for sure for Cursed. I think definitely the story for Cursed is going to be, can we avoid these full wipes that happened yesterday? I know it happened in both of their maps yesterday, but those were only 2 data points, right? It's not enough to say that they just die all the time, a bunch of times, right? Like that. There can be 2 flukes, right? That could happen, and that's what I'm hoping for Curse. I hope that they can lock it in and avoid any of that today.
Agreed. I mean, Lebros CANTEURS here, they bring the party. They've got their friendship, the bonds of community, and they're going to need it here, Cursed, as well as they try to redeem themselves. Lebros CANTEURS versus Cursed. Our first elimination's on the line. It is all you, Tettles.
Yeah, right off the bat, both of these teams doing an absolutely massive pull. It's fairly common to actually see this pull go down in the 35-second mark. It looks like as well as we might have committed a spear on both of the sides of these teams here to this Blightbone pull. That spear does piercing damage, and the damage isn't the most important part. It's actually the 25% damage amp as well. And so utilizing things like that Death Knight, that Unholy DK that we see from Lebros, and just honestly the raw damage that the entire Curse team is able to provide. Both of these teams are going to be downing this boss sub 1 minute as we are already off to the races. Lust is still up for Cursed. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the old bloodlust while you're running. Never a great feeling, especially in this dungeon. You do only get one lust in this dungeon if you're going to be sub 10 minutes, which we know that a 7:47 run is the reigning world record run in this dungeon and in this tournament from yesterday.
Ooh. What do you think about Frost DK in here?
Yeah, so Frost, I like it because it's going to be doing just a lot of damage on the spots where maybe Unholy isn't as much, right? Like, there are some pulls where Unholy just feels really rough. Some of these kind of small or medium pulls between the big pulls where... yeah, it doesn't look great for LeBro Canteur here. They're all just kind of standing around. It does look like it is a tank DC situation, which is very unfortunate. That's not the kind of thing we typically will do replays for, of course, because DCs are not something like under our control or anything like that. And it looks like we are going to have that player return, so LeBro Canteur going to keep it going here. But that's definitely like minus 1 minute in an 8-minute dungeon is tough. That's not good at all. So this will really, I think, put the test to Cursed now of can they avoid any sort of wipe situation like we had yesterday, because the advantage they just gained was significant from that tank DC from LeBro Canteur, but it's not enough to overcome a wipe, especially in a world of Challenger's Peril, meaning that it's 15 seconds per death. So Cursed still have to keep this very, very consistent.
I mean, we see deaths at MDI occasionally vary between the 1 minute and 15 seconds of just, we had 5 people die, and occasionally it goes all the way up to, I don't even know, 3 or 4 minutes, and LeBro having a full wipe. What happened? Did a fear go off?
It looked like a tank death into a cleave that then was spun around and hit multiple people. That's going to be a full wipe for LeBro there. They're going to be apparently may have been a tank DC again leading to that death there. So very unfortunate adversity being encountered by LeBro Canteur. The real question now is, will Cursed be able to put up a very fast run here? Will they be able to show that they are competitive with our top teams of the weekend, that they're competing not just to make it out of this series, but to make it into global finals, which will require them to beat all of their next 3 series to make that happen? That's going to be the challenge for them. And remember, the time to beat in this dungeon is 7 minutes and 47 seconds, which they're already almost halfway towards that mark, which is crazy.
Dude, this has to feel awful for LeBro, because yesterday we've actually seen pretty good competition from some of our lower seeded teams, and I thought that LeBro's, even though they were playing against Mandatory, they looked like fine yesterday. And so this has to feel really unfortunate if you're having multiple tank DCs. That's something that if you're healer DC'd, all right, we could probably continue to manage.
Yeah.
If you're DPS DC'd, that sucks, but we can keep playing. Your tank DCs and you're just sitting there AFK as they're having another full wipe.
Yeah, it's tough because now you have these pulls where you don't have your cooldowns, and so you're put in this tough spot of do we pull all the same enemies? We're missing these various resources. And then you kind of go for it, and then something goes wrong. You have some timings are different than you were expecting because you have a different configuration of resources going into the pool. So it's really a cascading catastrophe here for LeBro. Looks like they will be potentially releasing and trying to keep this one going, but at this point, for 10 deaths in, it's going to require multiple disasters of a similar magnitude from Cursed to give them even the chance of coming back into this one. So we will watch Cursed run and see if something like that does happen.
What was the time from the Necrotic Wake yesterday? It was
7:47.
7:47. I think that Cursed's second boss split was a little bit slower than that 7:47 we saw yesterday. I believe the second boss split was 2:30. And so I think this one was 3:10 whenever we were throwing the lower third that had the timers on it. So it's a little bit slower than what we were pacing to see a 7:45, but I think we could still pretty reasonably see a sub 10-minute run here.
Yeah, I think that they're probably on pace for something like a 9-minute, something
which is very fast.
It's extremely fast. We do have to, of course, avoid any deaths for that to be a possibility. Spen, no cheat death available. Does get hit very low, but manages to live. The Fleshcrafter channeling that repair creation for a little while. That's not good. That's going to add an extra little bit of time here as they now have to finish off this loyal creation with some extra health. So again, not perfect. We are going to have an affix spawn now. This is a pretty good time for that affix to be spawning. Oh no, the Fleshcrafter broke free before I think the RP maybe got started. I'm not 100% sure. It looks like maybe yes.
It looks
So-
like Surgeon Stitch Flesh is spawning the mobs.
Yeah, but you can see it got delayed a little bit there because the
Oh,
Flesh
you're right.
Crafter, the Flesh Crafter was broken out when the RP would have started, so they needed to re-MC it, and it took a little bit for that to happen. So a couple of time losses happening here. Unfortunate combination of throw cleavers there as well. They both targeted the same person. That's a time loss as well whenever that happens because you can only land one of them, and then your tank needs to soak the other one. So yeah, things are preventing this from being a textbook perfect run for Cursed. But nevertheless, they are still on a 0-death pace, which is, I think, the main thing we were hoping to see out of them. I'm also going to be curious, are they going to save this spear for the last boss and not use it on Stitch Flesh, as we saw Holy Moly do yesterday?
Yeah, whenever we saw Holy Moly do it yesterday and save that spear, it's kind of an interesting decision. So first and foremost, I think the question is, can you one-phase Surgeon Stitch Flesh? Because if he gets that escape, then that is actually like a pretty big time loss, probably somewhere in the order of like 15 to 20 seconds, so you'd rather spear him. However, if you're able to beat the boss pre-escape, say you're utilizing things such as those throw cleavers, or you just have enough DPS up front, then you would rather then save that spear for the last boss and hopefully be able to beat the first Grim Harvest send down cast. And so it kind of depends on how much damage that you have. On a 9, there is kind of a question as to what you actually need, like how much damage you actually need. And so I think it's just a question of like how well has this team practiced and how easily formed are their strategies for this dungeon. And right now we're at 7 minutes and 20 seconds into this key. So we're going to be passing that time that Holy Moly was able to put up in here in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, we are about done with this dungeon. We are going to have the boss spawning now. And these two bosses do die fairly quickly, so the sub 10-minute run is certainly still on the table. It is a question of, are they planning to use that spear or not? Because by far the easiest way to do this dungeon is to spear Surgeon Stitch Flesh, right? You spear the boss, you send it home for sure, you're happy about it, you don't worry about it. But if you really want to optimize time and you can do the boss without spearing it and you have it for the last boss, that is really, really good. Zatsy is the spear holder and is going to hold on to that spear as well. Nice cleaver as well. That's a good boss management by Lizelle there, keeping it closer to the Flesh Crafter than the creation is.
I love the Void Tendrils as well
good
from the Priest. And so, yeah, then they leave that mob in the cage, and then the moment that Throw Cleaver's cast is available again, then they just break the mob out of the cage. That way they don't take any additional damage, as he doesn't have to really deal with it. And then they get that Flesh Crafter to throw that Cleaver again. Now they're going to be mind controlling that mob and taking it back up to that Nalthor area. And if you look at the cursed frames, on Zatsy's frame, you can see a spear. That means that they have that Javelin available. They actually also have all their offensive CDs available with Breath of Cindergosa and Ascendance here and Deathmark. So I think that we might be looking to see a 40-second Nalthor the Rhymebinder boss fight here if Curse is able to deploy all of their damage in an effective manner.
Looked like the spear there may have connected with Onesie rather than Nalthor, or the Fleshcrafter's Throw Cleaver, rather.
Oh, no.
So a little bit unfortunate there. That's definitely a tiny bit of a time loss there. Looks like it's going to be a Shadow Meld by Onesie against that Dark Exile. It's going to queue back up to go again.
Don't meld.
Melded once again on Spen. Now goes into a Frozen Binds Icy Shard cast before potentially starting another Dark Exile cast. Maybe they've just managed to skip it entirely, though.
If you double meld... Okay, so you have to have 2 melds available, but then the boss will not recast the Dark Exile if you send it into 2 melds. So
incredible.
That's some hot tech for you guys at home right there. If you want to be able to improve your boss split here, and a 922 is put up for Curse, a very, very fast Necrotic Wake.
Very fast. I mean, still sub 10, right? And while it's not the world record, Cursed absolutely coming back in here with a very not cursed run here in Necrotic Wake. We claim this first victory. Now, of course, Libros CANTEURS had a lot go wrong. They had those DCs. I think it really set them up for just a huge wall they could never climb. But, the question came up whether or not Cursed showed that they're competitive in this run. And, I'm curious, Dratnos, do you think that they did with this one?
Yeah, I'm also impressed by Cursed's run. I think that it's very clearly true that Cursed aren't in position to be one of the top 2 teams of this weekend if their runs are consistently of that quality. I think that both Mandatory and Holy Moly look moderately better than that run was. There were just a few things that went wrong, like a few medium-sized time losses that you could see, a few optimizations that were certainly still on the table for Cursed. But are they in position to be the 3rd best team in our weekend with runs like that? That one is maybe. That one is one where it's like, okay, maybe if we can keep our runs of that quality, I think they're definitely competitive for that third slot out of this group. So very exciting, I think, showing from Cursed, and now they're going to get to prove it in the old Grim Batol as well.
Oh no!
Where the incident happened yesterday. They'll get to return to the scene of the crime and see if they can figure it out this time.
The incident. I love how it just where the incident occurred. I mean,
it was the incident.
It was.
Grim Batol, the source. It's a lot of players can relate, I think, to stuff going wrong in Grim Batol, and there's a lot of different ways that can happen. It's, I would say, overwhelmingly likely it's that area between Forge Master Throngus and the next boss, right? That middle, second half, middle area of the dungeon. Very, very volatile part of the dungeon, so hopefully Cursed have a good plan for it. With the MDI strategy, you're doing that area in like 3 pulls, and all of them are so deadly. The boss fight itself is so deadly as well. But hopefully it's something that they can land, right? Hopefully that's something that they will be able to execute. I know that the players on that team are capable of doing it, but it's just a question of actually putting all those pieces together when they only have one attempt at it.
Yeah, I mean, they did well here in Necrotic Wake, and I think we've seen a kind of similar volatility with Necrotic Wake, Grim Batol, where those big wipes are happening, right? So maybe this was the warm-up they needed so they can overcome the incident and turn that spot into the place of victory, the path to winning. But we are going to take a look a little bit closer at this match that we just did here in Grim Batol. So, Zyronic, from your analyst desk, how did this go for Cursed?
Well, my analyst desk is actually the same as my casting desk, but I digress. The thing with this run, I think Dratnos covered it almost perfectly. While there weren't any super, major mistakes that happened in the run, it was just overall just a slower pace than what we would expect, and actually what we saw yesterday from Holy Moly, right? You looked at this run with nothing major going wrong, and then you look at the run from Holy Moly and you think to yourself, how did Holy Moly go 1.5 minutes faster than this? It's absolutely ridiculous that they were able to go that fast. That being said, this is the type of run that we were kind of hoping to see from Cursed after they were unable to put together a clean run yesterday, right? This is a 0-death run in a relatively volatile dungeon. They did it cleanly, sub 10 minutes, still pretty quick, and this is something that they can build upon as, like we were talking about earlier, they look forward to the rest of the weekend where they have to go on an absolute run in this lower bracket gauntlet in order to give themselves a chance of getting that third and final global final slot that's still available this weekend.
I mean, if they want to solidify that, which is possible, it is, right? Like we said, they're going to have to go through the entirety of the lower bracket here, which is no small feat. But if they keep playing, I think, on this level, Tettles, do you think that's something that's feasible for them?
Yeah, I definitely think it's within reason for them to be able to make a pretty solid lower bracket run. Even with this Necrotic Wake, while it wasn't the caliber of Holy Molys, I actually think that most of the time that they ended up losing was in between the first and the second boss. And I actually think a lot of that comes down to the Unholy DK versus Frost Death Knight decision point, where every single time we saw Holy Moly, they were grabbing an insane amount of trash and just pulling that right on top of the boss. And I think that the Unholy DK just thrives in an environment like that. Of course, Curse did end up losing some time in the Necropolis, like Dratnos and I pointed out. But I think that if they had to run back this dungeon, they would actually be able to make up that time easily. I think the time that they're not easily able to make up is the 30 to 45 seconds that they lost in between that first and second boss split. And I think that those are the things that we're looking at. But just a sentiment that I want to echo again. I think that they are very much vying for a third place position.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to have to prove it here in Grim Batol, which is coming up next. I mean, hopefully Labros has gotten things sorted out with some of the DC, and I know we've been working hard to get that smooth for them where we can. And, Cursed can come in here and continue to show the gameplay that they just did, which I think is a huge improvement from what we saw yesterday. Either way, they're going to have to fight it out. Cursed will be able to continue this hopeful run through the lower bracket if they win it, but if Labros can take it, we'll be moving on here. But Drat, as Grim Batol, I mean, the incident occurred here, and you were talking a little bit about what it has in store. What do you think makes this dungeon just so difficult overall?
Yeah, so there's a confluence of factors that are the challenge in this area. A lot of it is the trash in this particular part of the dungeon.
So
these
many
lava
casters.
benders, these warlocks. The warlocks are putting big curses with heal absorbs on everybody. Then that is compounded by the fact that this is our highest level key that we have this weekend. It's tied for it at plus 11, where our keys this weekend range from levels 9, 10, and 11. So the 11 is the highest, and that means it's got both Tyrannical and Fortified active on it. And the other affix that we have going in here is Voidbound, which I would describe as probably the most impactful of the affixes when it can spawn in a trash pool, because it does come with a damage reduction for the enemies, and it always spawns on your tank, but your tank is sometimes far away from where the pull is. You're maybe grouping mobs, so depending on where that Void Emissary spawns and when it spawns, you can end up in a spot where it provides a bunch of damage reduction to enemies, and you have to then swap to kill it, and then the pack is living for a little bit longer than you were budgeting for it. And in the MDI, it's sort of like riding a bike in that your stability comes from your speed. I don't know. I don't really ride a bike very often myself, but I'm not a big bike rider.
Keep talking.
My understanding of how bikes work is that if you ride them at a really slow pace, it's actually less stable. And then if you're going fast, that forward momentum is giving you the stability and it's preventing you from falling over. And it's the same with these pulls in Grim Batol. If you're able to get them done in like 30 seconds or less, you're not going to run out of your stuns. You're not going to run out of your cooldowns. But if that pull starts lasting an extra 10 seconds even, that's an extra series of casts. And it's not just like, 10 seconds out of a 40-second pull, that's 25% more cast. It's often like, oh no, now we're going from 0 casts going through to 10 casts going through, because we no longer have our AoE stops, we no longer have our cooldowns on this pull. So that little bit of extra time from an unfortunate Void Emissary spawn from the key level going up can lead to a lot of danger. Tettles, what's so funny, man?
Dratus just used so many words to say that there are a lot of casters in Grim Batol, and they are very hard to deal with.
Using so many words is our job description, buddy.
You literally just spent 2 minutes to be like, yeah, that dungeon's got a lot of casters. and then you just started this analogy about riding a bike. Like, what are we even talking about, that?
That's us talking about stuff. That's the whole bit here. That's the entire thing.
In other words, W. Phil. Dranos.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I love this, Dranos. I thought that was great. And, everybody, Dranos is not just a master and teacher of bracketology, as we've seen this weekend, but also can teach you how to ride a bike, which he sometimes maybe does. So, no, I mean, look, I thought the metaphor was good. I thought it was good. Because that's something we've talked about when it comes to the actual pacing of pulls in MDI versus other styles of content, right? The fact that you're planning around, all of those cooldowns, the fact that, you're looking for that funnel damage, as we talked about even this weekend, right? Because you want to condense stuff as much as possible. Speed running is a very different beast in comps, in, pull style, in the things that you're doing than many other styles of approaching Mythic Plus. And I mean, we'll be getting into the game here in just a second. Everybody, we want to make sure everything's good for the team, so thanks for sitting tight. And Dratnos, thank you so much for being verbose. We love that for you as well. But, Tettles, as we think kind of about Mythic Dungeons and how we approach them in MDI, what do you think are some of kind of the staples, or what sort of thoughts are you having right now that you can also make verbose?
Oh, I mean, the biggest staples, I think that there's like a good strategy that you're going to see is like what tank decision that you make. I think that you're designing a lot of the compositions around what tank we're seeing, and I think that the Vengeance Demon Hunter that is actually very good for dungeons like Grim Batol, where you're able to get a lot of lockdown on the mobs. In addition to that, the Vengeance Demon Hunter ends up having like a lot of mobility to be able to get the packs started. Also, speaking about the tank, I'm very concerned about their tank's mental having to recover from like DCs. I think that to me is maybe like a huge concern for LeBros. Like, I feel like it's super easy to tilt if you have a situation like that occur.
I actually think if you're coming into this as such an underdog, it's kind of easier to brush off stuff like that happening, because you're like, right, like if you were expecting to win that map and you were a favorite, I think it would be a lot harder. But if you're here and I think if you're LeBro Cantor, I am optimistic about their resilience in the face of adversity here, as we are going to finally get underway here into this decisive, potentially Grim Batol between LeBro Cantor and Cursed, both teams setting up for quite a large pull at the start here. It looks like LeBro are actually maybe skipping that very first pull here, or maybe it's been added in retroactively to this pull.
This is a very scary first pull, and it looks like those mobs are actually coming in from behind as well. It looks like the cast went off, and on top of that, the damage from the initial hit from the Twilight Destroyer Dragon ended up having a death on LeBro. Now, fortunately enough, it was just the healer, which, if you're losing lust on somebody, you would rather it be the healer on a pull like this, as LeBros are able to finally get that trash dealt with. But Cursed on the right side of your screen, already able to have that entire pack killed off with 0 deaths.
Yeah, meanwhile, Cursed also setting up the Lizelle is running and grabbing a bunch of mobs, and he's going to group them up so that they can be shot down by these dragons. You can see there on the health frames. Yeah, look at that. We've got the aerial view on that bridge. He's collected that dragon and a bunch of other enemies, and that's going to take the full brunt of a bombing barrage from everybody. Huge amount of count secured by Cursed as a result of that strategic decision. Lizelle going to drop a feast to heal back up here. That did cost him his last resort, so...
How bad is that? Like...
Spending last resort for something like this?
Yeah.
I would say it's not that bad. So this dungeon is scary for tanks, but it's not scary for tanks in the same part of the dungeon that it's scary for everybody else. It's like the Throngest trash, in my opinion, is some of the scariest tank moments of the dungeon, but not much of the rest of the dungeon, or not much of the rest of your group is in danger there. So usually I think you can get through that area. So
okay,
I'm not too worried. Like, I think that if you offered me, okay, we can do this pull, but it's going to cost you your last resort every time, do you still want to do it? I'd probably say yes.
That seems like a good payoff. Now, I will say that one of the differences whenever you're doing this strategy where you don't have your tank getting the Twilight Drake is that a lot of the trash is going to end up having a little bit more higher HP. Dude, look at what Curse is doing. Hold on. I'm going to stop myself here. They're dropping the AMZ and the barrier and just standing in that first bombing run of those Twilight Drakes to be able to continue to hit General Umbras for a lot longer.
Love this.
And they're not ready to pull that trash pack into this pull. I think they're just waiting for like their Breath of Syndragosa and their Ascendance to come up. I think the DT is up in 15 seconds as well, so they're waiting for a couple of their offensive cooldowns to come up right before grabbing that pack. It might have even been just waiting for the Silent Sigil. There's a couple of pieces of utility that they were just waiting for here. I like that.
Yeah, I think this is a very cool play. I mean, many teams have been kind of adapting the strategy of not using any of the bombing run on that pull and then just taking it into this boss sometime in the middle of the fight. And I think it looks really good. It's a nice way to sort of guarantee that you always have roughly 5 targets that you're in combat with, which is kind of that sweet spot for that funnel damage being fully online for a lot of these specs, and just the efficiency of the cooldowns being always pretty high. So
what's the enhanced funnel cap? Is it 8?
So Enhance's funnel is, they don't play much traditional funnel. It's mostly just resource based. Every target they're hitting is giving them extra Maelstrom weapon stacks. I mean, yeah, as you start getting up, there is diminishing returns on it for sure. I would say at 5 you're already pretty happy, but it is still better as you go higher. Yeah.
Okay. There's also some P-Wave stuff with the Flame Shock spreading and whatnot.
Yeah, although there are some abilities that are going to do damage reduced beyond, I believe, 8 targets. So as you start getting above 8, your primary target may be taking less from some of them.
That's what our DKs are here for, though.
That's true. We do have a DK. Again, a composition difference between the two teams is that Cursed are on the Frost DK instead of the Assassination Rogue. And both teams are running the Unholy DK, but interesting difference for sure.
I actually don't mind the double Death Knight in here, especially since we talk about how volatile this dungeon is just in general. That Death Knight class is absurdly tanky.
Yeah.
Like, arguably maybe even tankier than your Vengeance Demon Hunter in some spots. And so having 2 of those, I think it can help increase the consistency of a run like this. And I mean, look at this pull from Cursed. They're doing double side pack into that Molten Giant. There are so many casters in this pack that they're basically on a timer. So they can end up using their Shaman utility with the Thunderstorm and the Cap Totem. Then they can use their Silent Sigil. And then after that, they're kind of out of buttons to press. And so we're on more or less a 25-ish second timer for that pack to get dealt with. And Cursed just annihilate that pull.
Wow, nice work. They are going to have a Voidbound spawn behind them. A little bit of an unfortunate location for this Void Emissary to be coming in from. It's going to miss a couple of seconds of damage. It's not going to matter, though. They are going to melt that thing as Breath of Syndragosa is rolling. Onesie even holds that Pillar of Frost for after it dies, doing just the max possible damage with that versatility buff and that cooldown reduction to the boss. Cool adaptation potentially to the Affix buff. Something that we don't think about a lot is optimizing your rotation in the context of these Affix buffs as well, because they do impact your rotation. The Void Emissary one,
you get the CDR.
It's versatility and CDR, right? Cooldown reduction, which depending on your spec might be something worth thinking about. Even just the versatility, right? Knowing that you're going to have a 20% versatility amp in a few seconds, it can make sense to save some stuff that otherwise wouldn't be worth saving for that damage increase. Of course, you got to be careful because sometimes you grief your rotation if you think too much about that kind of stuff.
Looking at Cursed here, I actually like how they're pulling Throngest towards this exit area. So there's a forced part of this boss where your tank has to run away. It's whenever he gets big and turns red and he starts like running at your tank. If you end up getting meleeed by him, he hits you for about 40 million, so it's unlovable.
Yeah, it's a 1,000% increased damage buff while the boss does have that molten mace. So, I mean, if you just shield block it, I don't know what to tell you.
I think that Cursed taking this boss all the way to the exit here, just the way that they're posturing is phenomenal. I really like this. And look at LeBros here. Forgemaster is at 57%, and they're finally grabbing that Molten Giant and Triple Beguiler pull into the boss as well. I think it's just like a difference in pacing of when you have your cooldowns available and trying to make sure that those Triple Beguilers can die before they end up getting that stun off on any individual player.
Yeah, those just got melted for LeBro there. Of course, it is going to be Cursed that exit this boss moderately ahead of LeBro. They're going to be starting off this huge pull. This was where Zotzi died yesterday. That was the start of the problems for Cursed in yesterday's Grim Battle. So hopefully they will be able to avoid that this time. Rapture rolling, a couple of curses out now. Some dispels will be available, but not many in this composition. So Zotzi trying to survive, able to do so. Out comes the power infusion as well as they start melting down that first lava bender, and the second one finally joins the pull here.
This pull has some weird anti-sync technology on the casters between the Warlocks and the Beguilers to make sure that none of the mobs actually cast too much at the exact same time, but there are an insane amount of casters that are in this pull, and you need to be kind of on your toes as to which mobs you're looking to cast. Like you see it for Curse right there was a Warlock in the back that just like started spamming Bolt, and if that mob ends up targeting Zotzi, and Zotzi is definitely the person who's the most likely to die here, but Zotzi or Skufta, if either of them get targeted over and over again, they can either one of them die rather quickly. But I think that just utilizing their CC, they end up having that Sigil of Silence as well. Both of those tools being used in unison, I think allow Cursed a pretty easy job of being able to deal with that pack. And now they have a Void Emissary that spawns out of combat, which intuitively you would think it's bad because it kind of slows them down, but I actually think that this is pretty good because it gives them a mob to hit, and it allows their enhancement shaman to build resources on that Void Emissary while they're gathering the next pull, and it doesn't put that DR crucially on these mobs that Cursed is gathering.
Yeah,
this is that pull that wiped them yesterday, by the way, for Cursed.
It is the big problem pull was this one. It looks like they've got it a lot more clean this time around. It does look like there's not a dragon involved in this pull, which I think there was yesterday for them. So they may have eased off the aggression here. I think what happened is they changed their strategy to adjust for that pull of Lizelle grabbing more trash at the start of the dungeon with the bombing run, and that meant they got to take the dragon out of this pull, or that pull that we just saw them do, which is a lot safer and cleaner. As while I've been talking about this, LeBro Canteur have had a full wipe, unfortunately. So once again, it is now the ball in Cursed court here. Very little opportunity for LeBro Canteur to come back if Cursed can hold on and keep this on 0 deaths. And this is their opportunity now. They've made it through the most of where they had trouble yesterday. This boss fight, though, still a sketchy one. And of course, the entire end of the dungeon, a dangerous area.
I like how Curse is actually playing 4 dwarf style effects with the Dark Iron Dwarf Fireblood ability for both of the DKs, and then just the regular dwarf for both Zotzi and Skufta. I think it just makes sense to be able to get those Warlock curses off of you at any given point, especially if you feel like you're in danger, because some of the pulls that they're doing, especially whenever you pull those Warlocks with those lava benders, is terrible. And for LeBros, more problems occur here as their healer does die to that Twilight Ascension cast from that lava bender, and just a few more issues are in the mix here. And it looks like Cursed is trying to get those Shadow Flame Spirits spawned as close to the boss as possible, and now Lizelle is going to be grabbing some more trash into the boss.
Yes, this is a common pull that we do see onto this boss. It is, despite being common, extremely lethal and dangerous for a lot of the group here, including the tank. Lizelle has recovered that last resort, though. It's been more than 8 minutes since it was procced, so that is a huge safety net that Cursed do have.
What do you lust?
Well, I think you're just lusting last boss at this point. I think you're going to do... Okay. You're going to do 2 corruptors, and then you're going to take 2 corruptors into the last boss and hit lust. Okay, that's what I'd like to do if I was Cursed at this point. Ooh. But it depends a little bit on how their cooldowns are available. You really want to make sure that you have lust for your CDs. Zotzi in some danger.
I actually hate how this is going right here for Cursed. So they have the 2 Shadow Flame Spirits targeting their DPS, and with a full melee composition, it's really hard to get these mobs killed off in a proper time. And then if you end up having those warlocks or those beguilers stuck in the back of the room casting on you, free casting on you, that can actually cause a lot of problems. So Cursed, I think, lost probably 15 to 20 seconds there, just having to panic move the boss away from those Shadow Flame Spirits to allow their melee DPS to finish off that last little bit of trash.
Yeah, there's the power infusion for Cursed.
Oh,
and they
boss
are
is
going to
dead.
get through. Yeah, cooldowns, maybe one last set of cooldowns here. So I think what we're going to have happen is, 2 Corruptors without much CDs, and then 2 Corruptors onto boss with the Lust and cooldowns. That's my prediction for Cursed here. Looks like Lazelle's going to maybe just fight the 1 Corruptor here for a little while. Maybe after it finishes this next Corrupt cast, they will move forward. Or maybe they're just going to take this a little bit more steadily. Nope, there they go.
So they have all of the hatchlings here. And this hatchlings, whenever they die off, they end up putting an increased shadow damage taken debuff onto your players. There kind of becomes a question of like, how many of these hatchlings can you really take? Like, in like, what does your debuff resetting look like? And it looks like they were delaying pulling that second Corruptor for that 16. Oh, the 16 stack actually didn't fall off. It got refreshed all the way up to 24. So anybody who gets targeted by a Corruptor here could die. Now, the DKs play AMS Cloak of Shadows-ish ability and could, in theory, clear it off, but it looks like Spin doesn't even have his AMS for a couple of seconds, but then once he presses it, then he's fine.
Yeah, incredible work there by Cursed as they do get through that. They are going to have a Void Emissary spawn. You got to make sure you kill that off, so this is an unfortunate timing for it. But they are, I mean, it's somewhat unfortunate, but it's also fortunate, right? It's nice that it didn't happen at an annoying time, but it did happen at a slow time for them, compared to, like, right as you're hitting Lust and you could just melt it down for free. Here comes that boss pull for Curse, though, and this is going to be all CDs and Lust.
I do think that you're right in one sense, but like I think that the biggest time loss that you can have with that Void Emissary isn't necessarily hitting it. It's applying the AoE DR to all of the mobs. And so I think if you have it spawn out of combat, you can just like quickly kill it off and get that versatility buff immediately, and then just do this absolutely massive pull that you're seeing from here, where you have 1 ZDK on that Frost Death Knight with that Breathless Endragosa eclipsing 6 million DPS here as Eridax is below 70% health.
Yeah, a lot of that is hitting those hatchlings, which are now dead, but it is still...
Don't talk about that. No.
You're right. Still very impressive, of course.
Let him cook.
Cursed. And again, Cursed on 0 deaths in this map and in this series is a huge, huge good thing for them. Incredibly good work by Cursed, especially given how sketchy they looked in both of their maps yesterday. They've showed up big time today. The boss now below half health. And they are... they're just looking so good here. Lebro on 10 deaths in this run, still trying to stay competitive, still on this third boss, but I think just outclassed here by Cursed showing up in a way that really does show that they're trying to be competitive with the very top teams in our weekend.
I think Curse kind of let the nerves get to them yesterday, and I think that this was the team that I was kind of expecting whenever they were playing up against Ducks Can Fly yesterday. This is the team, if Curse can continue to play exactly like this, that can make an excellent lower bracket run, and I think that this is a team that could be vying for a third place spot for the Global Finals coming out of the Group B weekend.
Absolutely, yeah, they are just at 10% on the boss now. The final burn coming in here. No cooldown's going to be available, but not any needed either. As they melt down Eridax. Full count has been achieved, so a 14-27 run is going to secure Curse their spot in the next match, which is later today, so they're not done yet for the day. Unfortunately, Lebro Cantor are. We will bid them a fond farewell as they do exit our tournament now. A shame to see them go, but I'm glad that we got to see them play.
Oh, absolutely. And it's great to see Cursed here, having dispelled the curse of the incident and blazing their way forward. I mean, as we look at the match here, it's great to see Cursed play like we kind of thought they would. I think you're right. I think it was nerves. I think we had something playing in there. But now that they're back in form, what do you think looks really good for them coming out of this series, Tettles?
I think it's just a situation where Cursed... We were talking about it. I think the wipes and the deaths are the most costly thing. I think that every single time that we saw Cursed yesterday, whenever they were having mistakes, it wasn't even just like they were having like one death. It was like, this one death cascades into a full wipe. And I think that for them, they looked a lot better. The 14-27 probably isn't going to end up being the fastest Grimbatol that we see for this weekend. But I think that if you put that up against some of our other top level teams, Cursed is probably winning most of their matchups in a Grimbatol, which is an incredibly volatile dungeon.
I mean, that was so great compared. Just love seeing that full-on improvement. You know, yesterday things went wrong. It happens to everybody, but you just have to keep going until they go right. You have to perfect what you can, and you have to just keep pushing through. And they completely redeemed themselves on this run. Very competitive one, too, like you were saying, Tuttles. Since we've seen other deaths happen quite frequently here, and this was a very solid run from them. Now, as we look in a little bit more detail here, Zyronic has some replays for us.
Yeah, and I don't think the replay package is necessarily too important to what I want to talk about. Obviously, Cursed looks way better today than they did yesterday. Dratnos and Tuttles are both touching on that a lot throughout the run. I don't want to talk too much about Lebrow Canteur. Unfortunately for them, they were dealing with tank DCs the entire time. And that's not a way you want to go out of a competition, unfortunately, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Unfortunate way to bow out, but we were glad to get to see them, and the name will forever be reminded in our heads of that team. Glad to see them show up this weekend. But yeah, Cursed, this matchup, this has got to be a big... I don't know. This is going to make them feel better about their chances this weekend. They still have a lot of work left to do, right? This is only the first matchup of, I believe, 4 that they have to win to qualify. Sorry, 3 more that they have to win to qualify. So,
oh my gosh.
They've got a lot of work left to do. This is just the start, but it's a good start. 2 0-death runs, while they might not be the fastest, this is something that you can build on and improve upon. And even though they might not be the fastest in terms of the MDI, you have to draw a few comparisons as to like how difficult the MDI routes actually are. During this matchup, I went and looked because I was curious. What's the fastest 11 that's done on live of a Grim Batol? Any guesses on the desk what the fastest live run of an 11 Grim Batol might be?
11?
14?
18 minutes and 43 seconds. Imagine if that's the right answer.
20 minutes and 47 seconds.
What? 20 minutes
close.
And 20, yes.
So they're doing this dungeon 7 to 8 minutes faster on MDI. In the amount of practice that takes to do consistently, it can't be understated. Being able to chain together all of these pulls, know exactly what you need to do in order to make a big pull work. Like, okay, we've got this CC, this CC, this CC. Make sure you're holding your kick for the 5th caster on the edge that doesn't like to come into the pack quite fast. It has to be built on kind of like a progression raid boss over time. So for one run to not go well on broadcast, that's a little unfortunate. But if you're able to pull it together in the second run and keep it clean for the rest of the weekend, that's what's going to be important for Cursed as they look ahead to this next matchup today against NOTITLE.
Yeah, it has to feel so good knowing you overcame that thing that was kind of a hurdle for you. And now all of our teams have a lot of hurdles that they have to overcome, especially as our lower bracket continues to duke it out. And while we'll be saying goodbye to Lebrows, we'll have a few more eliminations coming up as well, so there's a lot on the line for these teams. And Dratnos, really quickly here, as you looked at the bracket, you know, looking at what we have ahead, how are you feeling with our coming matches?
I'm, again, very excited for some seriousness versus advanced. I think that this series is going to be an extremely close one between two teams that I would say looked about as strong as each other yesterday. They both lost, but they didn't lose to themselves in the way that Cursed did. They lost to really, really strong competition that they were up against, and I think that they are going to be bringing their all to this series. I think that both teams probably planned to be in the lower bracket, most likely, as well, so this is probably going to have the map pool that they most focused on, so this should be both teams at their absolute top level, hopefully.
Hopefully, we'll see. I mean, these teams, we've been saying all day, they're going to be really competitive, they're going to be neck and neck, so I'm excited to see who ends up coming out on top. But we're going to have a little game of our own here before we head to break. Whose spell is it anyway is making a return. So chat, let's see if you can come out on top and beat us, as we all try to decipher the spell based only on the information available in the tooltip. So we'll see an incomplete tooltip here on the screen, and we're going to have to guess.
What are these blocks? Win 3-something%.
This is
damage for 8 seconds.
Okay,
and
this is
what is the damage for 8 seconds?
It's Battle-Scarred Veteran. This is the Warrior Cheat Death effect.
What?
You're right.
Yeah.
When you drop below 30%
when you
health,
drop below 30% health,
you reduce damage taken
like
for 8 seconds.
Reduce damage for 8 seconds, and you take increased healing or something. Cannot occur more than once every 3 minutes.
Exactly. You're 100% right. Yep.
It was, all I knew was it was a cheat death. I had no idea which one it was.
I love that, you know, there's kind of a giveaway given out that, like, the title itself is, like, super blurred. Oh, okay. You were right.
So the key points was whenever you get brought below 30% HP and cannot occur more than once every 3 minutes. I think that those are two things that are very apparent with Battle Scarred Veteran. I think that's why Dratnus was able to figure it out so quickly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the icons. It's not over yet. We have another guess here. So while that one went quick, let's so much.
He's got a nose ring.
We've got to figure out the differences.
Okay.
We've got a nose ring on B.
Yeah. So we have
What's
a
wrong with
nose
his
ring on
tongue on D?
Yeah, D's got a tongue shadow.
The tongue
He's
is
got a
split on
forked
D.
tongue. Yeah,
It's a
that's like a
forked tongue
snake.
on D. There's no shadow on C. Those are our differences.
I think it's B. I think it does have the nose ring. I think if you look at A, C, and D, there's like you can see sort of a nose ringy shaped bit where it was photoshopped out.
Yeah, it looks like a ghost
my
nose
guess.
ring. I think it's
Okay.
B.
I like that.
I'm locking in B.
I'm down for
B.
B. Yeah, that's good. I'm good
Or
with
Team
that.
Nose Ring.
All right, Team Nose Ring, are we right? Is it correct? Let's see.
This icon's used for a lot of different things too. I think
That's true. It's like
PvP
Enraged.
medallion is also the same thing. Hold on.
Oh.
Yes!
Yeah!
What if they did the AC swipe and then went back for the B?
Back and did B. That would be,
be
so
sick.
crazy. Yeah.
That'd be so rude. Well, everybody, hopefully you got enough. JK. Team Nose Ring, well done. And also a huge well done to Curse, who were able to continue. Next up, we will have one of our most anticipated series of the day, Some Seriousness versus Advance. As we talked about, these two teams are very closely matched up, and whoever's going to be continuing on is going to have to go up against Duck and Fly, where they are going to face some really fierce competition, even though they're ducks and you would think they'd be that terrifying. They're pretty intense this time around. So we'll see what happens between Some Seriousness and Advance, and everybody, while we'll be taking a quick break, start thinking ahead to who you think is going to take it, because we'll have another poll. We'll see you soon. hope you all had a good break. I know we did, and we're coming in for one of our most anticipated matchups of the day, Some Seriousness versus Advance. So chat, like I said, get that poll going if you haven't put your vote in yet. But these two are fierce competitors and neck with one another, as Some Seriousness and Advance, I think, both had a good showing yesterday. I don't know if you agree, Nagura.
But, I mean, there's definitely... We have seen both teams make mistakes and have some issues. I think both the teams generally have good routes. They can't compete with like Holy Moly or mandatory routes, but they do have good routes coming into this tournament. But both of them struggled a little bit yesterday, as we saw, for example, Holy Moly having some full wipes in their Grim Battle, for example, with the 8 deaths. So I personally think Advance are the favorites here, even though this is going to be a super close one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Advance, I think they built up some momentum and they really started to take off yesterday. Now, they're going to be facing off to start in City of Threads here. We see a couple bans on Stone Vault and Siege of Borealis. Is that what you were kind of expecting, Dratnos?
So we've seen Siege banned in like every series so far today. It does seem like a lot of our teams do not want to go there. Interesting to see the Stone Vault, though, banned out instead of, say, the Grim Battle. That's something that, if we do get to a Game 3, it's going to be a highly, highly dangerous dungeon. But yeah, we're starting off with two of our faster dungeons, right? The +9 City, the +10 Mists. These two dungeons are kind of similar texture-wise, I'd say, as well, right? Where it's like, you have some tough bosses, and then you have a sort of middle section of the dungeon where you're often gated by movement and strategy rather than how fast you can kill packs, with the maze section, the spy section, I would say, being kind of similar to between the two dungeons. So yeah, definitely an interesting battlefield for these two teams to meet on.
Yeah, that like progression 9, 10, 11 with these difficult dungeons as well. Very interesting. I mean, Tettles, we have had all of our predictions here, but if you compete, can you see over? Production, You're doing great. You're doing your best. There's a lot to handle. Tettles, now that we can see you clearly here, what were your predictions for this matchup?
I think I picked 2-1 for Advanced over Some Seriousness. I think that Advanced yesterday, whenever they were playing versus No Title, LaMike thought that Advanced was supposed to be like even favored in that matchup, and I think that Advanced yesterday, they were actually very close with No Title, and I think that barring them having a bunch of like wipes and mistakes, they should probably be winning this series versus Some Seriousness. Now, again, I think it's kind of similar to what we saw from like Polish Mountain last week. I think that Advance is like a good conduit to that, where their strats look good. It really is going to come down to consistency, though. Like, are you going to be able to actually put up your best routes, or are you going to have like these multi-wipe mistakes in a couple of dungeons in a series, which we've seen basically if you have a full wipe, there's almost no way that you can even possibly come back. And so you have to be able to be consistent here.
You do. And I mean, we'll see how these two teams measure up. Dratnos, you have a lot of faith and some seriousness going into this. Take us in. Maybe let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm a believer. I also, if I get just this one right, I can bet the same as Tettles on all the future ones, and I'm guaranteed to beat him. So that was a lot of my thinking here, and going against the grain with this series. As you can see, Advance are going to wait for that buff here, whereas Some Seriousness are going to ignore it entirely. Those are those projectors that are spreading Queen Anthrax propaganda there. If you mess with them, it takes like 5 seconds, but you get a nice buff, and Advance are going to head into that boss a little bit slower than Some Seriousness, but with the benefit of quite a large damage increase. You can see just on the damage meters, they are doing a lot more DPS than Some Seriousness, but they're still trying to catch up on boss damage because they pulled later.
They did have their tank run ahead and gather up this pool a little bit quicker, because of course this boss pulls everyone in if you're not in the circle, so they were utilizing that to get the rest of the group in. So their tank not actually gained the buff while the rest of the team did. And you can see they did catch up on damage. They are now ahead on boss DPS, being able to utilize that buff a lot more compared to Some Seriousness, just gaining that travel time.
Yeah, there's an interesting difference in the compositions here as well, where the Vengeance Demon Hunter, I think, is higher DPS in this dungeon by a non-trivial amount across the dungeon. The Warrior, I think, is safer. Although last time we saw this dungeon and we saw a Vengeance Demon Hunter and a Warrior play against each other, it was the Warrior who died counterintuitively after the second boss. That is the main pull where the tanks are in the most danger, is the huge pull after the second boss, which we have seen a couple of different strategies for dealing with that area as well. So I'm going to be curious to see what the teams decide to do once they get there. Both teams, it looks like, are setting up for a quad spy pull, fighting off the perfume vendor here first, and then splitting up and sending each person to go and kind of pick up a different one of these spies. You can see for Advance, the rogue running forward, and the tank has to come with him as well so that he can use the tricks of the trade and get that threat redirection effect to last the full 30 seconds, which should be long enough to go and find the spy that hangs out in the corner over here. Some seriousness on the exact same plan as well. And the rest of the group is all pulling different spies from different areas now. What you're going to see happen here is once they get in combat with these eyes, they will then intentionally run into one of these pale priests to get sent back to the start of this area. Does look like both teams are able to get this going, yeah.
We can see Advance's rogue being able to get back to the group. We'll see if the snap actually worked for the eye, because we have seen teams before not be able to get that snap fully work out from the rogue tricks. So we'll see if the eye is there and if they're going to get that contributed to them. Otherwise, they're going to be losing quite a bit of time, having to run all the way there, finishing off that fourth eye to be able to talk to NPC. But it looks like Advance did manage to pull it off, as Isogi on that Rasta Druid is already moving on to that NPC, to Nisrak, being able to start that walk and that RP while the rest of the team is finishing off the last couple of trash mobs, and also pulling another mob to get extra enemy forces. Some seriousness, definitely a little bit behind, but you can also see their healers, not with the group as well, also did run off to start that event.
Yeah, it is the thing that you're kind of waiting for in this area. Both teams, it looks like, are going to be dealing with the retired Lord Vulazak here, and Advance have already killed it off. Some seriousness, still working on it, although, like you said, you're just waiting for the RP to finish in this area, right? That is the thing that is gating your progression. So we will be able to get a little bit of an idea of just how far ahead Advance are. I think they've gained some time in this area, because they were only 6 seconds ahead on that first boss split, but it now looks like they're maybe 20 seconds ahead or more on engaging this boss. Maybe just 20 or so, yeah, 15 even. Still, a sizable advantage for Advance. Not enough to overcome any kind of deaths, though.
Yeah, definitely looking very strong on Advance side, being able to execute this first part of the dungeon very well. Now, as we talked about, after this boss, though, is where the crucial pull for most teams is happening, where they pull an insane amount of trash on top of the Venom Shell, where we've seen numerous teams struggle and have full wipes too, especially depending on how you played as well. We've seen some teams, Ledux, for example, being able to just completely move on right after the Venom Shell died, not having to finish off those casters, while other teams stayed there, finished off the casters first before they moved on and only had the melee mobs still alive. So if you're able to move on immediately after the Venom Shell is dead, that is actually going to save you so much time, but it's a lot more difficult to execute.
Yeah, it is. The pivotal section of this dungeon is coming up. Advance are in the lead. They have about 20% of a boss's health of an advantage over some seriousness, which is something. It's enough to mean that if the rest of the dungeon is, of course, tied, Advance are going to win. But I wouldn't be confident just yet about how this is going to end. It's all going to come down to who can execute this next pull better. Advance finishing off this boss, and cooldown availability is something to track as well. You can see all of these CDs should be available for Advance, except for maybe Breath of Sindragosa on this next pull. Same for some seriousness. They should be getting back to most of those 2-minute CDs in time for this next big pull. There's a little bit of travel time to consider as well, and some seriousness have actually done a great job of equalizing here on boss damage. They are going to be killing this boss, and it's actually a faster boss split for them. It's the same boss split, so 439, and some seriousness are only down the 6 seconds that they were down on the first boss split. Advance walking up the bridge. Shroud to start things off. We expect their tank is going to exit this Shroud to start this pull. The rest of the group heading up to that Venom Shell. Some seriousness setting up a similar game plan here, although their tank actually is going around the other side. And the group is just hugging left while their tank is going right. We're looking to see probably life grips on the tank here for some seriousness. Bring him up, to this pull. And into the Venom Shell. This is the pivotal moment. Tank durability is so important here. Meta rolling for Advance's tank. Some seriousness. They're doing a good job here of holding those tank defensives as these mobs start running in. Last Stand going to be activated now. You can see those debuffs starting to stack up. But Advance have killed off the Venom Shell, and they're just walking forward. They are going with that Ducks Can Fly strat of just saying, you know what? These mobs don't matter. We'll kill them later. We've dealt with the important one. Some seriousness, on the other hand, it looks like are going to wait to finish off most of the rest of this trash instead. So they're going to play this a little bit more slowly, but a lot more safely. Advance now have to survive this boss pull with all this trash still alive once they finish off these droplets.
Advance actually also got a very favorable affix there, right? As they gathered up the pool, the affix came out. They got the Dispel in. They didn't get a 5-stack, but they managed to get that 4-stack to be able to finish off that Venom Shell so quickly and immediately moving on. Very, very impressive by Advance so far, but look at the mobs that are there for them on top of the test subject too, and there's still more casters trickling in as the boss is also now engageable. You can see how low the tank is dropping, still having so many debuffs on him, having to start kiting a little bit, was potentially running out of defensive cooldowns at this point as the debuff does drop off from some of these pursuers because they use all of these disrupts and CCs helping out the tank. But yeah, this is definitely very scary.
Yeah, the hunt used there, that's going to be nice. That's a nice extra healing for a little while. A bit of extra kind of effective leech against the target that was hunted. But we have all these healing absorb balls now coming into the boss as well. These are going to add some difficulty too. All of those stacks of the debuff are still on their tank as well. The rest of the group in some danger too. Mending webcasts coming out to heal these mobs. 2, they've gotten through most of the enemies now. The last few Webmancers are starting to die, and Advance are doing such a great job here. This pull is so dangerous, but it looks like they are surviving it. The players are dropping all so low. The bear form has to come out, but it's going to be enough. Advance now have made it through the worst of it, and this should be an easy opportunity for them to top back up. But some seriousness are doing so much boss damage here. They've got the boss engaged. They are only 30% behind on boss health, despite doing this whole area so much more slowly looking than Advance. It's possible that this might be just more efficient because they didn't have to use so many globals defensively to try and survive here. Now only 20% behind on boss HP. They may be able to claw some of this back just off of pure damage.
Yeah, so even so he actually does go down for Advance. That means a 15 seconds death penalty for Advance. This might be the time that some serious needs to get back into this. I think they are approximately 15 seconds behind on boss DPS here. Oh, the boss healed for some seriousness. Oh wow, did they have to spell one of the debuffs?
No, one of the orbs made it in. So the boss
orbs.
mechanic, if you don't soak the boss orbs that give you a healing absorb, they will instead heal the boss, and that's like 10% of the boss's HP that gets picked back up from that from some seriousness. I think that's going to counteract the 15 seconds of Challenger's peril more than enough, as well as Advance now will be starting off the final trash pull of the dungeon for themselves here. And they're in great shape to stop the clock here, even with those 15 seconds. They are more than 15 seconds ahead. They are now about 25 minus 15 equals 10 seconds ahead of some seriousness. So still a very tight ending to this dungeon. Still an opportunity for some seriousness. They actually do need a little bit less count overall in this big pull that Advance are doing, but they still need to go and grab some from the other side. So they're still not quite out of the woods just yet. We are going to have the last boss engageable soon once these last 2 mini-bosses die for Advance. They shift all their damage onto that War Shell to just try and speed up the boss spawn. And they still have all the trash die. That's 100% count. So it is just a boss fight for Advance. This boss is hard, but it's not that hard compared to the big pulls that they were doing. They should be able to survive it. They can just hold on for another minute or so.
Yeah, what an unfortunate thing to happen to some seriousness, having that orb go through. Must have been some miscommunication on who is covering which sides. Either way, I mean, that death on Advance really meant for some seriousness that they had the time to come back, but then the orb just really nullifying that advantage again. They are about to finish off those mini-bosses, and they're going to be up to 100% as well on their side. Actually, they're not. They're missing one mob or some mobs, which is no problem, though. as they can just pull them on top of the boss, so it's just not going to be a time loss for them. In fact, it might even be better getting some extra funnel into the boss here. But yeah, they have to make up so much time. Advanced is already having their Bloodlust running and their offensive cooldowns coming in. 15 seconds penalty for Some Seriousness, right? So after Advanced finishes off this boss, Some Seriousness will have 15 seconds to make up, or to still kill the boss before them and win this one.
This is a great time for the Affix to spawn for Some Seriousness as well. It's right at the start of their cooldown, so they get to mass dispel those Devour debuffs on everybody, and they get a large crit buff on their entire team. That is a big damage scaler for them. Is it going to be enough to help them close this gap? Remember, they don't need to kill the boss first. They just need to kill it within 15 seconds of Advance. As Advance now at 15%, Some Seriousness only 20% behind on the boss HP at this point, though. But cooldowns are going to be ending soon here for them. They actually don't have a breath available here for another 30 seconds either. 6% versus 20, though. This is going to be such a photo finish at the end here. Advance stopped the clock at 12:44. So this is going to be 15 seconds for Some Seriousness to kill this boss. That's 1% per second. Can they do it here? Oh, it's going to be so close. They have 5 more seconds. 8% on the boss HP. This is going to be right down to the wire, but I think just barely not enough. Some Seriousness. The clock goes over that 12:44 mark. It looks like 3 seconds is going to be the lead for Advance, and that is it. We're calling it a lead. Turns into a victory. Advance do take game 1. What a close game, though.
In speedrunning, 3 seconds is all it takes, and Advance claimed it there with those 3 getting that victory. I mean, we knew this was going to be close. We knew it. But even just seeing it pan out here is so exciting. I mean, Nagura, how do you think both of these teams showcased themselves in this particular match?
I mean, to me, it looked like Advance did play a little bit better just because I was really impressed by their Venom Shell pool, being able to just move on, having all of those casters come up. But then Some Seriousness, because they didn't have to do that risky pool, they managed to focus their damage a lot more. So it seemed like their strategy was also good. But yeah, that orb going through has really meant the end for Some Seriousness. Still very, very close between those two teams.
I wonder if that orb or some of the other just little tiny things, I mean, that would have been what they needed, that 3 seconds. Oh, so close. But, I mean, Tettles, in between these two, I mean, there were a lot of great moments. What did you see when you were kind of observing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that by far the 2 most important points was that Advance was 15 seconds ahead on their first boss split, and then they were 20 seconds ahead on the second boss split over Some Seriousness. Those 2 key points were the things that put Advance in a very solid lead. And we do have the replay as well to kind of look at, and it's like, I think it just came down to a slightly better boss damage on the first boss, and then like a massive chain into that third boss room. And I heard you guys were talking about that as well. I think that chain is a huge deal. But in addition to that, they stopped and actually grabbed this damage amp. So the damage amp is only 15% for 25 seconds. But this allowed them to kill this first boss off substantially faster. And I think actually getting the trash killed off a little bit faster makes the boss feel safer and allows you to play a bit more free and just focus on doing more damage to Operator or Orator, whatever the name of this boss is, Orator. And then, yeah, like I was talking about, it's like just those 2 key points were actually pivotal moments. They did end up having that death that was towards the end where their healer ended up standing in the circle on the coagulation encounter, and I thought that might bring it back for Some Seriousness, but Advance was just too far ahead with the first and the second boss split being as fast as it ended up being. And so those are the 2 things that you have to be looking out for.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's amazing, right? I think both of them had those moments that showcased them really well and had some little things that kind of happened, but I mean, some really strong pulls over here. And Advance just, I think, especially, we're glimpsing it even now on those stairs, the Venom Shell, right? I mean, what a powerful pull. I mean, we've seen this kind of strat happen here, Tettles, with Ducks, right? Where they kind of pull out of it. Do you think that this is what most of the teams are going to be doing with this Venom Shell to save time?
It's really scary here to be looking to do this. These conscripts, they stack an increased damage taken debuff on your tank. And so it's a situation where, like, after the pack gets grouped, it's really obnoxious to get out of the pack. It makes me question is that the reason that they're actually playing that Vengeance Demon Hunter for this dungeon, to make sure that he's able to actually Infernal Strike and get away kind of without any ability to die to all those conscripts that are following behind him so closely. And I wonder if it's kind of difficult to replicate, which is why other teams aren't doing it. But I think that they kind of full sent that that Venom Guard. I think that just all-inning that Venom Guard, not even worrying about AoEing it, just making sure that you're full single targeting it, and utilizing all of their funnel damage from like the Enhancement Shaman and that Assassination Rogue, I think that really, really helps them accelerate a lot in City of Threads in ways that other teams don't.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it used to great effect several times, so I definitely agree. I think it's a strat we'll probably see more of, and it was great to see it used there as well, with Advance just nailing it for all of that difficulty. You know, we'll be headed into Mists of Tyrannus Scythe next, which obviously has a bit of that sort of RNG, even though both of our teams will have the same iterations of the maze that appears. This one we've seen a lot of back and forth from special comps with Warlocks to, you know, pulling through walls to not pulling through walls to a lot of variations, right, in this particular one. So as we look at some seriousness in Advance, going in here to try to see who's going to be able to break this sort of close stalemate between them, Advance obviously has the advantage here if they can just push forward, have a strat that works efficiently and pull it off in the mists themselves. And some seriousness has to win this one if they want to stay in, or they will be eliminated. I mean, Dratnos, Mists of Tyrannus Scythe, from comps to the routes we've seen, what do you think is going to pave the way to victory for one of these teams?
I still want to see somebody play a Warlock in here this week. I think that it's good. I think that so people think about the Warlock as pulling a bunch of trash through the walls in the maze, and maybe that's not actually the time save, but I feel like the two gateways that let you just gateway through the terrain in this map are so good. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I think it's fun when you see little skips and things like that, plus, you know, after the bosses, getting a bit of time. So we'll see. You know, we've got our comps here, and we can take a look. Doesn't seem like we're going to see that this time around, but Nagura, I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, we do see mirror comps coming into this run here. Actually, never mind. We do have an Unholy DK for Advance, while some seriousness is playing that Frost DK on their side, and they are doing that triple Villager pull on Advance side. So I actually like this. Findus does go down though twice. As he dies, immediately Angst gets another melee hit and dies again. Also cheat death procced for their Rogue too. So this is a little bit of a disaster here at the very start for Advance.
Yeah, Pain Suppression committed here as they try and get through this Battle-Scarred Veteran, proccing as well. Those effects are going to be wearing off for them, but most of the enemies are now dead. A couple of the Soul Cleavers still alive, but they do eventually go down as well, and both of the villagers do get broken out and freed as well. So that is going to be it for Advance in that pull at least, but we can see already 2 deaths is 30 seconds of death penalty. Plus, they were able to finish that pull a little bit more slowly as well. So probably something like a 40-second advantage here for some seriousness right at the start of the dungeon. That is already a larger lead than either team had in all of the Arakar, or all of the City of Threads.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for Advance to come back. We did see Advance play this dungeon yesterday, and they actually changed their strategy, which they did in City of Threads too. So in City of Threads, they did manage to improve their strat coming from yesterday to today, and they're seemingly doing the same thing here in Mist as they switched from the Vengeance Demon Hunter to the Prot Warrior this time around. And maybe they're also going to do the Mace differently, because they did lose to NOTITLE yesterday. Well, NOTITLE playing a so-called W route where they didn't pull much through the maze at all, while Advance did so and ended up getting a lot of count in the maze and ended up losing quite substantially by just having a slower route. So we'll see if they change their strat this time around and if they can make up that time. But some seriousness, already fighting Ingra. And one of the issues we've seen teams have as well on Ingra is not being able to get their one phase done very cleanly. So whenever the boss does have the damage amp, whenever the drone does drop to 30%, that's when you want to finish off the boss. If you don't manage to kill the boss there, you will have to finish off in the normal phase, which is going to cost you quite a lot of time.
Yeah, this is the crucial part here, is how much are they going to be able to do to Ingra Malik during this burn. The burn is approaching right now for some seriousness. They have the Frost DK, holding Breath of Sindragosa and Pillar of Frost for this. So here come those cooldowns now. The boss gets stunned, taking bonus damage. You can see it starting to melt here. It's only a short burn, though, so hopefully they're able to get through, get the boss down. Hopefully sub 10% is what we're looking to see, as that power infusion does expire, and the boss is going to break free of that damage amp at 14%. That's okay. We can still focus boss here at least and not have to kill the boss, or not have to kill the tree again. Meanwhile, for Advance, they're entering the same burn here. Will they be able to do better is the question.
Yeah, they do use all of their offensive cooldowns that they have available to them with the PI as well on the Enhanced Shaman. And it looks like the boss is dropping very, very low. Maybe they can make up some time here as the boss drops to 5%. So lower for sure compared to some seriousness, having to use less time on the boss after the damage end phase is over. So again, clawing it back a little bit. They also have 2% more enemy forces in comparison to some seriousness. So they may be able to skip something that some seriousness has to pull throughout this maze.
Yeah, so Advance killed that boss 14 seconds slower than some seriousness, and they have 30 seconds of death timer penalty, so 44 seconds is the advantage for some seriousness on the first boss split, factoring in those deaths. But like you said, the maze could certainly shake things up. The rest of the dungeon is sketchy as well. You can see Shield Wall needing to be committed for Advance as they make their way into this first pull. Some seriousness already in some of these maze rooms. We have an affix spawning for some seriousness as well. This is probably a pretty good time for it as this pull finishes. They'll be able to take it into that next pull, potentially. Advance finishing off this first pull and heading right. So they're one maze room behind some seriousness, but they were able to grab this count actually into that pull. So they're able to go straight into this next pull. The two teams are now basically in the same section as each. Oh, no. Oh, no. Some seriousness identified the wrong room to go to. It's the rarely seen double right route, which brings you to this part of the maze that you almost never get to this area. You have to see those exact two rooms to get to this one. And it is something they weren't expecting, so that's going to cost them much of that advantage they'd gained.
Wow, this is so unfortunate. But yeah, you can see some seriousness. Having a pretty clever strat here with the cleaver. You can see it's actually mind-controlled by the priest, using that mind-controlled minion to pull things through the wall occasionally. So instead of playing a pet class, they just decide to use that mind control from the priest, the talent, to not have to channel it, of course, and just pulling it through the wall. I really like the strat by some seriousness.
Yeah, although I haven't seen them actually pulling stuff with it yet. Let's see where and when they decide to actually pull the trigger on that. It looks like it's not in the pull right now, so maybe it's gone on one of those adventures to go and grab some enemies right now. This is a great time for it. Mini bosses are a perfect opportunity, especially the Night Blossom. The Night Blossom it doesn't jump around like the frog does. It doesn't drop a healing puddle like the dragon does, so it can be one of the best ones to pull trash onto.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with it, as Advance is now fighting that devil pull as well. They somehow did get some extra trash in here too, while some seriousness doesn't manage to get through the wall.
Oh no,
they're
in combat with the Soul Cleaver.
No, and it's on cooldown. They cannot mind control it for now because it just got let out. So they're gonna have to wait a little bit until they can mind control it again. So this strategy is backfiring for some seriousness.
I think you can meld stealth and then walk through the wall here because they're out of combat with the mobs that was in this room, at least. I'm not 100% sure on that. Either way, some seriousness are going to have to they're going to have to deal with this. They're going to get that mob dealt with, but now they don't have the MC for the remainder of this dungeon, and Advance are actually into this boss room well ahead of some seriousness as a result. Remember, they are still 30 seconds of death penalty that will be assessed against them at the end of this run, but I think they're maybe more than 30 seconds ahead now.
I think so as well. Advance also somehow managing to get some extra trash onto this boss here, onto Mistcaller. So they're going to get some another set of enemy forces over some seriousness, who are only at 51%. That issue with that Soul Cleaver definitely costing them a lot of time. Well, Advance, we'll see if they manage to finish off Mistcaller at the very end while not getting that last intermission phase. That's something we've seen some of the teams attempt in the MDI so far. Some successful and some unfortunately not being able to make it, just the boss being like 1 or 2%. This is definitely something that we've seen in MDIs before, also in Shadowlands when this dungeon was live. We'll see if they can make it. Some series is now also caught up and did manage to pull Mistcaller as well, but so much later and also 7% enemy forces behind.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a photo finish once again at the end of this run. A huge variable for both teams is going to be, will they be able to take the boss from 10% to 0 coming up soon here for Advance, right? We are going to watch that boss HP Once it gets to 10%, it will queue up a guessing game cast. It will finish any cast it's currently doing. That can give you a little bit of extra time. And then it will cast guessing game. If you can kill the boss before that cast finishes, you can skip that entire intermission phase and save like 30 seconds. It's hugely powerful. But if you go for it and you fail, you can have messed up your cooldowns for nothing.
They have the buff from the affix as well. So let's see if they can push through.
Oh,
and
they did it!
They got it.
Wow!
Okay, that was incredibly close, as we saw the images already spawned there for Advance. They'd managed to finish it off. That affix buff, they actually needed that. Like, without that buff, they definitely wouldn't have made it. Really well done, as now Some Seriousness is also trying to do the same thing as they are finishing that second guessing game, that second intermission. So we'll see if they can catch up to Advance a little bit by also executing this. But Advance, they're just so fast. They're already speeding through that next trash area. We're going to see a big pool gathered up in just a moment. This one can be pretty tricky, especially if you're not running the Resto Druid for that extra poison dispel on the Reaver poison stack. On top of that, you have the Staghorns and the AoE cast coming through. So it can be pretty deadly as well.
Yeah, dangerous pull for sure. As Advance working their way through it now. The Staghorn is low, and it looks like it's dead, so that's good. It looks like they're going to stay and finish off this pull rather than try anything more aggressive. Meanwhile, Some Seriousness have finished off Mistcaller as well. You can just see the story told by those boss splits at the bottom of the screen. They are more than a minute slower in this section of the dungeon, which means that when we add all the death timers together and everything, they're actually still only like 20 seconds behind? 25 maybe? It's going to be a close finish still. If they can speed up in the last area here. Oh, and look at what Advance are up to right now. It looks like they've had a stealth catastrophe as they were trying to skip through this area, but they accidentally pulled these Reavers early, which means they're going to have to change how they plan to pull this section. Meanwhile, Some Seriousness are going for it. They are grabbing this area and... Oh...
Isogi triple stack on the Reaver poison here. Looks like with Pain Step does manage to survive, but just barely as they're moving on here. It looks like, so even though they pulled the Reavers, they might still be gathering this up. Yeah, Tredova is engaged for Advance. Angarok does go down for Some Seriousness, though, on their big pull as the Battle Rest does come out. Cheat Death procced and a death on the Rogue as well, following for that initial. And that means they're going to be losing out on so much damage here. Even though the players are back alive, they lost their cooldowns, they lost their damage here. So we do see a full wipe coming in for Some Seriousness. Oh my god, what a disaster for them at the very end of the dungeon.
Incredibly tough for Some Seriousness. Now they have the death penalty being assessed against them. Instead, a minute and 15 seconds of bonus time for Advance. And Advance are in position to not even be close to needing that. They are going to kill this boss very soon here. They have a bunch of trash as well. They have the last little percent that they need currently in combat with them. So if they can just hold on for another 20 seconds or so, they should be able to kill off this boss here and just stop the clock. Brutal, brutal wipe for Some Seriousness. They're going to start off another trash pull. They're going to try and keep this close. They're going to play to potentially be able to come back if Advance somehow wipe from here. But even so, they're having another death here to this Acid Nova. Double Staghorn pull is just so sketchy, and Some Seriousness wiping once more. Brutal turn of events.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. Of course, also not having those offensive and defensive cooldowns anymore for this pull. Making it so much harder for them to execute. Advance on the other side. Even though they had those two deaths at the very start of the dungeon, they managed to pull it back together, not thinking about it, just moving ahead, not having any more mistakes from there on out, and executing this dungeon so well. Okay, there was one mistake, and it was the Reaver pull that broke their stealth, but they just adapted. They moved on, dragged those Reavers to the boss, still executed the same big pull with the additional Reavers onto Tredova, and did it so well. Tredova is going down, and that means Advance is going to be moving on, winning that series against Some Seriousness 2-0.
Advance has literally advanced, and I mean, even with those early deaths, they did not let them stop any of their momentum as they came into this. So incredible victory there to Advance. Some Seriousness, these two were close. They had so many areas in which they really were similar and just kind of evenly matched, but Advance really was able to pull ahead and will be continuing on here in the lower bracket. So we'll be saying goodbye to Some Seriousness, who has been eliminated. Now, I mean, we got to see some really great plays here from Advance, including that Mistcaller kill where they just managed to do it with the help of the affix. I mean, Dratnos, How do you think Advance is looking coming out of this Mists?
They gotta be feeling pretty good about themselves. I mean, doing a Mistcaller last phase skip is not something that a lot of teams can do here, and that is something that I think Advance can be very proud of. They had a nice clean run as well. They've recovered from 2 early deaths on the very first pull. A lot of teams in a game this close, right, in a series this close, would be very demoralized by that kind of event on their first pull to dungeon, but Advance stuck with it, and they were able to stop the clock here at 12:38, a good time in Mists Satyrna Scythe. Definitely competitive to be one of the teams getting out of this group and going to Global Finals.
Yeah, it just keeps getting closer and closer as to who that third team is going to be, right? And 1 second, I'm like, oh, it has to be them. And then we get this, we get something from Advance like this. And I'm like, oh, gosh, well, I mean, Advance, I think they can do it. But let's get some more insight over with Tettles. I mean, Tettles, what did you see in this Mists of Satyrna Scythe?
I think that right off the bat here, Advance was in a very, very scary position. I think that having the shaman get meleeed to death due to the fact that their tank got disoriented by this villager is... I thought that this might actually be like game losing. Like these are the kind of series of events that can absolutely lose you a map. Accidentally getting disoriented by that villager and getting meleeed to death on your enhancement shaman after they've popped lust and whatnot. And it's like there's a situation where I thought it was going to be game map losing. However, there was a couple of very small things that some seriousness did that allowed Advance to come back. First and foremost, not killing off Ingram Malok, instead letting that boss be at 15% as it came out of the damage amp, I think is something that that can lose you 10 to 15 seconds pretty easily. In addition to that, they failed the maze, and they also kept this Drust Soul Cleaver alive for a while. Now, the Drust Soul Cleaver has an ability where it can actually put a 20% damage amp on a single target. Now, it's pretty good. They were also utilizing it to help pull through the wall a bit. And then they randomly started solo killing it in the middle of the maze, and I don't know what happened here, but I hated this. I don't think that this was part of their strategy, but this was in a huge time loss, arguably much larger than the Shaman double death 30-second Challenger's Peril. And then, then it was kind of even. I think that Advance probably had a 15-second advantage. They were able to beat the guessing game cast from Mistcaller with the mandates. That was phenomenal. Of course, then some seriousness ended up full wiping, and that was basically the end of the run. But all in all, this felt like a very close match between these two teams. I think overall, Advance, the things I'm going to need to see from them is just, again, more consistency. Continuing to show us more of those maps that are similar to the City of Threads. I think that the Mists of Satyrna Scythe, if you end up playing against some of the higher caliber teams, they're going to be able to exploit the fact that you had 30 seconds worth of death penalty from that Challenger's Peril. So they need to really make sure that they continue to improve on that and no longer have those mistakes happen, because better quality teams are going to be able to exploit that more and more.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead, we'll see Advance go on to fight Ducks Can Fly, and Ducks Can Fly, I think, has had an amazing showing. So, Tettles, just like you said, if they have those deaths or those other little things that kind of come up here, it's going to cost them a lot of issues, especially if Ducks is still on a roll. But vice versa, we've seen this swing towards many of the teams where those deaths just add up. So as we look ahead to the bracket, our next matchup we will be jumping into will be here in the lower quarterfinals with NOTITLE and Curse. Another one that I think is going to be very interesting to shake out. But, I mean, Dratnos, with the way that Curse was playing earlier, do you think they've got this in the bag, or is NOTITLE going to put up a good fight?
I think if the Cursed we saw from the series earlier today shows up, they are the favorites in this series. But they're the favorites, like 60-40 favorites or something. If the Curse that showed up yesterday shows up to this series, then they're like 90-10 underdogs. So it's going to be all about which of those show up. And even if the best version of Curse shows up, it's still going to be a close series because NOTITLE also looked strong.
Yeah, and NOTITLE has that extra power boost from the chat as well. So chat absolutely bringing the hype for them. And I mean, it's made a lot of difference. Now, before we head into a break, Tettles, you look very pensive. Anything in your mind coming up with?
Dude, I'm sitting here. Okay, we have to post our predictions for what we think about the next series, and I'm going back and forth as to what I actually think about Curse versus NOTITLE. I feel like I want to change mine till. Okay, so right now I have listed it down as 2-0 Curse versus NOTITLE, but I think that NOTITLE actually might end up winning in 2-1 versus Curse, and I think that I'm going to change it to that. That's why I'm just. I don't know. It is now.
It is right now, I think, We'll see. We'll see when we get back
Edited
from
it.
break whether or not it's been updated. But I mean, chat, you're going to be running a poll as well, so keep an eye out. We want to know what you think. We will give our predictions fully when we get back. Okay, sure. Production says, yeah, sure, why not, Tettle?
All right, but dude, I don't know.
Douglas, you're gonna have
I'm
to
just-
update yours as well then, since they
Yeah,
have to be
well,
the same. Right?
This series was pretty bad for me. I had the wrong one in this series. I think it's time for me to stop saying that I care about the predictions and start saying that it didn't matter anyways and it was just for fun.
Yeah, listen to your heart. Yeah, Dranos, don't
You're
worry about it. You're
-2 now?
-2 now.
Oh, no. It's so over. I'm so bad.
Everybody, we have some really close matches coming out as we get some more eliminations out and we head into No Title and Cursed as our teams look ahead to seeing if they can compete for that third slot. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back in just a few minutes.
In World of Warcraft, we're trying to convince you that Azeroth is a real place. Good sound design at WoW, we want things to feel organic, we want things to feel believable. We have to kind of fill in all those blanks because by default, everything's just completely silent. Ambience is always one of the coolest things for us to work on. The zones in The War Within, the sound team really knocked it out of the park. They're lush, they're vibrant, they pull you in and they kind of reinforce what these places are all about, whether they're friendly or hostile, familiar or unfamiliar. Early on, we want to understand what the intent behind what designers and artists are doing. We want to understand why they made those things so that we can match with sound. So we pick up where they leave off and we fill in the blanks, we fill in any of the sounds that are missing, we define what that zone sounds like or what that creature sounds like, and if there's emotional intent or if there's gameplay mechanics, we want to make sure that sound is right there reinforcing all those things.
Ashkahet is the home of the Nerubian Empire. It's an all-underground biome. I think an important thing to delineate is that while the Nerubians are scary humanoid spiders, they have culture, they have commerce, they are just a fully functioning society. So the overworld, it's bustling. And then the underground portions are corrupted by black blood. So there's kind of two very distinct vibes. At the beginning of my sound design process, we try to meet up with world building, or as a team, we will fly through the zone together, just kind of to get an overall feel for it. When they said we need this to feel dark, you're underground, it's hostile, there's crazy old god influence underneath, in my mind, this is going to take a lot of synthesis. That's kind of what I gravitate towards. I wanted to synthesize winds just to make it feel detached from our reality. So I synthesized these on my Moog, going through some reverb, some delay, and some panning. So to contrast that, I really wanted something organic to be the bed. I got our producer Brecken, we got some mics in the Foley room, and we just started hitting anything we could, bowing anything we could, and then we ended up finding these massive springs. The combination of that led to this really incredible, rumbly but screechy quality from the giant springs in the bow. I processed it to the point where you would never know it's a spring. It has an organic quality to it because it's air moving, it's a thing vibrating. So I thought that served as a really proper, this is the base ambience of the zone. And then I can populate it with all this crazy synthesized stuff. The trope of a scary thing is the knife sound we all know, the really pitched, high frequency. That's the jump scare, is the big top end. We didn't want it to feel so punishing that you have a daily quest in Ashkahet and you're I can't, it's the morning. I can't be hearing that. Box with contact mics, bowed, building out a lot of the texture of kind of the sounds that surround you as you're flying through Ashkat. I always go in with some intention of like, I want this sort of texture, or I want this sort of frequency range. And then, you know, you just reach for what's around you. It's like, it's going in with intention and letting the creativity just take over.
Yeah, we get to play around with when do we want things to be grounded and feel Earth-like, and when do we want them to be abstract and weird. And that's actually one of the big tools we use when we're setting up ambience. Do we want this to feel familiar and safe? Then we're going to lean on using sounds from Earth, right? So we use birds that are recognizable birds, wind sounds, things that you already know are real. That helps communicate familiarity, and familiarity matches safety. As we progress into the depths in the War Within zones, things get more hostile, things get more unfamiliar, and so we lean away from using literal Earth sounds, and we lean in on more maybe synthesized things, or taking real sounds but manipulating them enough that you don't quite know what you're hearing.
Hallowfall is the biggest zone in the expansion. It's got a giant crystal, and the crystal actually has two phases. It will go from light into dark or void, and the ambience will shift to convey both of those feelings. When I first saw Hallowfall, the whole area is basically very alien. So I kind of look at it and think of ideas, what comes to mind. Since it's so alien, I went outside the box and thought about utilizing guitar and tonal things like crystals to create new sounds to supplement things like wind. I wanted to use the guitar, and I didn't want it to sound musical. I wanted to use it just to create like broad swaths of ambience that moves and shifts, so it feels like a space, but when you hear it, you're not like, that's a guitar. And I just go from there, create a bunch of source, and then take that source and process it through usually a lot of granular synthesis, different plugins. And I get to pick and choose from those building blocks into creating the end result. And then filtered it. And reverb. Granular synthesis chops up the waveforms into grains and will replay them back in different orders, creating a new sound. When I first try a sound out, it's 100%, I don't know what I'm going to get. So I have an idea, an end goal, but it's basically throwing stuff at the wall until you find what sticks. And then some of the stuff that you think will never work ends up being the best.
You know, my team is always looking for opportunities to do things that are new, novel, maybe new ways to use our existing tools, or maybe we need new tools to try out new ideas for sound. We're always trying to find ways to make sure that the environments are as dynamic as they can be, and that's always an ongoing process. So back at WoW's launch, just due to technical limitations, you really just have a simple stereo loop. Today we have dozens of sound emitters all around you. There's positional stuff happening everywhere you are that I think helps reinforce how real and grounded all of these sounds are. They're not just a file that's playing, it's a soundscape that you're a part of.
I think what makes good sound design at the very base level is serving, in our case, our players. Even before creating a sound, I'm always thinking about like, how is this going to make our player base feel, and is it going to make Azeroth feel like home? Obviously every zone is very, very different and needs its own flavor of that, but I think immersion is number one.
I think what makes good sound design to have the players feel the emotions that you're intending. If you can make them feel what you want them to feel, I think you've succeeded. And also creating a sense of wonder. Oh, what's that? I've never heard that before.
I think the sound team did a really solid job on ambience across the board for the War Within. I think each zone has really unique vibes, and I think if you just spend some time just listening to the sounds that are in each of these places. I think you can really tell the progression from relative safety up above down into some pretty scary stuff down in the depths. I'm really proud of what the sound team came up with there. I think it's worth listening to if you haven't.
Long time no see, everyone. We are back, and we are here for the the quarterfinals that we have going on here. We'll be knocking out a few more teams and bringing a few more into competition for that third place here as our teams look ahead to the global finals. I mean, we've got a big one coming up with NOTITLE and Cursed, and this is one that even before the break, Tuttles was agonizing over. Chat, maybe you've been agonizing over it. I mean, this one I think is going to be a pretty big toss-up. Zyronic, do you kind of feel like it is?
Depends on which Cursed we see. Do we see the one that showed up yesterday, or do we see the one that showed up today? I mean, looked great today. If they keep playing like that, they should have no issues here. But if they throw bodies at a pole that kills them over and over again, we could easily see NOTITLE go through. So, you never know. Also, NOTITLE does have the benefit of being backed by a ton of chat, so you can't downplay that at all.
Yeah, our Tuttles believes in it. I mean, you settled on 2-1. Oh, I see. Oh, wow, we're all over the place.
You get all sort of flavors of predictions here.
I picked a team with more Europeans.
Oh, solid bet.
Good job,
That's smart.
I'm checking my PayPal right now. Thank you, Nagura.
So, Nagura, why are you leaning more towards NOTITLE?
I don't know. I do think NOTITLE, I mean, first of all, they're the higher seed, right? But I also think that they were just generally more consistent this weekend. Curses seem to, I think in theory, if they don't have any mistakes, then I think their routes are slightly faster than what NOTITLE does. But then their routes are also more volatile, and they're not executing them that well. So I do think that NOTITLE has the consistency and has the edge over Cursed here. But yeah, I'm also not sure, right? I do think this can go either way.
Well, chat wholeheartedly agrees with you. We have 68% of folks that have pulled in saying they think it's going to be NOTITLE and Cursed at 32. But I mean, we saw a very strong Cursed today. We saw their comeback, and they really played well. So, I mean, Zyronic, we have Stone Vault to start here. This one brings some challenges with it. But, with these two teams, given their performance today, what do you think that we might see from them in this one?
I'm looking back at the match history of the weekend, and I think the only dungeon that we've seen either of these teams compete in is NOTITLE in the Stone Vault. Other than that, neither of the teams have played either of the other two maps that were left unbanned. NOTITLE had an okay run yesterday in Stone Vault to clinch the series against Advanced, but it wasn't necessarily fast by, our top team standards. They had a 13:08 time in that key, 13:09 rather, sorry. Whereas earlier today we saw Mandatory pull off an 11:08 run, so about 2 minutes slower. There's definitely a window of opportunity here for Cursed if they do bring that zero-death gameplay back into effect, because their runs today were only maybe in the realm of a minute slower than the Mandatory and Holy Moly runs, so we'll have to see. I feel like a lot of how this series plays out really just comes down to how Cursed plays, because on paper, they should be the faster team. It's just whether or not they can execute.
Yeah, I think that Cursed has two players that have gotten third place in MDIs, and different MDIs, now coming onto a team together with other global finals qualifying players to make a team. So in theory, Cursed should be better. But I think it comes down to a lot more than just what is the average skill of your player. I think that practice time and consistency are probably the two most important things. And NOTITLE just yesterday looked like they were going to be a little bit more consistent. And it kind of makes me question, did they put in a little bit more practice time on these more consistent strategies? Is that going to be the differentiator that we need to see?
I mean, it'll be make or break, right? Because as we've seen time and time again, you can have an amazing team, you can have incredible players, but if those mistakes happen in that run literally could be a deciding factor for whether or not you get eliminated, And when you're live, when you're doing it live, there's no other option except to just deliver. So if Cursed can deliver it, they've definitely got the power. And if NOTITLE has that power from chat, which it looks like the same amount of people voted, but No Title's got some very wealthy channel points backers who are really bringing the extra hype and brought that extra 68% up. But both of these teams, I mean, are incredible powerhouses. They have the capability of delivering very top-tier runs, but they just have to actually get it clean, get it there, and be able to deliver. Now, No Title was already in the Stone Vault, so we'll have to see this time around if they're able to bring it again up with Curse, and Curse coming off of a huge comeback here as they redeemed themselves in Grim Batal. But either way, these two are going to go head-to-head, No Title versus Curse here in the Stone Vault. It is all you, Tettles.
All right, I'm just going to take over here for Tattles as a Curse is running that double DK actually coming into this dungeon. One of the Frost DKs, one Unholy, of course, as No Title using the Bloodlust. We've seen No Title in Stonevault before. We do know that they're running this double Bloodlust route. Well, Cursed, again, disagreeing on the strategy with the Bloodlust here, sitting on that Bloodlust, potentially doing a strategy we've seen early on where we see a really big pull with the Despoilers onto Skarmorak and using their Bloodlust there. So that means they will only get one Bloodlust in a dungeon, while No Title will be getting a second one at the very end.
Also bringing in the comp that we saw earlier this weekend as well, the double DK, one Unholy, one Frost, swapping between the two cooldown usage. We'll have that Unholy available for Skarmorak, so we'll have to see, is the Frost DK actually just a better pick than the Assassination Rogue? Not too sure it will be, but we'll have to find out. They don't have the damage reduction afforded to them by having the Rogue in the group this way, but if they can just destroy the trash through the AoE of the Breath of Syndragosa, it won't really matter. We'll have to find out, as they were able to deal with that first trash pack just as quickly as No Title, and now they're actually using the Bloodlust on the first boss here, not saving it for Skarmorak. So it might have just been a misfire. They might have been like, oops, forgot to hit it on the first pull. May as well hit it now.
This is very interesting. So it is possible that they think that the dungeon is going to last long enough for them to still get a second last, and they think it's just more valuable on the boss. But that would mean that they will get it at the very end on Eirik, and they won't get it on boss pool at the end. So most teams that end up lasting that very start, they will get their Bloodlust back before they pull the boss, which means they can immediately use it because they're going to be gathering a bunch of trash on top of the last boss. Then they use the last, then they use all cooldowns, and they use it to nuke it all down. Well, with the delay of the Bloodlust for Curse, that means they won't be able to get it on that initial pull. They will eventually possibly still get it back throughout the boss fight, but it might be potentially without any of those cooldowns that they have available. But yeah, looking at the boss' HP, it definitely paid off for them when it comes to speed. So even though they didn't use it for the initial trash pull, they did finish off the boss quite a bit earlier. So I don't know, maybe I like it. If they can pull off the last boss with the trash without that last, I don't know. I don't hate this.
That was a cool little optimization we just saw from Zati there. I'm not sure if it was on purpose or if it was just a happy accident or happy coincidence, but the orbs that spawned, initially they got rid of 9 of them, and at the very last second, Zati did a quick little 180 Dispel tap on the last one to make sure they extended the 10 stack for as long as possible. Moving into this pack here certainly looked like a good play because they got a large majority of that buff on this AoE pull, and now that the cooldowns are active for 1Z, he should be able to catch up and maybe even surpass Spin here, who actually did all of that damage without the Unholy DK cooldowns. Those are still available for the next pack here, so let's see just how much damage that Unholy DK can actually do as they go into this massive pull here. One person might run off to the side here to grab that versatility buff for them as well, or they may just wait until the pack is dead here. Disc Priest Barrier being used to make sure nobody goes down to any residual casts here. The Ascension Orbs are going to come out to assist in this pull as well, giving them a bit of extra haste on top of those cooldowns to burst through this pack. And the Unholy DK really showing why it's being brought to these keys where you can just focus on massive pulls. They're extremely good at just blasting through these packs.
Yeah, I also like the way how Curse moved on that previous pull, not finishing off all of the mobs, knowing that they finish off the casters, just moving on with the rest of the mobs there and gathering out the next pull, being so quick, already engaging the boss on their side. No Title, on the other hand, doing a little bit of a different route. They're pulling those 2 Forge Loaders into that big pull here, We did see a cheat death actually proc earlier in the previous pull for Soko there for no title as well. So they're not going to have that safety net available for quite some time. And yeah, once the Force Holders do go down, they're going to be engaging the boss on their side as well, but definitely quite a bit behind compared to Cursed at this point.
Normally we were talking about specifically funnel from Assassination Rogue yesterday, but Unholy does also gain some through Festermite from AoE, so they'll gain a little bit of single target out of that Unholy from these mobs being pulled on top of the boss, but which team is actually going to gain more from the trash? Is it going to be the Sin Rogue or is it going to be the Unholy DK? Curse did get to the boss first, and they do have the cooldowns available for the Rogue in about 10 seconds here when that Kingsbane comes off cooldown, in pairing that up with the Death Mark. So we'll have to see if they're able to use that funnel to catch up on boss HP here, but Cursed holding about an aggregate 30% HP advantage on the boss here, with probably a little bit less trash percentage once all of this trash is said and done here between the two teams. Here come the cooldowns from the Rogue, and they're actually doing a ton of damage to Dorlita right now. Need to catch up on Brock here. Killing off one of the bosses way too early will instantly wipe your team due to the pulsing AoE damage these bosses do once one of them dies and the other one does not. So need to even those out. You can see they're swapping their damage on over to Brock here now. They've caught up a little bit, but not quite all of the way here, as the boss is going to go down first for Cursed.
Yeah, and now we can see the difference in enemy forces as well. 4% in favor of no title. That means they're going to be able to skip something later on, which might or might not pay off for them. We're going to have to see. Cursed, though, they are now done with that trash. They have a little bit of a bad patrol here for the loader, you can see, but still able to... Yeah, okay, actually, it's not that bad. Setsi was able to walk through the middle there with the Mind Soothe, being able to lower the discover rate for the body pull there. And unfortunately, no title has a death on their Shaman at the very end here. Not using the Ankh, just using, just releasing. Yeah. Being able to get to the next trash area quicker.
Quick little plus 15-second death skip coming out from the Enhanced Shaman there. That is going to be a factor for sure, and when you're already behind in the key, you definitely do not want to rack those deaths up, especially with the Challenger's Peril affix active for the teams here. Cursed here, gathering up their first trash pull here, using the Unholy DK cooldowns here, so we're not going to be seeing a big Skarmorak pull. They don't have the Bloodlust available, so that makes sense, but still a big pull here. You can see Lazel's health bar dropping low, not proccing the Last Resort, fortunately, though still has that cheat death in the back pocket here. But Unholy DK just going to work on these AoE pulls.
No title, though. I think they're going to be pulling everything on top of the boss. So this trash pull that Cursed is doing, no title doesn't have to do it. They have the extra enemy forces. They can pull the rest of the trash they need on top of Skarmorak. There we go. Skarmorak is engaged. They have 2 despoilers here and the boss, and they don't have Bloodlust. This is going to be very crucial for them. Can they execute this? They're not going to be able to beat the Fortified Shell, but they have to finish off the despoilers. Otherwise, they're going to get the pulsing AoE from the despoilers and the shell at the same time, which is going to be very deadly. So they need to make sure that they finish them off before that second pulse.
They do have the Unholy DK of their own to burst through this trash. And while they might not have the Bloodlust, the Power Infusion is a solid alternative as well. If they're able to get the Orb Ascension buff on top of that, that's pretty useful. An extra 20% haste is going to help. But there, like you said, 2 despoilers still alive, casting Void Outburst while the shell goes off. It's going to be a massive amount of AoE damage coming out on the group. Double bubble being used, the barrier plus the AMZ to prevent as much damage as possible. They're able to finish off the despoilers, so it's just the AoE from the boss that they're going to have to heal through. And they killed enough of the shards to actually make this worth it. A death does come out for Soko, but if they're able to keep it to just the 1 death, they might be able to get through this alive. These pulses are doing so much damage, and the shield is still there. Oh no, the Rogue has died, and they're going to have to finish off the boss with just the 2 DPS. I don't even know if they can beat the next shield with just the 2 DPS alive, because they still have to pull the trash in on top of the boss.
They can't get another shield. They have to finish off this boss before the next one, but that's going to be so difficult with that dead Rogue. Curse, on the other hand, even though they did have to do this extra pull, of course, they didn't have any of those issues like No Title had, and they're finishing off Skarmorak in just a moment. Again, we have to look at No Title. Can they finish off this boss before the next Fortified Shell? It doesn't look too good. They have to commit some cooldowns, potentially whenever they come back up, to be able to beat this timer, because otherwise they're going to wipe There's no way they can get through this shell, in my opinion, but it looks like they are beating it as the fortified shell cast now just started. But still, such a big time loss for them. Curse already gathering up trash onto that last boss area.
And yet another plus 30 seconds added to the death timers here for NOTITLE. They're about 45 seconds behind. In addition to that, in just general dungeon progression, they're significantly behind, as well as Cursed have already gathered up this first pull here. Zalti heading forward, not sure what he's actually doing there. Did he pull extra trash on top of the group here? Or was he just setting up the pull potentially for the boss? Remains to be seen. Maybe just spawning the boss, I think, actually, so that the boss will be active when they're ready to pull it in there. There it is. NOTITLE now onto the trash pull of their own, but you can see the health bars on the mob are just so healthy for them. Curse is almost done with the pull. The first couple of mobs are ready to go, and once this Rock Smasher goes down, they'll be able to move on ahead here. They did reset their debuff, so they might actually want to wait a little while before heading into the boss room here. They really don't want to enter this pull with a 2-stack of the Rock Smash debuff. That's an interesting way to reset that debuff. Zati does go down. They end up expending a battle res to get ready for this pull, and that debuff is low enough now to where I don't think it'll be extended by the first 2 Rock Smashes from these 2 Rock Smashers. But here we go on to the final pull here for Cursed. But look at this, because they delayed the Bloodlust on the first boss, it's not active yet. You would love to have that Bloodlust active right now, but it's just not off cooldown for them yet.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. So not having that Bloodlust here at the start is so dangerous for them. Lastelle dropping so low, running out of defenses as all of this trash is still alive. You can see the debuffs coming out from Eirik as well, just dropping Satsi and Onesie low as well. So much damage going out as Satsi and Onesie, and it's going to go down to the frontal. That's a disaster for Curse. As they only have 1 Belros available, they have to reset, they have to go again. NOTITLE though, they are doing the same pull on their side. They do have Bloodlust available because they did use it earlier, and it looks like it's looking a lot more stable for them, as the 2 Rock Smashers are still alive though.
The Bloodlust timing from the start of the key accidentally didn't hit it right away in the dungeon, and it wasn't active for the pull. Lazo went through everything to try to stay alive there, but it was his team that died to the frontal from the boss, in addition to everything else going wrong for them there. The death timers are massive, but that is not what we're worried about. NOTITLE back in the lead. The trash is dead. The boss is at 50%. And NOTITLE hold a commanding lead in this dungeon now. Just have to walk it in. Finish off the boss here. Make sure you drop off those Void Corruption stacks into the portals. Do not die to the frontal. And they can steal a map win here.
Wow, I mean, what a back and forth between those 2 teams. It looked so good for NOTITLE as they were doing that Skarmorak pull without the lust, but then having the death on the rogue. Still being able to finish off the boss with that death, not getting that fortified shell, that second one. But then Cursed having issues on their side with that mistimed Bloodlust, if it was mistimed. I mean, what a series this is going to be between NOTITLE and Curse. Of course, this is the first dungeon, so we will see at least one more after this one. Eirik dropping lower and lower for NOTITLE. Of course, they do have the 100% enemy forces now, so it's going to be no problem for them to finish off the boss at this point. But yeah, disaster for Curse striking again. NOTITLE now finishing off the boss, and they're moving on with a 1-0 here against Curse in the Stonewall.
NOTITLE, I mean, it looked like they weren't going to be able to come back from those deaths, and then as we've seen, a lot of deaths on the other side can even that playing field really fast, and Curse unfortunately had another incident. But NOTITLE is going to take the victory here in this first map. And now, with these 2, it is close. We kind of went into it knowing that it was going to be close, but it really is kind of coming down to a tale of who can get the cleanest run here. I mean, Zyronic, as you sort of looked over this and watched and commentated, I mean, what do you think is really separating these 2? Is it just that?
I mean, the thing that we were talking about coming into this series is which Cursed are we going to see? And it panned out exactly like we said it should have. Cursed has a faster route. But if they wipe, NOTITLE can steal map victories, and that's exactly what happened here. Curse just wasn't able to keep it together, and it really went back to that first pull, just seemingly forgetting to press the Bloodlust, not having it be active for the AoE pull onto the last boss. I mean, they were ahead enough to where they could have taken that slowly, and I guess they just felt pressured. Now, importantly for Curse now, they just need to, shrug it off, go to the next map, play clean again, get back to the zero death gameplay, but of course we need to talk more about this map before we get to that.
We do, and I think Tuttles has more to say. What kind of replays did you pick out for us for this one?
Okay, did you guys think that this was intentional? Or do you think that, like, was this part of their strat to lust this pull?
No shot.
Because they ended up lusting the bot.
I was thinking that maybe, like, there is a potential that it was intentional, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Could have been a mistake.
So like it was one of those things that just I couldn't believe that they were like lusting the boss, especially whenever you look at like where the lust ends up coming up later. It was plausible enough. But anyways, moving forward, I thought both of these teams were actually looking pretty good. There was a little bit of differences in terms of their route. I actually thought that the cursed route was a bit faster. Now, I didn't think it was like that much faster. There was a pretty big downside of whenever they were two-pulling this hallway. I think that two-pulling the hallway is a much safer strategy. But the downside is that whenever you end up pulling into the boss, we ended up seeing Soko go down on the side of NOTITLE twice. And it's because Soko ends up having to pick up all of these orbs, and whenever you have all of this trash still up, you can have any ambient damage that's happening from the invaders. So you end up having some of the casts go off. You can just easily have any deaths on your DPS, and we see it time and time again. That's why it's very dangerous to pull into this boss without that Bloodlust active. And while I think that one of the fastest strategies for this dungeon does involve not having lust for this boss and two-lusting the entire dungeon, I don't know if the consistency is really going to be there for it to kind of pan out. You do see Soko going down twice on the screen here. Now, there was another incident, and I call this one the Oblivion Orb incident, where you saw Cursed, they end up pulling all of the trash into the boss, and I was like, okay, they're going to win. Or, not the Oblivion Orb incident, the Ascendant Orb incident. And it's normally not an issue because you just press one AoE CC and you get all of these orbs. Now, 5 of these orbs actually go off, giving all of the mobs in the boss spell haste, doing an insane amount of damage to the entire party. But that wasn't even the part that wiped them. Then Void Speaker Eirik goes to cast his frontal. So Lizelle is getting completely smoked here. He ends up having his cheat death, which isn't a huge deal. But now the boss has 50% spell haste and casts the frontal, and it almost insta-casts the frontal, and it wipes the entire group. You see that that cast ends up going off that Unbridled Void, and there's just no way to recover. Everybody is out of position because the boss has that haste from the affix. And so this one, the Ascendant Orb incident. And it's they were gonna win, and I don't even know if lust actually saves them there. It's literally they had to CC that. Lizelle also doesn't proc his cheat death as well if those orbs don't go off.
That's
and
true.
It was just really unfortunate, I think.
How much haste is it per orb? Is it 10 or 20? It's a
I think
lot
it's
of
10%.
haste.
I think it's 10% per to the mobs. Yes.
That's crazy.
And there's 2% per to you.
Yeah. I mean,
That's not
affixes,
fair.
like we've been saying, they can swing stuff, absolutely. And we've seen them kind of contribute or to sort of, detract or undermine pulls this time around. But, I mean, we're going to be heading into the Dawnbreaker here. Now, this is a fast dungeon. It goes by quick. But a lot of the teams have experienced a little difficulty down in the city. We've seen some areas where the mobs lead to death, the corridor of death, and I don't know if we're going to rack up another incident here, but between these two teams with NOTITLE and with Curse, right, playing clean is important. So what do we think is going to be their best bet, Nagura, as they tackle the Dawnbreaker?
Well, so we've actually already seen NOTITLE in the Dawnbreaker earlier today, and they had a full wipe on Anubi Kash, in this deadly area, right, where we see the teams save their Bloodlust for that moment. They're pulling a bunch of trash onto the boss, and they try to execute that pull, which is very, very dangerous. And unfortunately, they just didn't quite manage to do so. So we'll see if they can do it this time around. Now, Curse, on the other hand, we haven't seen them in this dungeon at all. So Curse knows what NOTITLE is doing, but not the other way around, which might or might not be an advantage. But they only saw what they do today, which is going to be very short notice for them to change anything with their strategy anyway.
I mean, we saw some really great strats earlier. The idea, too, that, in Rashana, maybe you can go down as well in that transition and do some adds. But like you said, these teams practice their routes, and I don't think we'll see those changes coming in. Group A may be affecting them more. But, I mean, NOTITLE or Cursed has the chance here to kind of surprise us with what they want to bring to the table, just like we were surprised earlier. And NOTITLE, while they've been in, hopefully that gives them a bit of a chance to kind of warm up and get into it. They were able to win with that death advantage last map, But if Cursed can play like they were playing earlier, overcome the curse again, and have an incident-free run, I think NOTITLE is going to have a real challenge on their hands. So here we go, getting into it. If NOTITLE wins, they move on. Cursed has to do this, Ironic.
Backs against the wall for Cursed. Need to execute here. And we have a change in comp. Lazel has brought out the Prop Paladin. Let's see what that class can do here. We know it cranks the damage. Look at him, almost topping, actually. If it wasn't for the Frosty Cake cooldowns, he would be topping here. We know this class cranks. It can also provide good off-healing to the group, but of course, it doesn't... This group now no longer has the attack power buff, so we'll have to see. How does this affect the comp differences here? Is this a comfort pick for Lazel, too? We'll have to see. We've seen plenty of pulls in the middle of the dungeon claim lives. We'll have to see if that continues to be the case here. It was the case for NOTITLE earlier today, like you mentioned.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if both of them now on this build already looked like NOTITLE did finish off that first pull in a very similar time compared to Cursed, even though Cursed did have a lot more damage coming through from their tank, of course. We do see Lazel also using that bubble here already to be able to survive that huge pull on their side. NOTITLE, though, looking very strong. They're already moving on to that first or second build area here. So very good. They caught up quite a bit here, just dealing with the trash quite a bit faster. Not sure what the difference there was, but yeah, NOTITLE making up some time.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. It might have just been the delayed cooldowns. We had Breath on the first pack, and then they saved the Death Mark and Ascendance for the second pack, so that'll make a huge difference if they did that on purpose. Actually, I think they did that same thing earlier today, and we were talking about it then, too. Cursed, on the other hand, they used cooldowns a little differently, but it was still 2 sets of 2 minutes versus 1 on the packs, so we'll have to see if it ends up being a difference. In the meantime, again, like we've talked about in the past, there's really not any major room for differing pulls at the start of the key. It's just pure execution. 2 packs at the start, 2 packs on the boat, and then these 2 side boats that you have to deal with into the first boss. The part that's open to interpretation really comes after the first boss, so right now, you can already see NOTITLE. Very significant advantage here, almost done with the pack by the time Cursed gets to the pack. So, not sure if it's just better damage from the group, maybe that Battle Shout coming into effect for the triple melee comp working off well, but I mean, the Prop Paladin kind of blasting on pulls where it has damage, so it should be a major boon when they do get to that second pack and that secondary pack in the middle of the dungeon, specifically around the third mini-boss. The thing that's really nice specifically for the Prop Paladin as well is it has tons of interrupts for those big pulls as well, right? Can interrupt a ton of those Shadowcaster casts on your group so you don't take too much residual damage. That's going to be what I'm looking for. Execution on that particular pull is going to make or break this dungeon for the teams.
Yeah, and looking about other differences between the comps here, I think NOTITLE, especially with like the buffs that they're having, the Mark of the Wild and that AP Shout, I do think that they have like the more consistent buffs from those 2 classes. Well, as you mentioned, Curse with the Priest, like they have the PI, so they have the burst every 2 minutes, and then Lazel also having more damage once in a while compared to the Proud Warrior as well. So maybe the game can swing back and forth depending on when Curse has their cooldowns available versus the more consistent damage coming through from those buffs and from those classes from NOTITLE. As NOTITLE is already through that first intermission here, Curse is going to be hitting in just a moment as the boss reaches 50% on their side now too. We did see a little bit of a difference in affix buffs as well. Curse getting it a little bit later in comparison to NOTITLE, but that is also something that we can keep an eye out for those emissaries as well.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look and see if those spawn at inopportune times. Of course, will slow down the pack that you're on, forcing everyone to swap to it and putting reduced damage on everything around it when it does spawn. We almost had a scary moment there for Zotzi as well. Set himself up in a spot where the beams were pushing him into the void zones on the ground, but was bailed out by the boss pushing to 50% so he could fly away and dodge. Zotzi also having to run through a void zone here, going to have to heal himself a ton, but looks like that's not going to be an issue whatsoever. Just heals straight through it. Okay, so maybe it wasn't that bad of a scenario that he was in before. Disc Freeze quite strong at healing themselves up, it seems. Not an issue whatsoever. It is NOTITLE, though, that are going to take the boss down first. They do have a Void Emissary spawn. They're not really going to be able to make good use of this buff, unfortunately. I think it's just going to time out completely. But that's not too big of a deal, right? It's not going to stack up any of its damage reduction on the trash that spawns down here, or it shouldn't, anyways. If it does, that would be really unfortunate for NOTITLE. Let's see if we do see those beams spawning, if the Void Emissary has any duration left over. I don't believe it does, so NOTITLE get away with it there. Unfortunately, they do not get to make use of the buff that they would have gained for killing off that Emissary.
Yeah, unfortunately not. We'd be actually dropping really low with that double debuff on him from that huge pool that they gathered up now, waiting for that mini-boss to spawn initially, and now gathering up that insane pool, still holding on to the Bloodlust for the next boss pool into the trash. The tank is actually low on defensive cooldowns as well here on Sky. Last stand just coming up in a couple of seconds here, as it does look that they stabilize this pool and they're going to be able to finish it off. But yeah, this is very scary. Curse now also gathering it a very similar pull up on their side. And these dots, they just ramp up damage so quickly in the group.
Yeah, the scary part of these pulls is always the gather, right? Whenever players are taking damage as things are getting pulled together, you have to be very, very careful on the gather. Once everything is stacked together and your tank has its cooldowns and is ready to hit the mobs, you're okay. Once the cooldowns are popped, things like the AG are active, you're good to go. But the health bars on the gather of the pull, very dangerous. Both teams able to get the pull together and stabilize. NOTITLE here, another emissary spawn after the trash pack. This is actually pretty good, right? They're going to gain that 30-second buff and then run into the next trash pack and get themselves in a position where they can make good use of that buff here as everything gets gathered together from them. Going to help as well with the damage reduction as well as they gather together, so the health bars shouldn't be too in danger. Now, this mini-boss is dealt with no cooldowns, so it's really just going to be natty healing coming out of Whippy here, but looks like they're going to be okay with that emissary buff.
Yeah, looking very good. Curse, on the other hand, I think they made up a little bit of time on that trash pool, if I estimated it correctly. But they're obviously still behind because of that first area that they were so much slower in. Now the Void Emissary does spawn for Curse, so they're going to get their buff a little bit delayed. We'll be able to finish off this pack with the buff, though, so they might be able to equalize even some more time compared to NOTITLE. But we're about to get to the most difficult part of the dungeon. This is the moment that both of these teams saved their bloodlust for. We're 7 minutes in, still holding on to that last for this particular moment. We'll see if they can execute it this time around. As I mentioned earlier, they did wipe to this pool on the boss earlier today against Holy Moly, so we'll see if they can execute it this time around.
Let's see, can they pull it together? But right away, a Congealed Shadow from Inhibited Darkness kills off Whippy here. They have the Battle Res, but that is their only Battle Res they'll have available for the next 2 minutes here. Dark Orb being baited now by Whippy after getting Battle Res up here. Cannot get hit by that orb, or it will leave a nasty dot that will surely finish him off here. And look at what NOTITLE have to do here. Massive AoE pull, 0 cooldowns being used offensively here because they want to save these for the Bloodlust on the boss. This mini-boss needs to go down so that they can then chain this trash into the boss with the cooldowns here. One final Dark Orb baited poorly, explodes and kills off 2 of the members. They instantly release and need to run back down. It's not over yet. Sky needs to stay alive without his healer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cursed have dealt with the trash pack. They've finished off the trash. The mini-boss is still alive, but unfortunately Zotzi has run into that Dark Orb, baited it poorly, but is able to keep his team alive. Is he able to keep himself alive through that dot debuff now? Looks like he's going to be able to do it while he has a target to hit, but now with no target to hit, that dot's still doing a ton of damage. Looks like he's going to be okay, and the tides have shifted here once again. NOTITLE had a slight advantage heading into this section of the dungeon, but now with 45 seconds worth of death timer, Cursed have found themselves with a possibility to get back into this one. And look at the damage meters with Bloodlust for Cursed. Lazzle on the Prot Paladin, topping out at 15 million DPS and still on top of the damage meters.
That's crazy. NOTITLE did pull the boss first, but Curse caught up so much of boss damage just because of the sheer amount of single target damage they're dishing out here on this pull. Absolutely crazy damage coming through by Cursed here. I'm by Nacelle on that Prot Paladin. NOTITLE, they did manage to finish off the trash now, and it looks like they did recover that initial chaos that happened to them at the start of this pull, but looking so good for Curse now. Still on 0 deaths, while we do have the 45 seconds death penalty for NOTITLE. And of course, after this boss is done, we're going to be going into a little bit of a cleaner area where there's not too many more mistakes that can happen. Of course, things can always happen, but this was for sure the most difficult moment of the dungeon, and Curse just executed it so well.
Cursed still on 0 deaths as we head to the final trash mob of the dungeon, the Dark Architect. Of course, on higher keys, an incredibly dangerous mob spawns ads that you have to deal with, in addition to doing massive amounts of single target damage to players in the group. Looks like the first one's not too much of an issue for Zotzi to heal through. Always like to have that be cast on yourself as a healer here. Not so lucky this time around as it goes on 1Z and Enhanced Shaman as well. But of course, on this 11, Zotzi is going to be able to top them off nice and easily here. One final set of ads going to spawn in a moment here. One final channel going to go off that Zotzi has to heal through. But looks like it's going to be a clean mini-boss for Cursed, and the only thing between them and taking this match to a Game 3 is going to be Rashanan. NOTITLE have a lot of work to put in here if they want to still make a case for taking this series 2-0, but I fear they really need Cursed to have some deaths here to have a chance.
I think so as well, and it's going to be so... Like, I don't think there's much that can potentially go wrong for Cursed. They do have the 100% enemy forces, so we're not going to see them do this strategy that we've seen earlier from Holy Moly, where they do some trash while Rashanan is flying to the last platform, right? So no potential to make mistakes there. The boss mechanics, they can be scary if you like make a mistake on the positioning, but I don't think, with the caliber of players that Curse has in their group, I very highly doubt that's going to happen to them. NOTITLE does now also engage Rashanan, but yeah, with the 45 seconds on top of just generally being behind in the dungeon, it's going to be so difficult for them to catch up here.
Yeah, in general, most of the difficulty of this key level really comes from the massive trash pulls plus chaining things onto bosses, right? If there was ever just like an individual death to only a boss on an 11 key, something must have gone horribly wrong. Now, that's not to say these are too easy for sure. Obviously, there's still a ton of damage going out, but just the general difficulty level is really placed in just doing those massive trash pulls. Optimization coming out from Cursed here as that final barrel gets waited until the last possible second to be thrown into the boss from Zotzi here. They've got Rashanan down to 62.1%. Pretty solid push from them here. Only have to do 2% of the boss's HP in this final section in order to finish off that boss at 60%. And with all of their trash, like you mentioned, just going to head straight to the final platform. Not going to worry about doing anything extra during the RP. And we'll likely see Curse just finish off this dungeon here. There's a little bit of optimization. You can get some Maelstrom weapon stacks, maybe work towards your next Tempest here on the Enhanced Shaman so you can blast the boss a little bit faster. But looks like Cursed is preparing themselves for a deciding match here.
Yeah, definitely looking very, very good. NOTITLE did manage to get the boss a little bit lower, getting it down to 61.67% on their side. But that's, of course, going to be too little too late, as Curse did now manage to get to that last phase. Rashanan did land, and they're able to DPS the boss fight here. Not too many things can go wrong at this point anymore, as they just need to get the boss down to that 60%, and they will in just a moment. And that means that we're going to see that third dungeon between NOTITLE and Curse. Again, this is an elimination match, so whichever team is going to win that next dungeon is going to move on, and the other one, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated for today.
There it is. Boss goes down for Curse, taking us to a tied series. One final map is going to decide who goes home and who has the chance to play for that Global's final spot tomorrow.
A huge moment for both of them. Victory goes to Cursed, and this was Cursed playing at their best. Again, and we've seen them really come in and play clean and manage to land what they need to. They make good progress with these dungeons and get victories like this, especially when their opponents make some of those mistakes. I mean, this time around it swung towards Cursed, but can they hold on to it? I mean, Nagura, seeing their performance here, you feel like, this was them doing super well? Is this something you think that's going to hold?
It's hard to tell because the next dungeon, last dungeon, is actually going to be a Mists. And NOTITLE actually has the fastest run this weekend in that dungeon. So I do think it's actually going to be very difficult for Curse to beat them in that dungeon. One advantage for them is that they already showed their run, right? So Curse knows what NOTITLE can do there. So potentially they did cook up a strategy that potentially has the same speed or maybe even faster than them. They did have the time to do that, in theory. But yeah, it's going to be very hard.
I mean, these two really, again, part of why we couldn't decide on who to pick or who to vote for is because when they play well, they really are so neck and neck. They're so close to one another. Now, Tuttles, as you kind of went through this match, we saw Cursed do really well here, but what did you see in it?
I felt like NOTITLE was about to win the match until one very specific point that we're going to cover in just a couple of seconds. Right off the bat, I kind of wanted to highlight this Paladin. This guy was cooking in the first pull here. 4.5 million DPS gained by the Prot Paladin. And the Prot Paladin versus the Warrior is actually kind of an interesting discussion. What is the value of Battle Shout? I think is like kind of the main takeaway there. How much is the 5% attack power really valuing the damage of that DK, of that Enhancement Shaman, of that Rogue, versus the individual power that Prot Paladin with the crit wings is providing? Of course, for the first pull, the Pally looked insane, but ultimately that wasn't even like the story of what ended up happening in this dungeon. NOTITLE was pretty far ahead in the second area. I think that they were somewhere in the order of like 10 or 15 seconds ahead coming off the boss. They ended up continuing to keep that lead throughout this middle part of the dungeon, and it all kind of came to a head whenever they pulled that orb mini boss. So that orb mini boss is actually very scary for a couple of reasons. First off, the mobs that are surrounding the orb mini boss are pretty dangerous. There are a couple of mobs like the Dark Casters and the Shadow Mages, which for various reasons can be deadly, but the most deadly mob here is, funnily enough, the slimes. Now, the animated darkness slimes, if they accidentally get pulled by a body pulling or whatever else, they cast an ability called Congealed Shadow. This ability does about 6 million damage on the 11 key level. My healer got one shot by it this week on like a 12 as well. And so it's a situation where you can absolutely wipe to these slimes if you accidentally pulled them. We saw Whippy go down. And then after Whippy goes down, I thought that NOTITLE was going to be able to recover this pull, but unfortunately, it's really easy to kind of get the Dark Caster channel confused with the mini boss orb line and not know which one is on you. It looked like this happened with NOTITLE as well, where somebody didn't realize that they had the orb on them. It also can happen where pre-AMSing that orb doesn't show or doesn't appear a line on you as well, and I've seen that get shot into the wall. No matter how it happened, the orb got shot into the wall and ended up wiping them, or causing 3 deaths in total from this pull. Cursed had a very close call. Zazi, I'm surprised, was actually able to keep himself alive with the pain suppression there. But overall, the 0 deaths, they were able to clutch it out. And I felt like NOTITLE was supposed to win this because they were 15 seconds ahead and then ended up throwing 3 deaths away and ended up losing based off of that. So how are they going to do in the Mist of Tyrannus Scythe? Is Cursed going to be able to kind of keep it together and maybe potentially play off a NOTITLE mistake, or is NOTITLE going to show that Mist of Tyrannus Scythe that we saw earlier on in the weekend, which is the fastest that we've seen so far?
I mean, this is definitely a disadvantageous position to come into with Cursed, right? Because if you've seen that your competitor NOTITLE can land mists and they can land it really fast, that's something that immediately, I imagine, just has to be on your mind, where you're going, okay, well, we have to show what we're made of here too. But they have the advantage of being able to have seen all of the runs, including NOTITLE's, so they might be able to pull something out here. And I mean, Zyronic, seeing where both of them are at, what are your kind of expectations for them both coming into this?
Can you have expectations for Mists? I feel like this is the key we've seen the most interesting class comps in. We already saw Lazo pull out the Prot Paladin. We've seen Survival Hunter. We've seen a lot of Warlocks. I don't know. I'd like to see a Warlock again. I think it's one of the better specs optimizing-wise in this run. I feel like the 2 gateways that you can do to save time are actually quite solid. We have seen faster runs without a Warlock, but those were from the super top-end teams. I think it's just a really good mid-level strat for this key.
So I think the biggest time saver that NOTITLE actually had in the Mist of Tyrannus Scythe actually came on the first boss and the second boss. So I think that they are the only team this weekend that has actually been able to kill Ingram Malak during that damage amp. Most teams are getting that boss to around the 15 to 20-ish% mark and are able to all in it after the damage amp ends, but NOTITLE was able to kill it during that damage amp. If they're able to replicate that again, and say Cursed again gets the boss to that 15% mark that I cited earlier, that's a huge deal. In addition to that, the Mist Caller stuff with the Mad Queen's Mandate and skipping the final guessing game, that's about a 45-second swing if you're able to get that dealt with versus not. And so I think that those are things that you should be looking out for. Those are the biggest swings in terms of time, in addition to other things like Zyronic was mentioning, and on top of deaths as well.
I have a question.
Oh yeah, go.
Is the mind control sec on the casters still possible for extra damage on the damage app on Ingram Malik? Is that something
Yeah,
teams
so
have been doing?
it puts the 20% damage amp on the mobs. It looks like it's okay, but I kind of question as to whether or not it's actually more damage, because then you have to deal with that mob. It's kind of like obnoxious to deal with. It seems like the teams that are doing it actually end up having less damage than you would anticipate, but I don't know why.
Okay. Interesting.
We'll keep
have
an eye
to
on
see
it.
what's something they pull out.
Yeah, we will. This will be match point for No Title and Curse as they come in here for their last one in Mists of Tyranna Scythe. Whoever loses is eliminated, and whoever wins will continue on. Nagura, take us into it.
All right, so there is this Warlock that we've been talking about on Curse side here. Onesie playing that Daster Warlock. They are immediately going through with that Gateway, and they're able to pull those bow breakers with that Trash Pack, meaning they're going to be spawning the boss so much quicker in comparison to No Title. No Title, though, pulling those 3 villagers together and using their Bloodlust, so much damage coming out onto the group here. We've seen multiple teams have issues with this pull, having deaths here and there, but looking good for No Title as they're finished up everything now, and they're going to be able to move on and do that same pull that Curse is already working on. But yeah, that Gateway being very nice. One thing to mention about Curse here, having the experienced players in that group, they know all about this dungeon, right? From previous MDIs that they maybe competed in, where they saw this dungeon numerous times already.
This is an interesting idea to skip all of the villagers instead of doing the triple villager pull that we typically see. This indicates one thing and one thing only to me. Cursed is going to be pulling everything through the walls in the maze. Anytime there's something targetable through the maze, that is going to be pulled. One weird thing about this is that because they went for this pull right away, the 2-minute cooldowns aren't going to be available for the people who popped them. Fortunately for them, only the Warlock has popped that 2-minute cooldown. So they're not going to have that available. They also lusted on Pull of the Boss. Lust is a 40-second buff, and the damage amp on this boss does only last 15 seconds. So if they can get to that damage amp in the first 25 seconds, they'll get pretty much the entire value, and they pretty much did just that here. They're also getting the Ascension Orbs as well. That 20% haste is going to stack with the Lust, as long as they can get all of those orbs. And this is where the Death Mark plus the Ascendants come out here. How low can they get Ingram Malik in the buff? They just kill it. That was incredibly fast from Cursed.
That boss just melted for Cursed, having all the stars aligned with that buff from the affix coming through as well, being able to nuke through this. Using their last so late in the dungeon, though. We know how quick the fastest run is this weekend in Mist, and it's 11:51 by No Title. Which means that using it at like 130 or 140, like we saw for Cursed here, potentially might mean they're not actually getting a second last in the dungeon while No Title does. So that might be crucial for them later on. We're going to have to keep an eye on that last timer. No Title, though, they're now also in that Ingra phase. And we know that they also have so much damage, and they are doing it. No Title as well. Finishing off Ingra in that M phase, as we talked about earlier, as Titles mentioned. They just have so much damage on their side as well, without that Bloodlust and without the affix buff.
It's an interesting idea from Cursed here. We'll have to see how it plays out. Look at what they've gained. They've gained 41 seconds in exchange for 23% count? That doesn't really sound like a good trade-off for me. Now, of course, they are going to be pulling trash through the walls, so these pulls are going to be a little bit more efficient for them, but it also means they're going to take longer, so the progression through the maze should be significantly quicker for No Title, but of course, they have to do pretty inefficient pulls. We saw them just dealing with 2 of the defenders on their own there. Now they're only dealing with these 4 mobs on their own. We'll have to see how the progression goes here as they work their way through the maze.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting between those two teams, as Cursed is about to finish off that area. They're now going to be moving on to the 3rd maze area. Well, No Title still working on that first one. Of course, having done that first trash pull, Cursed is going to be ahead in the dungeon until, I think it's just going to be the pulling through the wall that is going to be the major thing we have to pay attention here to. Cursed, of course, having that Warlock, having that pet available to them to pull through the wall. Sometimes we've seen teams lose time, though, because first of all, the Warlock loses time, having to send the pet through, having to resummon the pet constantly. That is for sure time loss for the Warlock. But then on top of that, you also just have so much damage, or it takes so much time for the trash to walk all the way towards you, which means that you're maybe already are done with the trash pack that you're currently fighting before the other mobs even come through, which means that it actually might not be a time save. So we'll see what Curse is going to do moving on through this maze.
We also do have something else that we have to mention. It hasn't happened this week yet, but we are in the highest stress situation any of the teams has had to deal with this weekend so far. Game 3 of a series where the losing team goes home. The winning team gets to play for a chance to qualify tomorrow. Messing up the missed maze at this point, while it seems like it would be an amateur thing to have happen, with the stress levels as high as they must be for the teams right now, it definitely could happen. So, need to play it safe, play it clean, make sure you know where you need to go in the maze, and hopefully we don't see these teams get reset back to the start of the maze, because that on its own could easily spell the end of the dungeon for them.
Sven proccing the cheat death here on the Gorge Gullet plus trash that they pull through the wall pull here. This is one of the most efficient things about pulling through the wall. Whenever you have the mini bosses, the high HP lieutenants here, the Gorge Gullet or the dragon, that's where pulling through the wall, in my opinion, gives you the most benefit. Because, of course, that higher HP mob takes you a long time to kill. So the travel time that it takes from another pack to walk through the wall to gather up is not going to matter. It's not going to matter as much because you still have the Gorge Gullet that has higher HP. So once they are there, they probably are all even, and you can finish it off.
Once his pet is on passive. Look at this fella. It's just standing there.
Aww.
Fell Hunter, please join the fight, please.
Well, it's probably because he was sending it through the walls, right? Like he's sending it through the walls, and then
that is true. You have to take it off assist to make sure you send it through the wall, but that means it's not proccing synergy. It's not doing any damage. That's a pretty big damage loss for a warlock. It's not ideal.
Maybe he noticed.
Hopefully he notices.
We have to pay attention. See if he notices. Miss Color is engaged now for Cursed. Yeah, there we go. The Fell Hunter is now attacking, so we will get that extra damage coming through for Cursed and for 1C and the Desert Warlock. NOTITLE now also engaging Miss Color on their side, and look at the enemy forces difference. 69% for NOTITLE. Cursed, though, they did pull trash on top of the boss, so they're definitely going to be evening out a little bit for the enemy force. Here, once he does go down, though, to the anima detonation, they do have to use a battle rest, but they don't have a battle rest caster. They have to use engineering rest. Someone has to go out and rest him.
Do they have engineering res? Do they have the engineering res available? Maybe it has to be Lazzle that gets it. That's okay. That's a little unfortunate, but they do get the res off here. He needs to take this res and instantly Hellstone because there is damage going off in this phase. Also committing the Unending Resolve to make sure that he keeps himself top tier. That does a significant amount of healing as well if you're Diabolist, but he's not Diabolist. He's Hellcaller, as that is the dungeon spec here. We've been in this intermission phase for a long time as the team tries to get themselves back in a scenario where they can get this boss down. In the meantime, that has allowed NOTITLE to catapult themselves back into the lead now as they've taken the lead on Mistcaller here and are already into the second intermission.
Yes, they are. And another crucial moment is going to be, can the teams skip the last guessing game? Do they have enough damage to get the boss from 10% to 0 before that cast does go through? We know that NOTITLE can do it. Curse we haven't seen before. We'll see if they manage to do it. They do have the Warlock without the cooldowns available, as he did use that Infernal just now. And there we go. NOTITLE gets the cast. An easy finish for NOTITLE. That wasn't even close. Just absolute burst there coming through from NOTITLE, absolutely annihilating the boss.
Something that we have to talk about, which is going to make a big difference at the end of the key here, is 1Z actually running Spy Masters? If he is running Spy Masters and he lost all of those stacks, that would be a huge loss for the rest of the key. Looking at the WoW companion here, mdi.gcd.tv, or if you're on the Twitch stream in the top left, there's an arrow. We can check what he's wearing.
No, Dad fell off.
Unfortunately, he's running Gale of Shadows instead. NOTITLE had 2 players fall off on their skip here. That's adding 30 seconds to their death timer here. And once again, we're flip-flopping the lead back to Cursed here. A 15-second time advantage. Is everyone with the team? No! They didn't get the second... They didn't get the second checkpoint. They had to release. This is opening up the window for Cursed, who still have less trash count, 10% less trash count to work through as they work their way into this final part of the dungeon here. Also, do they have the way to skip past this? Yes, they do. They have the sap from their rogue, so NOTITLE are going to be able to get their normal trash pulls down, but this is costing them valuable time. Cursed already onto the first of several trash packs they'll have to get through to catch up in trash count here.
Oh my god, what a disaster for NOTITLE. It's going to be so close between the two teams. Curse, as you mentioned, having to catch up so much. They are on one of those bigger pulls where the Reavers and the Staghorse doing so much damage as NOTITLE does have the cheat death proc on the Rogue as they also gathered up a big pull on their side. So much damage coming into the group for both teams as they have those poison debuffs stack up on either side. Cursed now about to move on to the next area as well. Even though they haven't completely finished off the trash, you can see the Reavers jumping around, putting those poison debuffs on everyone. But yeah, as I mentioned, Cursed now even, in fact, they're almost even on enemy forces now. This is so close. The death penalty is in favor of Cursed, so they're 15 seconds ahead because though NOTITLE did have those 2 deaths coming in.
I think it's all going to come down to this pull. This should be the rest of the count for NOTITLE here. They're pulling all of this trash on top of the boss. They also get an orb proc as well. NOTITLE has the lust. Curse does not just yet. NOTITLE does have their lust available, and they also have the orb buff. How many stacks of that orb buff did they get? I only see, I believe, 8. So a lot of this trash is hasted, doing extra haste, extra casts. It is going to be scary for them to heal through, but with the lust, with the shaman healing, with all of the cooldowns, they should be able to blitz through this. Cursed now are through most of the trash, but they still don't have count, Nagura. NOTITLE are killing the boss, and they're going to have their count once that acid bullet goes down. Does NOTITLE have enough damage to put themselves past the 15-second death timer?
They might. They have that enemy forces. The Bloodlust is still running because they used it earlier in the dungeon. Curse just now gets their Bloodlust back up, and they are immediately pressing it. They have most of their cooldowns available. They're going to be pressing PI in just a moment. As soon as their Enhancement Shaman does get their cooldowns back up, once they also Infernal back in a moment, they're going to be using all of that. And there it is. But Tradova dropping lower and lower for NOTITLE. Again, 15 seconds in favor of Curse, but I'm not sure 15 seconds is going to be enough. They are pulling more trash into Tradova on their side to be able to get the 100% enemy forces while fighting the boss. And the boss is dropping very, very low for Curse.
All of a sudden,
yes, all of a sudden, NOTITLE is lower and lower on their damage. Tradova is dropping though. Again, once this boss is dead, 15 seconds for Curse.
There it is. Stop the clock. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds now. Curse still have 30% of the boss's HP to chew through, and they still don't have the amount of count. These Reavers aren't going to be enough. It is going to be NOTITLE sending Cursed home and giving themselves a chance to play for that final global final spot tomorrow.
Curse might have been full of veterans, but they could not overcome some of those stumbling points where NOTITLE rose to the occasion, even here with this slightly unfortunate falling off of stuff run, still showing that they just have some amazing strats and miss, and that they are a team well worth having in the fight. Wasn't it the fight that they fell off? They fell off the.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like I said it in the moment because I thought that was like the only thing they could have died to, right?
Oh, they fell off.
So I was like,
they fell off.
Okay, good. We didn't see it on camera. Okay.
No, I know. I also did a massive double take. I mean,
hold on. Message from Whippy in the Twitch chat. We did it on purpose, guys. There it is.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it was a strat. They wanted it to be close. They wanted it to be a nail biter. No, I get it. Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks for the content.
Thank you. And I mean, yeah, it was a nail biter. This one was so close here. But I mean, looking at stuff, whether it was the Ingra comparison, right, with that side-by-side, using Lust late, having some other stuff, versus NOTITLE, who just went straight at it without the Lust. I mean, what do you think sort of made the difference as these teams went through these bosses, Nagura?
I mean, okay, so I do think that NOTITLE does have the better strategy coming in, even though I liked Curse's approach as well. Like, I liked the Warlock, the skipping through, but I do think if neither of the teams would have made mistakes, I do think that NOTITLE would have been quicker. But yeah, the fact that NOTITLE did have that mistake at the very end, both teams being able to burst Ingra in such an incredible amount of time in that M phase without having to do any damage afterwards, and also Mistcaller was bursted down so quickly by both of the teams, not getting that last guessing game. Very, very nicely done. But yeah, a couple of deaths here and there and having some mistakes really made a difference here. And yeah, no title. The falling off. I mean, thanks for the content. I appreciated that. That made it so much closer.
Tettles, I don't know if there's a lot to analyze in falling off, but I'm sure that there was a lot to analyze in the rest of the map. So what did you kind of get from this run between the teams?
I think that Curse was way, way overcooking their strat for this dungeon. This is insanely cool. Do I think it's really cool to see a team shroud into gate, save your lust, and then lust the boss, and one phase the boss? Yes, I think that looked really cool. It was like a strategy that you don't see too often, so whenever you watch it, you're like, wow, that's insanely interesting. But time and time again, the fastest strats for this boss involve doing a large first pull of the dungeon, holding W, and not exceeding 70% count after you come off of Mistcaller, and not pulling through the maze. So basically, the comparison is Curse presses Bloodlust here, and one phases the boss. Now, what No Title does is they press Heart of the Wild Convoke from their Resto Druid and achieve the exact same thing that you have just committed a 10-minute cooldown for. I have committed my healer's cooldowns for, and that feels really, really bad. And so they came off this boss, and they were about a minute behind, but they had 15% more enemy forces, and whenever they came off of this boss, they had 70% count, the perfect amount of trash, and they were much faster than Cursed, because Cursed ended up having to pull a ton of count through the wall. Now, this is insanely troll. both their tank and their DK fell off, and the troll part wasn't that they fell off. That happens. The troll part was releasing, because then our tank had to run back from the first boss because they didn't click the second checkpoint. Look at this, he's running back. It's so bad. It was literally so bad. I thought they lost. But then Curse strategy is so overcooked that it didn't matter. It literally didn't matter that two people fell off because they just are pulling way too many mobs. It's so much easier to just hold W. The strat that they had, it looked so sick. I was like, wow, this is cool to watch. And then it's just slower. And I think that this might be just a testament to the teams in the future. Just hold W in the dungeon. Just hit the mobs that are in front of you. It'll be fine.
So, I didn't mention it during the cast, but I think the shaman also, when they jumped down from Mistcaller, I think the shaman... Yeah, he almost died to fall damage. So they almost had 3 deaths to fall damage.
The classic shaman accidentally had been Ghost Wolf, so you have water walking on yourself, so you almost die to the pool. Oh man.
Look, it just goes to show, you think your biggest worries are going to be the mobs, the bosses, the key level, the affixes, but actually you gotta just watch out for your spatial awareness as well, because that can get you too in these dungeons. But, we had an amazing matchup between these two. It did come down to just kind of who had the faster route and also the composite of less mistakes. But No Title, swept forward. They will be continuing on, and Cursed will be unfortunately out of the competition. But these are veteran players. Again, first time coming together on this particular team. Hopefully we get to see more from all of them in the future. Now, as we look at the overall bracket here, Zyronic, we have our last series coming up here, which will be Ducks Can Fly and Advance, which I think promises to be a really, really good one as well. You think we're going to see this one go to 3-2?
I think this could also be a good match. Advance is a team that has looked better and better throughout the weekend. They already looked good in their first matchup against No Title yesterday, bringing that to a 3-game series in which they were the lower seed, and also taking out some seriousness with the swiftness earlier today. So if they can keep that level of play up, I think Advance could pretty easily make this a very competitive series. Ducks Can Fly on their own have looked solid throughout the weekend too, so we'll have to see. This is a pretty close matchup.
I love the Ducks. I believe they can fly. I believe they can do it, but Advance is coming for them. They are advancing. They are creeping up. I agree with you, Zyro. It's one of those things where both of these teams have been really great contenders, and I've loved seeing Advance just amp up as they keep going and overcoming any mistakes that they make to just gain more momentum. Ducks Can Fly, though, they've been soaring, and they've been doing really well this season. So this will be a good one. I think it will. I'm looking forward to it. But before we head over, we are going to do, I see it's ironic, like, are we going to do a spell guess? Yes, we are doing a whose spell is it anyway? I know you love them.
Oh.
Chat, hopefully you do too. We are doing it. So we've been playing Whose Spell Is It Anyway this weekend. Maybe you saw it during AWC as well. But we're going to play around ourselves. This is a fun little game. So you basically need to guess the spell based only on the information available to you from the tooltip. We'll see most of it blurred out, some of it will be available, and this can be from any abilities, talents, or items. So chat, get ready, toss your guesses out. We got the last one really fast. Or
We had Dratnos last time.
Well, we had Dratnos.
So this is a battle res.
Just against cast.
For sure.
Rebirth?
This is a battle res. Which battle res is it?
30 yards range.
No. Oh, is it 30 yard range?
What is the 30?
2-second
What's
cast?
the 30 mean?
The DK
Yeah,
one,
that's
maybe?
a long cast. This is not...
Does DK have
Is
a
it
level
battle
19?
Is it an engineering rest?
No, there's no way.
This is a long cast.
Maybe it's...
2 seconds is very long.
Is it the Evoker
And what's
return,
the 30
maybe?
yards?
Well, okay, I was thinking it might be
Resurrection?
Warlock res, but I'm gonna go with the Paladin res.
Intercession.
Intercession, I think.
Yeah.
But
2 seconds.
isn't that the 30? What's the 30? Like, is it the range?
Shaman
Probably the
Kick
range.
is 30.
Is it only 30?
Shaman Kick is 30. I don't know. I don't know if Paladin Res is 30, though.
That's pretty strange, no?
I don't think
Rebirth
Druid
is for
Res.
sure
I don't
40.
think Druid Res is 30. I think it's.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
definitely
wait.
40.
It could be
Wouldn't one of
DK
them-
Raise Ally.
Wouldn't one of them be range and one of them be the cost? So it could be like a runic power cost, potentially.
Oh.
Maybe, yeah.
It could be.
Am I
It could be
tricking myself
30
out of
True.
intercession?
Through 30 Runic Power. I can believe that it was 30 Runic Power. Doesn't Raise Ally have this weird thing where it's where it talks about not being able to be casted on again though?
Quick question. Yeah, I think. Well, that might be what the little blurred thing is. Okay, I don't think it's DK. What level does DK start at right now? Is it used to start at 55, but that was before the crunch, right?
I don't know.
You know, I don't know.
knowers?
I think I'm
I
gonna
don't.
stick. I think I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna do intercession. I think we've like talked ourselves out of it. But
I'm
gonna say
also doing intercession, I think.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
gonna-
I just don't know
gonna
what the
hedge our
30
bets and
means.
go
I don't know what
raise
the 30
ally.
means.
I'm
gonna
gonna
hedge our
raise
bets and go raise
ally.
ally.
I think 30 is the Runic Power. I'm worried that
The
because I think
2-second
the
cast?
Intercession's Holy Power cost, isn't it?
Wait, no, DKB res is instant
yeah.
though. Oh.
Yeah, and
Oh, DKB
This
Res
cast
is instant.
thing-
Okay, it's intercession. It's intercession.
It has to be
Oh, you're
intercession.
switching, coming over. Okay, all right. Intercession.
no,
I
wait.
think we.
intercession, yeah.
Intercession.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
see.
Intercession, whatever.
Oh no, what if it's energy? What if it's 30 energy? No, what if it's rage? It's rage!
It's rage.
No! Oh,
No! 30 rage, of course.
totally wrong.
Leave it to
Terrible.
the two druids to not know the druid B res.
I said it was Rebirth and I got gaslit. I said it was Rebirth and I got literally gaslit out of this.
I'm disappointed in both of you. Oh, okay. You can redeem yourselves here. Which
Hold on,
one
let
is
me
it?
let me
What's
let me
familiar?
click the spoilers and see if Dratnos got it right. No, Dratnos thought it was intercession
He
too.
was wrong. He
thought it was intercession too.
clicked it too.
He's trying to
I
delete his
clicked it.
messages.
He deleted it.
You can't hide it. You can't hide it. We saw.
Okay, so let's look at
What's
the
the
differences we
difference?
have here. The one on the right is a little more pink than the other ones,
That's a little
right? A little different coloring on that one. What else do we have in the middle here? The mouth is different on 3. It's a little shorter.
C does not have as much of a back
The
sway.
body. Yeah.
C is a Colteran.
I'm gonna go with. Wait, what's the difference between A and B? Oh, there's just like more black on the
color.
side, while B
Yeah.
doesn't have.
I'm gonna go C.
the-
I'm gonna go C.
I think I'm
C
going
final answer.
A. I think it's A.
I'm going B.
What's a B?
I'm going
Might actually
B.
B. Yeah, I like B more. I'm also doing B.
Wow, we have I think almost all of them. All of them?
I'm going
Okay.
B, yeah.
All right, let's reveal it.
B.
Let's reveal it. Oh,
Oh.
no.
Oh,
Uh,
Oh, dang!
All right. We gotta go to a break. We can't. Throw it to the break. I gotta get out of here.
As much as I'd love to sit here and tettle shame, everyone, we are going to a break. You know, everybody can forget what happened here. We'll reset. We're coming in for the last series of the day. So all of you, if you got it wrong, don't worry about it. We'll see you soon, though. And it's going to be a good one here to round things out. So stay tuned, everyone. Hey everyone, isn't it great how good we are at Who Spells It Anyway and how we just nailed all those last questions? Chat, you did great too. Tuttles, don't make a face like that. We're playing it off. Everyone did great.
Dude, I got into it with the chat, and then I got timed out. Between then and now.
Well, sorry everybody. Tuttles is going to be timed out from the desk as well for the next segment, but I think, we'll make it out. We'll make it through somehow. But we've got a really good series here at the end. We are far from done today. Ducks Can Fly and Advance will be coming in here to have a big showdown, I think, as one of them is going to be facing elimination, and the other one is going to be securing their place in the lower semis going into tomorrow. So this is a big one here, and we have a few little topics to hit on for both of them over here. Now, Luca, on Ducks Can Fly, we wanted to go ahead and give a little bit of a player feature if you want to take that, Tuttles.
Well, the thing that I know the most about Luca is that he is guildies with Nagura. And in addition to that as well, is he's been healing on this team for Ducks Can Fly for a while now. I think that this is a team that's kind of been ramping over the last couple of MDIs, and I think that they've improved a bunch. And I think that the synergy that and the stability that they've been provided as an entire team has been solid. I don't think it's necessarily Luca individually, but I think it's just the group as a whole. In addition to that, I believe that Luca really, really, really wants a Resto Shaman season, and so he's super happy on live. But unfortunately, Resto Shaman not exactly the premier pick for the MDI right now.
Is that true? Washed Up's former StarCraft 2 Grandmaster? That's pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, that's super cool. I mean, Luca's got a lot of talents, including keeping Nagura alive through a lot of raid bosses, as it's noted.
That's very impressive.
Hugely impressive. I mean, a massive resume there. Luca, I mean, Ducks Can Fly, as we've seen, and Luca playing on it, really have just made incredible progress between every single event that they've been a part of to even go up against mandatory here this weekend, and I think hold their ground pretty well was a massive improvement. But of course, they're going to be up against Advance, a team that has continued to just, as their name suggests, plow forward, advancing to the next round every single time. So with that, I mean, Dratnos, do you think that Advance can keep up this pace as they kind of encounter the Duck?
Yes, I think so.
Really?
I'm struggling to remember my prediction for Scherzies, which will affect, because it certainly could go either way, right? This is a series that it's tough to be confident about, but I do think I predicted Advance to take this one, which it's tough because, I mean, Advance looked good in their series earlier today. Ducks Can Fly did as well. Obviously, they played a much tougher opponent in Mandatory, a team that is favored to win this weekend and potentially this entire tournament, right? Even in the Global Finals. So it's going to be a very, very important series. Presumably, both teams were aware coming into this weekend as well that this would likely be a spot in the bracket where they would end up and where they would meet. So something that hopefully they're well prepared for, and we've got the absolute best out of both teams because this is a make or break series. The winner goes through to tomorrow, gets to fight for that spot to Global Finals. The loser does not, and they have to go home.
This is really the moment where you have to decide whether or not you're going to be able to have the stuff it takes to get through this whole MDI. And while we've seen things go wrong here or there for the teams, you can never expect to just have non-stop perfect runs, right? I mean, something will go wrong inevitably. How you adjust, how you kind of compensate, or how your opponents make some mistakes is a pretty big thing in how we've seen this. But with both Ducks Can Fly and Advance, I think these teams have been very solid in their performance, and very curious to see if, Advance is going to keep up that momentum like you were saying, Dratnos, or if Ducks are going to just rise above and soar on into the lower semis. But, chat, tell us what you think is going to happen. There's a poll up right now. Get those votes in. We had our predictions, which will be popping up down below here in just a second. I'm leaning towards Ducks because I believe in them. I think they're great.
All of the first three that were shown up were wrong. Dratnos and I are right. Advance are taking this series for sure. Amen. Because my homie's on the team.
Ooh, what homies do you know that are on the team?
Scyther.
Okay.
One of my boys from THD Cord.
Now, why didn't we have Zyronic doing like a homie to watch? We're gonna have to do it maybe in the future here. But hopefully your homies will make it through. We'll see what they're gonna be doing here. We've got Arakara up first, and we've got Grim Batol and Mists of Tyrannus Scythe being banned. Interesting to see Mists banned here, although it is the last position. But it's gonna put them with Arakara, City of Thread, Stone Vault. I mean, how do you think this looks for the Thratnos?
I am interested. I mean, Arakara and City of Threads, they're very similar dungeons, like thematically and where they're located in the world, but they kind of couldn't be more different in terms of how they felt to me, right? Arakara is just this blitz of these big pulls, and you know, it's on this plus 11 key level, the highest level we've got going. Whereas City of Threads, instead, it's kind of all comes down to just that one segment of the dungeon. If you don't mess anything else up big, that's that how well you go after the second boss, and it sort of seems like that is the pivotal part of the dungeon. It's our lowest key in the series at just plus 9 as well, so no fortified to be active on that key either. Very interesting first two, and then we'd move on to a decisive stone vault if we need it.
I think Ducks Can Fly is favored in both the Arakara and the City of Threads. So both teams have played City of Threads, and Ducks Can Fly has about a minute faster timer in their City of Threads than Advance does. And Arakara, when the strategy that I saw from them earlier, whenever they were playing Mandatory in this dungeon, I have a suspicion that their Arakara is going to be faster than what Advance can put up. It's just cope, but I think that it's going to be better.
Wow, you really think Ducks Can Fly are going to be able to win this after they've already used their good runs earlier this weekend, and Advance have saved them for this series?
That's not how
RNG works at all.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, all of our
It's like flipping a coin. They're unique runs.
All of our competitors are only allotted so many good runs over the weekend. We don't tell you this, but they have to figure out where to put them. Ducks Can Fly used a lot of them already, but I have confidence they're going to find some more.
The higher seed you are, the more good runs you are allotted.
Yeah. You're given more behind the scenes. No. These two teams, Ducks Can Fly versus Advance. This is a huge one here as these teams try to make sure that they go through to tomorrow and are not eliminated. Jumping into Arakara, let's go ahead and get things started, Dratnos.
All right, we are underway, and right off the bat, we're going to see Ducks Can Fly heading on a stealth mission to the right-hand side. It looks like the same plan is being enacted by Advance as well, so both teams stealing this particular stratagem from Perplexed last weekend.
I like this.
And I like it as well, yeah. I think this is a solid time save. It does require that commitment to the Bloodlust, but depending on the speed through this dungeon, you may get another one at the very end.
The downside of this is that you normally end up coming out of this area at about 35%-ish enemy forces, whereas an upside of doing it a different way is that you could come out of this area at about 50% count. It's just kind of the differences in like shrouding around, but I think that splitting up, and you actually get a lot more value out of your lust whenever you do a strategy that is like this. And so doing any other strat, you would have to have insanely high upside, because whenever you congregate here is like huge time save.
If you can, if this is a 2-lust dungeon, this is really good because you get a great first lust. But we have seen this dungeon done in 10 minutes and 10 seconds, in which case it is exactly a 1-lust dungeon, in which case you're not getting that much value out of it.
Most teams are probably going to end up doing this dungeon in about the 11-minute mark.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think 11 minutes would probably... I'm going to say, I think the winning time for this is going to be like a 10:48. Okay. That's my guess.
I think that's pretty reasonable to expect.
We'll see, though, as it is going to require close to perfection. It looks like Advance taking their time here.
They had a death as well. I didn't see exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's not a good way for this pull setup to go at all.
Did somebody fall
They are going to get
off?
underway, but I'm not sure what went wrong for them. I don't see Last Resort on the frames there. Let me see if it's even talented for them. Sometimes Demon Hunters do try and get away without it, and sometimes that can lead to... problems.
Surely Zyro's got us later. I couldn't tell. we don't know. But Ducks Can Fly.
It is talented, so it wasn't something that was last resortable, at least. Maybe it was a fall-off incident?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, overall, though, Ducks Can Fly has a huge time lead now. They've already killed off the mini-boss, and they have engaged Avanax, and they've already gotten that boss dealt with. We're on the right side of the screen. Advance here still is having that boss spawn, so not even able to get that boss engaged.
Okay, so their shaman died to a web bolt, and then they waited for the rogue to druid to come back before moving on. So 15 seconds of death timer, and then they're going to be pulling this boss about 15 seconds later as well. So we're looking at about half a minute of advantage that has been accrued here by Ducks Can Fly. Ooh, okay, it looks like Advance actually did a great job of staggering their affix buff here. Always nice when you can get that 5th stack, refresh the 4th stack, get the full uptime.
I love that.
Though.
I also like how some teams have been actually playing these crawlers into the boss. We see it from time to time, where they actually just personal up and will actually tank these starved crawlers like in the boss's hitbox. Of course, on the left side of your screen right here, you see Ducks Can Fly is using that Sigil of Misery to make sure that those mobs are CC'd so they're no longer walking towards the boss. But for like the first set,
exactly.
Exactly. You get like really good value out of the rogue damage and the shaman damage if you're just like sitting there tanking them. The downside is that you can possibly die to the white swings because the white swings of those mobs are pretty dangerous, but it's a nice strat and increases your boss damage by a little bit. And so now Ducks Can Fly does down that first boss. I'm kind of interested in seeing when Advance is going to be killing it off. Now, Advance does have a 2% enemy forces lead. I would describe that as inconsequential.
Yeah, it's unlikely that 2% is going to matter in the scheme of things here. Almost all of that can be fixed later in this dungeon. Yeah, we are going to see Ducks Can Fly, though. They're going for one Blood Guard. Do I see a second? Goatface continuing to walk forward for Ducks Can Fly, but no, they're not going to grab the second hulking Blood Guard. They're going to grab everything but.
I think they did too earlier, whenever they were playing this map versus Mandatory. It might just be like a patrol thing. Like, really depending on where the pat lands, it kind of determines as to whether or not they grab that Blood Guard into this pull.
That makes sense.
Oh, okay. It looks like they're just gonna grab it in late, or maybe not even grabbing it until after this first one dies off.
So we got a good signal here.
Ooh, Advance goes to the right. Look at that.
Yeah, cool. We are a difference in strategies there. Always like to see this. It is worth noting, though, that Ducks Can Fly have 35 seconds plus 15 of death timer, so 50 seconds of advantage for Ducks Can Fly. Will this different pull that Advance are up to make up for it? I mean, this is a triple Blood Guard pull. This is the kind of thing that we've seen Lust used earlier. I believe it was Holy Moly in here that slammed the Lust in this dungeon. Or maybe it was Mandatory. Unfortunate, we have a melee from a Blood Guard actually landing on the Frost Death Knight. Maybe a threat issue. Yeah, due to doing just so much damage. That's another 15 seconds of death timer now.
He lost his breath too, dude. That is a huge time loss. Not only did he lose the 15 seconds of just like the death and like whatever the time was from battle wrestling, but losing your Breath of Cinder Ghost, that is probably one of the most powerful offensive cooldowns in their arsenal.
Yeah, it's a big damage loss, and it can be maintained for a long time as well, so it would have helped them get through the end of this pull and kill off these mobs afterwards. However, you can see from the count that Advance have done a pretty good job here of collecting a lot of count, especially because they're still in combat with a lot of low health mobs. So as these start dying, they're going to be getting close to equalizing the count here, and they've done it in one fewer pull than Ducks Can Fly. But with that death coming in, I am skeptical that this was faster. They are setting up now both teams on this Sentry Stag Shell pull. Advance have grabbed an extra couple of enemies that are going to be walking in and joining the party here, I think, in a moment. Meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly grab the boss. Once you get your Demon Hunter over the edge here and they grab this boss, the rest of your group does get teleported in if they're close enough after a couple of seconds. So good work by Ducks Can Fly, skipping a very annoying pull that otherwise is in your way.
Dude, for some reason I thought their web mage had pretty high HP whenever they were looking to do that snap. And it's one of those situations where, I don't know if you guys have leveled, but whenever you did leveling in this dungeon, if you actually try to pull a bunch of trash into this boss resets if any trash mobs are up and trying to cast on you from the outside. I suspect that they killed it off, but the mob was pretty high whenever Goat ended up tagging this boss.
Interesting, yeah, always something to look out for. It would be an unfortunate way for a wipe to happen or for a reset to happen.
A reset is catastrophic, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ducks Can Fly are quite far ahead now. They've got this boss at half health. Advance have just pulled it. They are also going to be teleporting in. They do have a couple of seconds of these affix buffs still for them on pull, although 2-minute CDs also being committed. So maybe they'll be able to close this gap a little bit on a Noob Zect. 50% down to 40% difference between the two bosses' healths.
Oh.
And actually, Advance are nuking this thing, but those cooldowns will expire soon, and they're already recovering for Ducks Can Fly.
Yeah, the count is honestly negligible between these two teams as well. I think it's going to be like a 0 mob differential. I think that both these teams are just going to run it straight down mid, pull that hauler, stun up that Overseer as well, so skipping that first Overseer. That is pretty annoying time-wise, and I think that they're just going to be looking to do that with the remainder of the trash, and then I think Lust is going to come up.
I think it will as well. Although Ducks Can Fly are on a great pace for sure.
They're pretty fast here.
Yeah, Lust is going to come up at around that 10-10-ish mark based on when they pressed it.
Mandatory was 10-14 here earlier in here.
Okay, it was mandatory, yeah. They're going to be walking through and hitting that Shadow Meld. Advanced still trying to finish off a Noob's Act, and also remember death timers being assessed against them. With this little dungeon left in front of them, I think Ducks Can Fly have this thing in the bag if they can avoid wiping. Now, that is easier said than done. This area is actually, this is probably my candidate for most surprising area that teams wipe in so often. It wasn't on my radar as one of the most dangerous. No, in MDI, like over the past 4 days of MDI that we've watched, this has been an area that has claimed a lot of teams' attempts, which wouldn't have been my guess based on retail. I guess I wipe in here a lot, but I feel like that's my fault.
I will say it's been to like random stuff too, like the overseer at the top doesn't get properly skipped.
Like weird different one-off things have happened in this area.
Teams also love to try to greed the entire trash pack into the boss, which it's pretty scary to try to even do that. And I think that's one of the reasons that a lot of teams have also been wiping here. It's pretty reasonable whenever the overseers are just the only mobs that you're pulling into the boss to be able to like take those in. But whenever you have that hauler that can stun you over and over again, it's just so easy to accidentally have one of those casts from those overseers going off.
Absolutely. It does look like Ducks Can Fly are going to get engaged with the boss.
What did you say,
already
1040?
here.
1043?
1048 was my guess of overall dungeon time. I think they're going to be faster than that. I think this is shaping up to be like a 1020 or something. This boss does have a lot of health, but they have a lot of damage, and they are going to get that Lust. So Lust is going to come up at 1018. So
I don't know about 1020, but we'll see.
Yeah, okay. I think they're going to need... I think the Lust and the 2 minutes are going to get them over the finish line reasonably quickly. So call it like 1030, 1035 maybe.
1048, call it.
Maybe it goes back to 1040. Maybe I was right the first time. I don't know. Meanwhile, Advance are finishing off their count as well, and they're looking to just pull these two Overseers at full health into the boss, rather than pull them into this pull and then go into boss when they get lower. Looks like they actually have this circle-marked Overseer. Maybe that was the one from the top of the stairs, even. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was. I think they grabbed that, and they got into combat with it without, like, in an unplanned fashion, because you can see Meld is on cooldown.
I think they're overcount.
I think they are as well. I think that extra Overseer was not part of the plan. So Advance in combat now with this boss, hoping to claw back some time, but realistically they are hoping for a disaster on the side of Ducks Can Fly. 50% on the boss's health. The Lust is rolling, the CDs are rolling, but the boss's health is just going down so slowly, as we are going to be certainly slower than my predictions. This boss has a lot of health.
Our Enhancement Shaman just procced and turned into an Ellie Shaman for a second as he was attacking the boss from afar.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a good timing for the... I think that was probably the hardcast Ascendance.
Yeah.
As it has expired now. They form this beautiful square of these poisons, and they will be able to take down the boss. 11:07, where they stop the clock here and advance to a 1-0 lead in this pivotal series.
Victory here in the first map goes to Ducks Can Fly. They are letting the pressure roll off them like water off Ducks' back. But they played solidly, they played steadily, and they managed to see this through without major mistakes. Now, of course, they came in right around the 11 minutes time, which was sort of expected with Dratnos and Tettles, except for at the very end when we weren't sure, maybe 10, 20, 10, 40, 10, 40,
Don't worry about that. We don't do math on broadcast for a reason.
But, I mean, Ducks, I think, put up a really solid performance here. But now, is it going to be competitive enough if Advance doesn't have those mistakes? I mean, Tettles, what do you think?
I think that, again, it's a situation where both of these strats were pretty fast. I do think that Ducks Can Fly was maybe a hair faster, but whenever you start adding in mistakes, it's one of those situations that we've seen Ducks Can Fly have very minimal mistakes across the entire weekend, and we see Advance be a little bit less consistent on that front. And I think that whenever you're talking about consistency, it's the thing that we've been preaching the entire 2 weekends of the MDI so far, that consistency is by far the most important thing. And Ducks Can Fly has just proven that time and time again. They are the more consistent team.
Yeah, they really have, I think the practice shows in that, right? Where even if sometimes here or there they aren't doing the massive pulls we're seeing and from other folks, they are really measuring out what they can do, what they need to do, and how they can keep doing it. Now, we're going to take a look at this match. We're going to dive in a little bit deeper with Zyronic. So, Zyronic, here starting out with this series, what were you seeing?
I was seeing, more of the same from Ducks Can Fly, who've really pulled it together today. They did have a tough matchup against Mandatory, but still, they played well, and they're continuing to play well here in the lower bracket. Now, It wasn't a perfect run. There was an errant web bolt death, but on the size of the pulls you do in this dungeon, I think it's okay to have a random death, especially if it's on your Ellie Shaman who could just onk and get right back in the fight. As long as you don't lose your Ascendants, you're not too worried about it. So, all things considered, a fine run. Now, if this team would have to go up against a Mandatory or a Holy Moly, would this stack up to it? You know, it's about a minute slower of a run, but they're not in a situation where they have to worry about it anymore. They've already fought Mandatory and they lost. Now they're in the lower bracket. All they have to do in order to qualify for Global Finals is win this match, and then also win the matchup tomorrow that's going to be against NOTITLE if they make it through this match. That's their path to the Global Finals right now, so they just needed to stay consistent and give themselves the best chance to win. They did show off, you know, they know the tailoring tech, they do the stun. They save the stun specifically for the Hulking Beetle later on and just do a natty Shadow Meld skip here on the Overseer, which I kind of like to see, being able to interrupt the second of these massive slams so they get full uptime on their damage cooldowns here is very nice. I greatly prefer seeing the stun being used on the second one versus the first one. We actually saw a team use it on the first one earlier today, and it ended up costing them a ton of time, so there's that stun coming out right now. Thanks for the clip. Perfect. And yeah, all in all, it was a pretty solid run. They play like this again, they could pretty easily 2-0 this series, which would make my prediction wrong, but, you know, I like seeing teams play clean more than my predictions being right.
That's just so, I mean, generous of you. It's ironic, really. I mean, I think it is, really. But it is great to see Ducks Can Fly, I think, executing, where execution has been a problem that some of the teams have struggled with this weekend. And now we'll be heading into City of Threads here, which, while it's one of the lower keys, still has plenty of places where teams have, you know, stumbled, or where these speedrun strats and the huge pulls that they're able to do at that key level have caused deaths. So, looking ahead to this one, Dratnus, I mean, Ducks Can Fly, Advance, what is their approach, do you think, to City of Thread?
Yeah, I mean, I fear that I'm sort of coming around to Tettles' position on this series. I think this is definitely a map that Ducks Can Fly should be favored in. Wasn't this the map in which they had they debuted the Venom Shell kill into just walk forward, right? Was that them yesterday? So that's a good strategy. That looks good. It's a weird strategy because it seems like it should be really good, and then it looks like it's actually probably just like plus 5 seconds or something, because all the other teams that don't do it seem to just kill the stuff faster because they're not walking as much, but still plus 5 seconds in a short dungeon is big.
It's a 9 is like the biggest reason that it's only plus 5 seconds. I think if it was a higher key level, it would be a lot. It'd be a lot more.
The important thing about that pull is it employs the age-old Dr. J tech, where it resets your damage meters when you get in combat with a boss right in the middle of your burst AoE and your cooldowns, so you look really, really, really good on the damage meters.
That's true. That's a very important variable to consider. Anytime you're doing a strat like this, always hold your CDs until the boss actually gets pulled. Under no circumstances can you press anything first except for generators.
In addition to that, click that X button right before you press your offensive CDs. That way you can see how much damage you're going to be truly doing in your cooldowns, and that way you can feel as good about yourself as possible.
Yeah,
and then if you're not top damage, then you should reroll to something that's better.
Well, no. It's if you're not top damage, what you do is you go through all of the enemy damage takens until you find something you were top damage on, and then you make the argument for that being the prior target in that poll.
What if somebody else has top damage on all those mobs? Then do you reroll?
Well, you feign a lag issue or something. DC.
Yeah. Coming to the next MDI, we're going to have players re-roll their characters if they don't hit the top of the DPS charts. So, you know, it'll be an extra layer, I think, of challenge. But yeah, looking good is really important, and as we all know with Transmog, is really key. A massive part of how you do damage in this game and putting it out, you know? Ducks Can Fly and Advance are absolutely going to be putting out as much damage as they can coming into City of Threads. Ducks Can Fly, like we were saying, they had a very strong run yesterday. So Advance, they have to push forward, they have to keep going, and they have to land this if they want to stay in the competition. This is all on you, Dratnos.
All right, we are underway, seeing both teams on these sort of slightly different strategies of the Disc Priest Prot Warrior versus the Resto Druid Vengeance Demon Hunter. We'll see Advance trying to, waiting to get through, activating the. Oh, it looks like damage. It looks like the Ooh, this is not good at all. We've had a Death Knight accidentally
Oh my
pulling
god, they body pulled
a
the pack
here.
They body pulled the
Yeah.
pack too now. Hold on, wait. The rest of the 4 stack also body pulled. Oh
No, things are going from bad to worse here. Even worse as well. Only 2 of the 4 alive players
And they lost the damage
actually got the
buff.
buff from activating that beacon too. I mean, this is full-on catastrophe in this first minute for Advance.
Dude, this is what Wolf Disco was clowning Divine about last weekend, right? This is how teams like last weekend, they failed their shroud, and then you just immediately lose the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, this is just absolutely catastrophic. They are trying to recover it. There's the res coming out. They gained a little bit of extra count that wasn't in the route at least, so that's nice. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much use for it. Yeah, you can skip maybe
like
the last pull of the dungeon. Sometimes they pull unnaturalers into the end boss, but I don't know. That doesn't really pulling those in doesn't hurt at all. So I would say close to 0 value on that 3% count that Advance have gained here. They're starting the boss. Meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly have already finished it. So they are walking forward into the dungeon now and setting up what we assume will be the quad spy pull. That has been the dominating strategy in this dungeon. Although, it doesn't look like Tricks of the Trade has actually come out here.
Oh, they have to wait. So the tank is walking with the rogue right there.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
there it goes. I just didn't see the tank in frame, but yeah, that was good.
You want to know something interesting? So the mobs spawn relative to the HP of these NPCs here, and so if you actually hit them with a hard-hitting ability that's not Tempest, then they actually can spawn at this floor is like 90% HP. So in like a high key, you want to like shoot your mandate at it, and if you ended up like mandating the mob, it'll spawn it at 90% HP every single time. And so like you could also like lava burst it or whatever. Just whatever your hardest hitting single target ability is on those mobs, and it makes them spawn at less than 100% health. Good tip.
That's cool. All right, meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly. We actually have this affix about to expire on their rogue. Ooh.
Did it heal the mobs?
So I think it only heals the mobs that player is in combat with. I don't see the health bars going up on these, so if it did hit these, it's not by much. There's one Eye of the Queen that the buff was on. Yeah, the tricks didn't work out here is what happened there. So Ducks Can Fly, definitely not a perfect section here. Advance, maybe with an opportunity to claw back some of that time they lost. You can see from the boss splits at the bottom. Advance, 1 minute and 5 seconds behind, plus 15 seconds of death timer. So they need to make up a minute and 20 seconds. But the silver lining is I do think the Demon Hunter is a higher damage tank throughout the rest of this dungeon. If you can live on it on that pull after the first or after the second boss, I think it should be slightly more damage. So maybe they can make up a little bit of time that way.
Ooh, they have the affix come out as well while their healer's not actually with them. Are they going to be able to get this removed from all their players?
Looks like it. Oh,
Luca has to run back. Luca, instead of being able to start the RP, had to run back a little bit.
It's fine. It's okay. The affix did, I think, not get dispelled from the last person on Ducks Can Fly, but all the trash is already dead. The RP is already going as well, so the RP was successfully started by Luca.
They already started
he was just running back after the RP was finished. So yeah, all good here. No problems for Ducks Can Fly. They finished off retired Lord Vulazak, and now they're just waiting for this boss to be attackable.
Autumn almost dies on the side of Advance.
Yeah, they're fighting the retired Lord with this Eye of the Queen here. So that means the RP isn't started on the boss being available for them. That, of course, is gated behind the last Eye of the Queen dying. Their healer looks to have gone and getting into position to start that RP as soon as this last Eye of the Queen dies.
Okay. On the left side of your screen here, we see Ducks Can Fly. I actually saw a team lose like 30 seconds on this boss earlier today. And a lot of it actually comes down to this synergistic step cast and being able to have these mobs stacked up. This comp, fantastic. I think that the Assassination Rogue Frost DK Enhancement Shaman comp is one of the best that you can possibly be running. Now, it is really, really suspect on this boss if you don't get like perfect synergistic step baits. And so making sure that those mobs are able to stay stacked and as stacked as possible can save you a ton of time.
Yeah, it's definitely This is one of the most kind of raid boss dungeon fights, I would say, where they have a lot of mechanics and positioning is important. There's a lot of ground effects that you need to look out for, and it's sort of a cast sequence that you need to learn here as well. Now that we enter this sort of second phase of the fight, we're going to have to make sure that we get on top of the tank, stack on top of them to remove these Rhyme Dagger stacks as quickly as possible. Actually, looks like Luca not even bothering going in there, letting the rest of the group do that, and staying out instead. Another Rhyme Dagger comes out. Instant Mass Dispel to remove those debuffs from everybody, although Luca does need to single dispel himself, as we now have the boss getting close to that 30% point, and we're going to have another set of these
they skipped the
synergic steps.
Oh my god! They high rolled. Sometimes the boss just doesn't cast Duskbringer. I still have no idea why, but I always think of it as a blessing for whenever the bosses have wronged me in my runs. And so every single time something that's good that's happened to me, I deserved it. And so Ducks can fly high rolling, not getting that Duskbringer AoE, and losing any uptime.
Duskbringer was only in the other phase, right? It's like
it casts. It was supposed to cast it right there. Sometimes it'll just skip it for some reason. I don't know why.
Cool. Well, Ducks Can Fly do get the boss taken care of at a 452 split on this boss timer. I think Advance are going to improve on that a little bit, but I don't think it's going to come close to eating away that 1.5 minutes that they were behind just based on that mishap at the start of the dungeon. But Ducks Can Fly are entering now a pull that could easily make or break this dungeon run for them. This is such a dangerous pull for their tank, grabbing all these mobs, getting life ripped up, and now they're going to enter combat with this Venom Shell and try and focus it down as quickly as possible without having their tank die or without ripping threat on any of all of these other mobs that are running in, which is very easy to do by accident here.
Yeah. There is a question as to like how much damage they're actually committing to this Venom Guard. They did pop all of their offensive cooldowns on the remainder of the last boss, and so they still were actually able to get that Venom Guard killed off rather quickly.
Yeah, nice work by Ducks Can Fly as they head in towards the rest of this. Devour is still on their tank, but it's now removed. So they've got all 5 stacks of this Affix now, pumping a little bit of damage into this unstable test subject before walking down into the room. And now they need to kill these droplets to enable this boss. Returning to my point about boss split timers, Advance actually still slower on this boss split as well. So they actually lost some time on the second boss split compared to Ducks Can Fly. Not a good sign at all for them. Of course, we're at this point now in this dungeon where a couple of seconds either way aren't going to make or break this. It's all going to be about whether Ducks Can Fly can survive this pull right here. This is such a dangerous pull. They are now in boss combat as well, so if somebody dies, they won't be able to release. They have so much damage coming into the group right now.
Plot twist, you actually weren't able to release prior to this because the fly checkpoint, that's an automatic B-res on a dungeon like this.
That's true. They do only have the one battle res, though. Battle-scarred Veteran has now been used. Almost all defensives are gone for their tank. They need to make sure that everybody is soaking these orbs appropriately as well. Their rogue is in some danger, but cheat death's still available, so actually one of the best players to leave on low health for a little while here if you had to pick somebody. And looks like they're all managed to be topped here. Last couple of mobs getting finished off.
They got the Pursuers still up. It's kind of scary whenever you have those Pursuers available and you don't have like an Abomination limb. Because look, the mobs are actually getting stuck out into that purple ground effect that you get from soaking the orbs. And so it is actually kind of scary. And the heal absorb onto everybody. Moza ends up pressing that totem to give himself a shield, that Stone Bulwark totem, at the perfect time. And Ducks Can Fly, I think, are out of the scariest part of this dungeon. And Advance on the right side, having a tank death, doing the exact same pull that we saw from Ducks Can Fly. All of those conscripts walking in, stacking that increased damage taken buff, and immediately killing off Jaff. And Findus ends up going down. He can press his Ankh in just a couple of seconds, but it looks like it's too little too late as the Unnatural Wave cast goes off twice and it completely wipes Advance.
Yeah, Advance going to be sent back to the start of this dungeon in utter despair. Meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly marching to the finish line here. There is one more big pull and then one more boss, and Ducks Can Fly have such a huge advantage. 7 deaths on the board for Advance now. That is a minute and a half and another 15 seconds, more than that as well, of death timer that will be assessed against Advance. So 1 minute 45 seconds plus that positional advantage that Ducks Can Fly have in this dungeon. They have something like a 3-minute lead now. They just have to avoid choking it. Probably more than a 3-minute lead, to be perfectly honest here.
They have the full boss.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe 5 whole minutes or something at this point in the dungeon. Such a difficult challenge for Advance to overcome it, and yet overcome it they will attempt as they get their next pull started back up, but all eyes are on Ducks Can Fly as they work on these 2 mini-bosses that are required to spawn the last boss. This is going to get them all the count that they pretty much need as well. If they need a little bit more, there are a couple of unnaturalers that they can easily grab over to currently our left-hand side, the right-hand side as you walk into this area, and actually looks like they're interested in grabbing all of that right now, even during this mini-boss, rather than trying to take it into the boss. The Life Grip is going to return their tank to this arena, as they killed off those 2 mini-bosses, so that should be the boss spawning now, and they'll be taking all of these enemies into the boss, including the test subject.
I don't like the test subject. Hold on.
I mean, they're making it work.
Okay. Okay, the important thing that you want to know about these Unnaturalers is they're 1 melee kick rotation. They're actually 1 20-second kick rotation on them. So you just make sure you mark who's going to be kicking what, and they end up getting those mobs kicked. And it's actually not too big of a deal.
Turns out that those things just die in 10 seconds under the onslaught of the Bloodlust and all of these offensive cooldowns that Ducks Can Fly have leveled at the start of this boss fight as well. So that is going to be 1 kick each, and they are all gone.
Yeah, cool. Izo the Grand Slicer already at 35% HP. Bloodlust is still active. They are murdering this boss, man. And for Advance, they're having another tank death, and I think it's going to be all over for them. Not even going to be able to down Coagulation by the time Ducks Can Fly are able to finally finish off Izo the Grand Splicer.
And this is such a good showing from Ducks Can Fly. Such a dominant way to end the day with a 2-0, a 0-death run here in this City of Threads. And this is going to be right around that 12-minute marker as well. So they are looking highly competitive for that last ticket out of this group that they will have to fight for tomorrow. But there it is, 11:59. The clock stops for Ducks Can Fly, sealing their way into Sunday.
Ducks Can Fly have done it. They have continued to just soar ever higher, and it's great to see them take this 2-0. Amazing play from them, and again, just showing the consistency from their last run to this one. They were able to nail this and to get through it as cleanly as possible. I mean, great to see, great to see. Ducks Can Fly making so much progress just every time we see them, I feel like. And with this consistency, what do you think other than that is going to kind of allow them to stay in the fight, looking at this dungeon, looking at this run, Dratnos, as they look ahead to the lower bracket?
Yeah, I mean, this is just such an incredible run. You can see here on our damage and healing meters as well, just the actual, I'm impressed by how close these 3 specs ended up being in terms of overall DPS as well. 1.5, 1.4, 1.3, that's a little nice, that's a little elegant overall damage similarity between the 3 of them. Of course, Advance, a lot lower damage as a result of the wipes on that big pull where they would have farmed a bunch of extra damage and DPS too.
Why is our rogue not kicking, by the way, on the side of Ducks Can Fly?
Don't worry about it. We've that's
what is
your job.
doing, man?
You got a shaman on your team, man.
If you think about it, though, if you're thinking about who you want to do the kicks, right? The tank is often going to do kicks because let's not have DPS think about kicks. They've got to think about their damage. And then the shaman and the DK have range kicks, whereas the rogues requires them to be right in melee with the mob. So usually you'd want to assign it last out of those 3. They're like the lowest prio kick because the others can just get it.
He's
very
not
easily.
even running Iron Wire. The bro is actually so greedy. He's not even running Iron Wire. He says, "That's got nothing to do with me." Interrupts. I don't know them.
I think it's trust. You know, everybody else has it covered, and he can just shine. He can do what he wants. I mean, we were up here talking about the fact that if he wasn't actually hitting the top of the meters, he'd have to re-roll. So like, the pressure is real for the DPS titles. You gotta just let them.
Hang on. So DKs can get runic power when they kick. And shamans can get damage reduction against the school that they kick. Rogue gets nothing when it kicks, so it makes sense.
He's not even running 12-second kick, man. Like he wasn't running RP whenever he interrupts, man. Like,
it's not like it's a mystery what's going to happen when you get into this dungeon, man. It's not like, is there going to be a surprise extra mob with an extra kick? No, they mapped this out.
The Frosty King wasn't playing Death Strike even.
Yeah, don't change anything. You're doing
not
great.
Take that damage.
You don't need to kick if you don't need to kick. I believe in you. You're doing great. What? Don't listen to Tettles. No, it's ironic.
Listen, what is needed is for teams to get this skip at the start of the key down correctly every single time. We've seen this mistake happen from about every single team in this dungeon almost, it feels like. We even had Perplex make this mistake last week, right? Like we've had deaths to this Shroud skip all over the place. I'm not sure exactly what the cause of it is. It might just be how weird the specific spacing of the skip is, and the fact that the Hulking Scarab has true sight, so you have a very narrow margin to get through. But unfortunately, that just set the tone of the key off poorly for Advance, unfortunately. And as I'm sure you guys know, when mistakes happen at the start of the key, you kind of get a little down on yourselves, and it brings down the mood for the rest of the key. I'm not saying that happened for sure for them, but that's how it feels like in my keys all the time, so I'm just going to arbitrarily attribute it to them as well. But it was a good run from Ducks Can Fly altogether. Already had the insane strat that we saw from them earlier yesterday, where they just finish off the beetle here and then just pull all of the trash down into the coagulation. They already had the fastest run of the weekend, and they improved on it yet again with this route here today. And honestly, you know, it's impressive from them. Maybe we should rename them to Ducks Can Soar, because Soar is way more impressive than flying, in my opinion. Tomorrow, though, they'll be fighting for a spot in the Global Finals in that lower bracket semifinals match, and that's where this all comes to a head for them. Can they keep this level of play up against no title?
It's going to be an interesting showdown between those two, right? I mean, no title, I think, where they've had some inconsistencies, they've also performed very well. And Ducks, like you said, they've just been soaring, you know? They really have continued to just keep going and to keep flying no matter what turbulence is thrown at them. You know, as we kind of... you know, you're just so upset about the rogue, you know?
They found the jet stream in this dungeon.
Oh.
I'm just coming up with bad shit. Nah, just what were you saying? Go ahead.
You know, who knows? Who knows? No, I'm kidding. I mean, honestly, Ducks, I think they're going to bring a lot to that matchup that we have. And I mean, seeing them perform here, do you feel like, Dratnos, that have they kind of, you know, actually, let's toss it to Tettles. Sorry, Dratnos. You know, Tettles, I think, has had some thoughts here maybe that need to be vented. But Tettles, how do you think with Ducks, minus the kicking, how do you think that they've performed this time around compared to previous ones?
I think they've actually looked a lot better than they have in the past. Now, I don't think that they are like the absolute tip top of the teams that we're seeing this weekend, but I think that they're absolutely global finals caliber if they continue to play like this. I think the matchup versus them in no title tomorrow is going to be one that's actually pretty close. I think in terms of consistency, both of those teams have played about the same level of consistency. I do think that no title probably has the very slight edge in that matchup, but I don't think either of those teams should be upset. Like, realistically, I think that both of them making it into that third, fourth place matchup, I think that that's probably that was their expectations coming into this weekend, and I think that they've both been playing exceptional. I think they should be very happy with how they've been performing so far.
Yeah, strong performances from both of them. And we'll take a look at the bracket here because, as we've been mentioning, there are some big series coming up as we look ahead to tomorrow. And, I mean, as we think about how we've seen Group B kind of shape up here over the weekend, Dratnos, now we'll toss over. How are you feeling looking at this bracket, and what do you think tomorrow has in store?
So last weekend we saw an incredible lower bracket run from Polish Mountain. This time around, I feel like both Mandatory and Holy Moly have been a clear tier above the rest of this field. So I think it would be shocking if the loser of that series were to lose to the winner of No Title and Ducks Can Fly, but it was pretty shocking when it happened last weekend to missed count, so I've been shocked before. It could happen again. The really important thing about tomorrow as well is not just the winner of the group, but the winner of No Title versus Ducks Can Fly will be getting that third ticket out of this group to the Global Finals. So very pivotal series all across the day tomorrow. You can't miss any of them.
It's going to be huge, right? I mean, of course, we'll be determining that third place. We'll have the three moving on from Global Finals. And, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I think that Mandatory and Holy Moly have shown so much that it would be surprising if one of the winners in the lower bracket could overtake. But, you know, they'll be joining in either way. The top three teams securing those spots, as you can see here, moving on to the Global Finals at the end of November. And, of course, we still have the Chinese teams as well, which will be rebroadcast on the channel for anybody who didn't know, on November 19th and 20th. So if you'd like to see their competition and how they're going to fit into all of this as well, be sure to tune in. But, I mean, again, we got some good contenders. Group B looking good. Holy Moly, I think, just kind of swept up and just really kind of put themselves in the forefront of this competition in a way a lot of us weren't expecting. But it's ironic, I mean, this far into Group B weekend, you know, have there been any surprises? Is there anything that you think that has really stood out for you?
Looking at this weekend, I was concerned that this was just going to be a weekend where Mandatory was the only standout team, but we've had a lot of great performances from a lot of different teams. Holy Moly specifically has stepped up a lot more than I thought they would, showing off new ideas in dungeons like Grim Batol, and also just putting up very, very competitive routes. Some dungeons even faster than what we saw from Mandatory, so I'm loving to see that from them. The consistency of Ducks Can Fly and NOTITLE, it's almost on par with Polish Mountain. It's not quite there, but they're both definitely making a case for themselves, so I'm still impressed with the competitiveness we've had this weekend so far.
Yeah, me too. I was actually so impressed by Holy Moly across the series that we've seen them playing in. It's been a team that, I mean, I think they're potentially one of the three best teams. Yeah, I mean, do they beat Mandatory? Do they beat Perplexed? I think we're going to see tomorrow. We're going to see in the Global Finals a lot of those types of matchups with that team.
It would be wild if Holy Moly took down Mandatory. I mean, I kind of believe that that there's like actual potential that they might, which I think is really shocking to me. I don't know, Titles, if you feel the same, or...
It's a situation where I think if you put them in that first series versus Mandatory, Holy Moly probably beats them in that Grim Batol and that Miss Saturnus, or in that Stone Vault, where it's like, I think it's kind of up in the air which team is going to perform better. I think that Mandatory has to have the advantage because they're like the returning MDI champions, and so I think that like you have to give them the edge. But there have been dungeons in which they have played worse than Holy Moly, and I think that that is something that's not always super common, especially whenever we kind of expected Mandatory to be very dominant, especially over all the competition, and it's looked like it's been very close.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, we've seen some of those times beat out Mandatories, but Mandatory obviously has the sort of advantage of experience, right? So we'll have to see how the two kind of measure up, but let's take a look at our predictions that we had made this weekend, as well as all of yours. Now, some people have risen up the ranks, some people have dropped down because of certain mistakes they've made in predictions, and some of us, I think, have just honestly been surprised by the outcome, so...
I'm just the greatest.
Oh my gosh, I'm not at the bottom anymore, it's ironic.
You're welcome. Hey, listen, I'm keeping up with the perfect predictions, though, so I'm happy with that. How is chat so good, though? What's going on with them? What are they doing up there with Tettles?
Chat keeps climbing ever higher, just like Ducks Can Fly, soaring up. I mean, they really are. You're doing great, chat. You're doing great, and Tettle's still just lording over all of us. Somebody's got to destroy him, please.
This is good. This is really good. Whenever they told me there were stakes involved, I stopped predicting like random stuff and started trying to actually predict the winner.
Wait, there are stakes to this? Or are the stakes just this leaderboard?
The loser has to do a comedy set.
That fun's ironic.
Oh. Okay, I'll be studying the broadcast later today. Wait, what?
Dratnos, you're there in the middle right now, but yeah. I mean, what do you think? How you think you can work your way up? You got this?
No, I'm just gonna vote the exact same things as Zyro to guarantee that he can't overtake me from here on.
Wait, that's actually so smart. What?
That is
okay. Please, nobody else do that. Please, nobody else do that.
That is really good, actually.
Wow, incredible. Well, our predictions, some have been right, some have been wrong. In chat, you have absolutely been nailing it. But tomorrow, whatever we predict, there will be some incredible matchups and no doubt more surprises in store. So, wait. Oh, Dratnos, this is wild.
Wow, Dratnos, good predictions.
Wow.
This
How
is
the tables have turned.
Unbelievably messed up.
I don't know, while we're at it, we could just put Tettles all the way at the bottom to do that comedy set. I mean, I'm just saying. No, everybody, again, great predictions across the board. This weekend has had so many great, yes, thank you. And perfect. Now it's looking great.
Two Dratnos, what?
Dratnos is just taken over the entire board. All right, everybody, it's been a wonderful day, and Saturday is always cram-packed with action, but tomorrow we have some huge series ahead of us. It's been wonderful being here with all of you. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in, to our wonderful production team, especially for making sure Tettles went right down that chart, and to all of you that have been watching, passing this on, or even just sharing about the MDI. We really do appreciate it. Thanks to my fellow casters. It's been a great time, and I can't wait for more tomorrow. So, our top two teams, they've been determined. Mandatory and Holy Moly will be going on, but our third is yet to be selected. Join us as our top two look to secure their ticket to the Global Finals. Our top teams overall look to secure their ticket to the Global Finals and fight to be our Group B champions. Be back here on the Warcraft channels at 10 a.m. Pacific Time, 7 p.m. Central European Time. We will see you then, and rest well.